On a dark and stormy night, a forgotten school becomes the stage for a desperate hunt. Heavy footsteps pound against the pavement, a frantic rhythm against the downpour. A man flees down a derelict hallway, a shadowy pursuer closing in behind him. He glances back in terror, his mind racing to find any possible escape route. His eyes lock onto the restroom, sign it's his only hope for a hiding spot. He throws himself into the filthy bathroom, the stench of neglect hanging in the air. Ducking into a stall, he catches a flicker of movement just outside the door. With a shaky hand, he slides the cheap metal lock into place, praying it holds. He presses his back against the stall wall, trying to calm his hammering heart. Catching his breath, he allows himself a brief, fragile moment of relief. He tries to muffle his panicked breathing, praying the monster just moves on. But his blood runs cold as a shadow falls over him from above. Peering over the stall is the horrifying, blood-soaked creature he'd been fleeing. It lets out a low, guttural hiss, taunting him, asking if he's finally done hiding. In the next instant, there's only a blur of motion and a sickening splash of red. A scream echoes out as a gamer is violently thrown from his chair by the shock. It was all a game, a brutally intense horror game that has him gasping for breath. He clutches his controller, his heart still hammering from that vicious jump scare. Stumbling to his feet, he grumbles that the fall hurt his butt more than anything. And of course, his livestream chat is having an absolute field day with his reaction. He tries to plead with his viewers, insisting the sweat on his chair is proof this VR game is just too scary. This is Choi Doyeon, a variety streamer who somehow made a career out of this for 3 years. His chat, however, shows absolutely no mercy, spamming him to stop stalling and just finish it. He fires back, asking if they seriously want a repeat of last time when he literally passed out on stream, but he already knows the answer. His entire channel is built on viewers who enjoy watching him suffer. Pushing through, he finally makes it to the end of the stage. The exit is right there. It's finally over. He immediately brags to his audience, a smug look on his face as he asks if they saw him find it in one go. A huge donation rolls in, and he immediately pops a celebratory handstand to thank the generous fan. But once he's back in his chair, Hez still trying to convince them that his terror isn't just an act. He throws his hands up, exasperated, arguing that no matter how pretty the ghost is, it's still a ghost. He leaves his viewers with a final, chilling piece of advice. If a ghost seems pretty, you're already done for. Then, without much warning, he announces he has to head home and abruptly ends the stream. Later, during a new broadcast, a viewer asks about his friend, who's been worryingly absent for over a month. He remembers that same friend encouraging him to start streaming, telling him not to worry about family pressure. That push was exactly what he'd needed to hear back then. He tells his chat that he still can't get in touch, guessing that something urgent must have come up. Since he was planning to visit anyway, he signs off for the night, promising to update them tomorrow. With a soft click of his mouse, the broadcast ends, and his monitors go dark. He immediately tries calling, hoping to finally get through this time. But the number is disconnected. His optimistic demeanor fades as a deep sense of dread begins to set in. He scrolls through his messages, a desperate log of unanswered calls and pleas for a reply. The sheer length of the silence hits him, his eyes widening with a chilling sense of dread. Just then, his mother calls, and he quickly grabs a jacket, telling her he was just heading out. He tries to sound casual, explaining he's leaving at night to avoid traffic for his broadcast. He assures her not to worry, promising he's old enough to handle himself and will arrive by dawn. After promising to say goodbye to his dad, he hangs up, his mind fixed on the hour-and-a-half drive ahead. But as his computer screen fades, a strange notification pops up with a cryptic message. He pushes the thought aside for now and starts the long drive, pulling into a rest stop under the moonlight. After a much-needed bathroom break, he feels a brief moment of relief from the tense journey. But his expression shifts as he pulls out his phone, finally looking at that strange message he received. It's a message from his Hyung, but it's just a strange link. Annoyed, he tries calling back, but the number is off. His friend couldn't even bother with a real call? He taps the link, still confused why his friend would send a message, then immediately turn off his phone. It leads to an App Store page for a game he's never seen before, a ghost-themed romance title. The concept is absurd. Conquer ghosts with love to help them pass on peacefully. He recalls his friend, Woo Seung-jae, hyping up an incredible game right before he disappeared. Could this silly game be the reason? Amused, his finger hovers over the install button. The moment he taps it, a deafening crack of thunder echoes through the night. He jumps, startled by the sudden storm that seemingly appeared from nowhere. A flicker of unease crosses his face as the game begins to download. The installation finishes in an instant, presenting him with one final, ominous prompt. He shrugs it off. He's got nothing better to do, and if this weird game is fun, he might even stream it. As he gets into his car, The game pings his phone, the matching system is now activating. Outside, the storm he'd dismissed suddenly intensifies into a torrential downpour. He continues driving down the Yahello highway, a road infamous for its ghost stories. He grumbles to himself, confused by the sudden storm that wasn't in any forecast. Suddenly, his car's GPS chimes, announcing it's recalculating his route for a deviation he never made. The screen lights up with a new, bizarre instruction. Turn left in a moment. He scoffs at the idea, a left turn in the middle of a straight highway? The GPS must be broken. But the robotic voice repeats the impossible command. A cold sense of unease starting to creep in. The command changes again, now demanding a U-turn, and his face pales with dread. The system spams him with a chaotic mess of impossible turns, left, right, U-turn, over and over. He finally snaps, trying to regain control of his car from this cursed navigation. He frantically mashes the screen, trying to shut it off, but the system is completely unresponsive. Then, just as suddenly, a calm voice announces that he has arrived at his destination. He lets out a shaky breath, wondering if the nightmare is finally over. That was way too close. But as he looks up through the rain-swept windshield, a lone figure is standing in his path. A jolt of pure, ice-cold terror shoots through him, his eyes blown wide with shock. He instinctively slams his foot on the brake, the tires screaming on the wet asphalt. But it's far too late. A sickening impact sends the figure cartwheeling over his hood. The car skids to a halt, leaving the limp body of his victim behind in the rain. A heavy silence falls, broken only by the sound of the downpour on the asphalt. Inside, the driver is in a state of pure shock, his mind screaming that he just hit someone. His horrified gaze flicks to the rearview mirror, confirming the impossible truth. Against all sense, he bursts out of the car, shouting into the night to see if the person is okay. He rushes over and kneels down, desperately trying to get any kind of response. Total panic sets in as he pulls out his phone, unsure if he should call the police or an ambulance first. But as he looks at the screen, his blood runs cold. This isn't a phone call, it's a quest log, describing how he hit a woman who isn't from this world. And then it gives him choices, treating this life-or-death moment like some kind of twisted game. His thumb trembles over the only sane choice. Get her to a hospital. But the phone is completely frozen on this cursed interface, refusing to obey him. Then a voice cuts through the rain, a chilling question asking why he killed her. His pupils shrink to pinpricks, his mind refusing to accept what he's hearing. Because the woman he hit is now a monster, its bloody face asking why he let her die. A raw scream rips from his lungs as he scrambles backward, dropping his phone in terror. His mind is just a frantic mess of disbelief and pure, undiluted fear. With a sickening scrape, her broken feet drag across the wet asphalt towards him. Her ghostly voice pleads for him to help, asking if he can save her now. And as his hand touches the cold ground, an instinctual, dreadful truth dawns on him. That this thing was not of this world, and his only instinct was to run, leaving his phone behind. But on that glowing screen, a game-like choice appears, confirming his decision. It's a ghost, so run away. Somewhere else, our protagonist watches the scene unfold, his mind reeling in disbelief. He can see it clearly that shambling creature is obviously not human anymore. The ghost's voice is quiet now, filled with a cold realization he's just like all the others. A system window pops up, stating she's disappointed, and her affection level has crashed. As her sorrow turns to rage, a nearby streetlight bursts under the pressure of her despair. And with that, her status officially changes from neutral to hostile. A final warning flashes to escape, as the man finally reaches his car, fumbling with the handle. But the door is stuck. It won't open, and he's trapped with the monster he just created. His only thought is to escape, to run before the vengeful spirit closes the distance. But a terrified glance over his shoulder confirms the horrifying truth: he's not fast enough. In an instant, her hand is around his throat, a grip of cold, crushing finality. He's lifted off his feet with impossible strength and slammed onto the hard, wet pavement. Pinned to the ground, he can do nothing but gasp for air as she strangles him. He can't comprehend this monstrous power, wondering what kind of entity this even is. But through her rage, a sorrowful whisper cuts through the rain. Her voice cracks with agony, asking why he wouldn't save her. Just then, the entire scene is bathed in the harsh glare of approaching headlights. Lying helpless on the road, a single, horrifying question flashes through his mind. Was he ever really in control? For a split second, caught in the blinding glare of the truck, her expression seems to change. Then comes the sickening crunch of metal and bone as the truck plows right through them. A flash of lightning, or perhaps something else, tears across the night sky. And our protagonist's eyes fly open, filled with a terror that transcends the screen. In the real world, a raw scream tears from his throat, echoing through the rest stop. Back in the game, his avatar is nothing but a broken heap of shattered bones. He feels everything, an unbearable, phantom pain that's flooding his very senses. When a concerned man rushes over to help, he's violently shoved away in a blind panic. He's left gasping for air, his mind completely overwhelmed by the sensory feedback. He collapses to the ground as people just walk by, thinking he's just another troublemaker. He clutches his head, trying to make sense of it all. He was just on the highway. Was that whole nightmare just a dream? But his phone screen shatters that hope with a cold, digital message. He, Choi Do-yeon, has died and is restarting from a save point. As if that wasn't bizarre enough, another alert pops up about an ongoing date. A cold sweat breaks out on his skin. None of this is making any sense. He stares in disbelief at his own profile, laid out like some dating sim character. What kind of twisted game is this? Just then, the same concerned man from before approaches him, asking if he's all right. But Do-yeon isn't sticking around for questions. He shoves the old man aside and makes a break for it. He sprints across the parking lot, ignoring the man's shouts, his mind racing with one goal: escape. Peeling out onto the rain-slicked highway, the world blurs around him. This can't be real. A twisted grin forces its way onto his face. He's just seeing things, he tells himself. A desperate lie to hold on to his sanity. He grips the wheel, desperately trying to convince himself that ghosts aren't real. It's just exhaustion from streaming and editing. All he needs is to get home and get some sleep. But then a familiar red notification flashes. The system is rerouting him against his will. The GPS begins to glitch, barking out contradictory commands: turn left, go straight, make a U-turn. A cold, creeping dread fills his eyes. This isn't a dream, this is actually happening. And through the pouring rain, a lone figure suddenly appears in the middle of the road. It's a girl, her dark hair plastered to her face, her eyes locking onto his. Before he can even process it, there's a sickening crunch as his car makes impact. Her body slams against the front of his vehicle, a terrifying, ghostly silhouette in the rain. Do-yeon can only stare forward in stunned silence, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. His mind is reeling, unable to grasp how his simple life of streaming games led to this nightmare. He's never made any real enemies. Yet here he is, with a body on the hood of his car. Overwhelmed, he collapses against the steering wheel, screaming for an explanation. And as if on cue, his phone pings, casting a glow across the dark interior. He glances over, his face a mask of sweat and terror. The screen displays a chilling message. She has appeared before him for the second time. Gritting his teeth, a desperate thought begins to form in his mind. He forces himself to calm down, deciding to treat this like one of the visual novels he streamed. After all, the phone is presenting him with choices, just like a game, to raise her affection level. Stealing his resolve, Do-yeon tells himself not to panic, he just has to play along and survive. But his resolve shatters in an instant. A bloody figure slams against his windshield, its voice echoing in his head, asking why she has to suffer alone. Do-yeon can only stare, paralyzed, as her cries of unfairness fill the car. This is supposed to be a dating sim, but the monster on his roof feels a little too real. Hez pinned to the hood of his own car, the game's logic feeling more like a cruel joke. Gritting his teeth, Do-yeon forces the panic down, hyping himself up. He's a pro gamer, damn it. He can win this. He steps out into the pouring rain. With a deep breath, he approaches the spirit and holds an umbrella over her. A single, terrifying eye peers up at him from beneath a curtain of matted hair. He forces a shaky smile, assuring her he's totally not a suspicious person. Yeah, real convincing. He has no idea what's really going on, but his gut tells him he needs to help her. So, with a shaky voice, he offers the ghostly girl a ride home. The game system confirms his choice, but the spirit herself gives absolutely no reaction. For a brief moment, standing in the rain, he thinks he might have actually done it, but that confidence quickly crumbles as the silence stretches on. His mind is screaming, absolutely terrified and desperate to escape this situation. He wonders if he made the wrong choice. Her unmoving form is far from reassuring. Surely she wouldn't kill him just for picking a bad dialogue option, right? Then, a quiet voice finally cuts through the storm, and she begins to speak. Her first words aren't a threat, but a question that changes everything. Can you see me? Hez completely taken aback. Of all the things she could have said, this wasn't one of them. Stuttering under the umbrella's shelter, he confirms that yes, he can see her. The moment he does, her strength gives out and she collapses forward, falling right into his arms. He catches her purely on instinct, his mind reeling from the sudden, bizarre turn of events. Then, in a blinding flash of headlights, a car slams into them with a sickening crunch. His world dissolves into a panicked blur, a silent plea echoing in his terrified mind. But the desperate words aren't his. They're hers, as she clings to him, begging him not to leave. He can only look on in shock as she trembles, her voice choked with a pain he can't understand. With tears streaming down her face, she pleads with him, asking him to not leave her alone anymore. And as they lie together on the wet asphalt, a system notification pops up, confirming his choice worked. He's still trying to process what just happened, holding this mysterious girl in his arms. The system confirms her condition has stabilized, but that only adds to his confusion. His own fear had blinded him to her sheer desperation. He can only wonder what kind of tragic story led her to cry with such sorrow. He gently touches her head, trying to make sense of what could have possibly happened to her. She finally looks up, bloodied and dazed, as he tries to apologize for, well, everything. But then reality crashes in. He's soaked to the bone and shivering, a new danger creeping in. The car that hit them is still right there, an unlikely, but necessary, shelter. Panic sets in as he frantically tries to figure out his next move. Somehow, he manages to get her into the car, but the real problem has only just begun. But for a fleeting moment, a ridiculous thought crosses his mind. He glances at his phone, which frames this whole nightmare as a free date. This isn't a dating sim. There are no options, no choices, just pure chaos. His spiral is cut short by the blinding headlights and the blare of a horn. A massive truck thunders past their tiny, stationary car on the dark highway. The shock jolts him back to reality. This is exactly how he died the first time. Right, he needs to snap out of it. The game doesn't matter right now. First things first, get the car somewhere safe, then figure out what to do with her. He notices her door is still ajar and reaches over to fix it. He awkwardly tries to explain to the blood-soaked girl that he just needs to close the door. He reaches for the door, telling himself to just stay calm and not mess this up. But in his haste, his hand slips right off the wet handle. The door slams shut with a loud thud, startling them both. His phone goes flying from the sudden jolt, and he lurches forward, landing face first right in the girl's lap. A moment of pure, unadulterated shock hits him. Oh, he is so screwed. His eyes widen in horror as he fully grasps the compromising position he's in. He looks up and meets her gaze. She's terrified, tears welling in her eyes. This wasn't just a simple mistake. This looked like something much, much worse. His mind spirals. Was this fated? Was this why he was brought here? No, impossible. He frantically tries to explain, his face a mask of desperate sincerity, insisting it was an accident. His mind screams one single thought. He is absolutely, 100% going to die. He even brings up his old-school nickname Shut-In Gamer as if that's a valid defense. Realizing his babbling isn't working, he forces a pained, awkward smile. He timidly suggests they move to a nearby rest stop, mentioning how dangerous it feels out here. The girl slowly turns her head, and her cold, unreadable gaze falls right on him. And just like that, his pathetic attempt at confidence completely shatters. He immediately backtracks, stammering that it's totally fine if she doesn't want to go anywhere. But then, a small sound escapes her lips as the corner of her mouth quirks up into a smile. And to his utter shock, the terrifying ghost girl just laughs. Our hero can only stare, completely dumbfounded by this sudden change in atmosphere. She explains that she laughed out of relief, admitting she was worried the first person she met would be a total weirdo. With a surprisingly gentle smile, she thanks him for the ride and introduces herself as Ha-yeon. She then looks at him expectantly, asking for his name in return. He stammers for a moment before finally managing to introduce himself as Choi Doyeon. And with that, the two are on their way, driving through the dark and stormy night. She thanks him again, but he quickly plays it cool, assuring her it's just a slight detour. But the mood shifts as Ha-yeon looks out the window, admitting this whole situation feels strange. She confesses that she never thought she'd get another chance to talk to someone like this again, having already given up hope. Doyeon just listens intently, taking in her heavy words with a quiet acknowledgement. Doyeon carefully asks her what happened, wondering why she was out here all alone. He quickly backpedals, telling her she doesn't have to say anything if it's too hard. Ha-yeon looks down, a shadow passing over her face as she remembers. With a sad smile, she admits that she doesn't really know for sure herself. She was dragged away by a stranger, and the next thing she knew, she'd woken up on this highway. At first, she thought she'd just been lucky to survive. So she ran, desperate to get away, but as time passed, a strange feeling crept in. No matter how much she screamed for help, cars would just pass right through her. Days turned into an eternity on this endless, empty road. That's when she realized the horrifying truth. She was dead, and her soul was trapped here, utterly alone. Tears stream down Ha-yeon's face as she admits she couldn't believe it when he first spoke to her. She quickly apologizes, embarrassed that her long solitude has made her so emotional. Just the thought of seeing her family again is enough to make her cry with joy, and she thanks him. Doyeon listens quietly, a somber look on his face as he takes in her painful story. He racks his brain, trying to figure out how he can possibly comfort someone in her situation. As they drive on, he finally breaks the silence with a difficult, but necessary, question. He asks her to consider the possibility that her family might not be able to see her at all. Her hope falters, and she quietly asks if that's the case, could she stay with him longer? Seeing his shock, she gets a little flustered and offers an alternative, to just deliver a final message for her. Doyeon stares back, the weight of her ghostly request settling heavily upon him. After a moment of heavy silence, he makes his decision. Hell do it. Hell help her. The car continues its journey into the sunset. Looking over at her hopeful smile, he can't help but wonder if she's truly just a game character. He had so many questions swirling in his mind about who, or what, she really was. But all of that could wait. Right now, he just genuinely hoped she could find her family. Just then, a sharp ping suddenly alerts him. A notification flashes on his phone. The midnight date event is about to end. His calm demeanor shatters. He hadn't been keeping track of the time at all. As another alert rings out, the world around his car seems to waver. Doyeon's eyes widen in sheer panic as he realizes he's completely out of time. The world glitches around him, but his attention is drawn back to the girl in his passenger seat. Her hands clench as she apologizes, feeling she's been a burden after all his help. She explains that she only seems to regain her senses after the sun goes down. With a desperate plea in her eyes, she asks if he might be able to help her just a little longer. She'll be at her parents' house until tomorrow, so she believes they still have time. But Doyeon, with a surprisingly warm smile, suggests they meet again tonight at the same place. Hayeon looks up, a little taken aback by his sincere proposal. A thoughtful, almost shy smile touches her lips as she considers his offer. With a bright, hopeful expression, she accepts, promising to be there waiting for him. But just as their promise is sealed, a final notification confirms his worst fear. The midnight date has ended. A new notification pops up, calculating his romance score, and he got a death penalty applied. The system gives him a B- rank and 40 LP as he sits alone in his car. With the LP shop unlocked, the long, bizarre night finally gives way to the morning sun. Doyeon stares at his phone, his mind reeling. What in the world is all of this? It even gives him a tip about affinity, showing Hayeon's face. He can't believe it was this all just a game? His hand tightens on the steering wheel, an unsettling emptiness filling him. Was she even real? Overwhelmed by countless questions, he's just a guy parked on the side of a highway, lost. The suffocating frustration and unease finally crash down on him. He leans forward, utterly drained, when the sudden chime of a notification cuts through his thoughts. It's a message from his Hyung, simply telling him to come to his place. This might be his only key to unlocking the mystery, so Doyeon hits the gas. He tries calling his Hyung on the way, needing some kind of explanation, but the call goes straight to voicemail, stoking his frustration and anxiety. He finally pulls into the empty, quiet parking garage of his Hyung's building. Arriving at the door, he's out of breath, a strange feeling of unease settling in. He calls out, but the apartment is dark and silent. Stepping inside, he finds the door was left wide open. What is going on? His Hyung is nowhere to be seen, but the room is a chaotic web of an intense investigation. His eyes scan the wall, trying to make sense of the news clippings and photos. And then he spots it, a document that freezes him in place. A missing person alert for Hayeon. He stares, his mind reeling. Hayeon? The girl from the game? He thought he'd only installed a game, nothing more. Not some twisted horror story with grinning, bloody masked killers. Standing alone in the dark, he questions what he's even looking at. Why is a character from a video game on a real-world missing person alert? It makes no sense. Why would his Hyung, a shut-in gamer, be investigating this stuff? A sudden, chilling possibility makes his heart stop. He looks closer at the wall and realizes they're all real cases, murders, and disappearances. He remembers seeing some of these on the news, and a specific memory of Hayeon's in-game death surfaces. The pieces start to connect, painting a picture far more terrifying than any game. He flips open the notebook, and the first question sends a shiver down his spine. Could it be true? Do the unjustly murdered really become characters in this game? His eyes widen, the horrifying possibility settling in like a stone in his gut. The notes detail the chilling rules. Ghosts are bound to their death sites, and the game can't be deleted. Just as he's processing this, a sudden, sharp clang echoes from the hallway. The sound triggers a terrifying memory from the game, a burning girl appearing in a doorway. He can almost hear her taunting voice, warning the player to hide well or be found. The bunny mask spirit stomped through the inferno, searching for her victim. A system alert had flashed across the screen. Her affection level was pure hatred. The only command was to run. She continued her relentless hunt, the player desperately cowering just out of her fiery sight. His mind flashes back to a key detail he'd overlooked in the game. A red ribbon. Then he sees it the ghost's fiery, distorted face, its voice echoing that it had found its prey. The memory of how the fire started becomes terrifyingly clear. A portable stove and a spray can. An explosion had ripped through the apartment building, sealing his brother's fate. The sprinklers went off, a useless gesture against the raging, supernatural inferno. He sees his brother, collapsed amidst the flames and water, wondering what this game truly was. His brother's final thoughts were a desperate question. Why did Doyon send him the link to this hell? He remembers the note his brother left. Not a request, but a desperate plea for forgiveness. And in the present, tears stream down Doyon's face as the crushing weight of his guilt hits him. The ghost had blamed his brother for everything, screaming that because of him, they had all died. The ghost's final words, "Because of you," echo as the scene is painted in blood. A pillar of dark energy had erupted from the apartment complex, sealing their fates. Doyon jolts back to the present, gasping for air inside his car, his mind reeling. He clutches his jacket, trying to fight back the overwhelming wave of panic. Damn it, how could this possibly be happening to him? He's alone in a sterile parking garage, the silence deafening. Frantically, he tries to call his brother, desperate for an answer. But there's no reply, leaving him to wonder what on earth his brother is doing. Time stretches on, his phone lying uselessly beside him. But in that crushing helplessness, a grim realization dawns, and he's learned a valuable lesson. He now understands the first rule of this nightmare: the game cannot be deleted. And as he scrolls through his profile, he discovers a second, even more terrifying rule. Those hearts on the screen aren't just for show. He's already lost 2 of his lives. He collapses, the absurdity of it all crashing down. A ghost dating sim where you bet your life? He knows the notebook he saw could hold answers, but the thought of returning there is paralyzing. But then, a memory of Ha-yeon surfaces, her words echoing in his mind. His fear gives way to a steely resolve. He made a promise, and sitting here won't change a thing. So he gets up and heads out, determined to find her old home and figure this out. But when he asks a local about the house, she tells him the family moved out over a year ago. A father and 2 daughters used to live there, but they left right after one of the girls went missing. He desperately asks for a new address, any contact info at all, but the woman just shuts him down with a grim warning. It's better if he stops looking. As he walks away, her words echo in his mind. The family wanted a fresh start. It dawns on him, do these people even know that Ha-yeon is dead? He looks out over the empty street, a wave of hopelessness washing over him. What was the point of coming here if they're long gone? His initial plan was to find her family, since Ha-yeon can only move at night. He thought he could somehow reunite them. But before he can sink further into his thoughts, his phone suddenly rings. It's a call from his mom. He answers, immediately launching into an excuse about something urgent coming up, saying he can't make it. But it's not his mom, it's his brother, who immediately chews him out for breaking another promise to the family. As Doyon tries to placate him, his eyes drift to a nearby telephone pole, and he freezes. Staring back at him from a faded flyer is a picture of Ha-yeon, a missing person poster from a year ago. He abruptly ends the call, muttering an apology, leaving his furious brother shouting his name into a dead phone. He tears the flyer from the pole, his mind racing. The notebook said wandering spirits disappear in the morning. Yet Ha-yeon had appeared in that deletion-type house during broad daylight, a clear contradiction. Looking closer, he sees her name on the flyer is Ha-in, age 22. He realizes the locals didn't know she was dead because her body was never found. A new plan forms. If he can find her body, maybe she can finally move on, and her family will get the call. He gets into his car, glancing at his phone with a groan of frustration. It's already almost 3 p.m. Time is slipping away. Leaning back in his seat, he worries about what he'll even find and what his friends will think if he comes back empty-handed. Meanwhile, under a dark and cloudy night sky, Ha-yeon sits alone on the edge of a highway overpass. Her ghostly eyes seem to notice something approaching from the darkness. She stands, stepping onto the empty road and raising a hand, a lonely spirit trying to flag down an unseen driver. A car just blurs past, ignoring her outstretched hand and leaving her alone once more. But she isn't worried, a faint, knowing smile on her lips as she remembers their promise. She tells herself not to rush. It hasn't been that long, he'll be here soon. And so she waits, her gaze turned towards the dark, clouded sky. Then, as if the heavens themselves begin to weep, the rain starts to pour down. She's suddenly huddled on the cold asphalt, drenched and alone in a storm of sorrow. Her body is covered in wounds, her spirit seemingly broken as she hides her face from the world. But a gentle voice cuts through the storm, asking if she's all right. And there he is, Doyon, holding an umbrella over her, sheepishly apologizing for being late. Tears well in her eyes as he calls out her name, finally seeing her, truly seeing her. She finally collapses against him, her voice trembling as she admits she thought he wasn't coming. Doyeon just offers a gentle, tired smile, glad he made it in time. He pulls her closer under the umbrella, promising that next time, he'll be here even earlier. With that, he gets her out of the storm and safely into his car, speeding away from the lonely road. He glances over, a little confused, and asks why she's standing so awkwardly in the passenger seat. Ha-yoon flushes with embarrassment, wishing she could just crawl into a hole and disappear. To break the tension, Doyeon reveals he actually stopped by her house earlier today. Her eyes widen with hope as she asks about her family, wondering if, by any chance, he mentioned her. But Doyeon has to deliver the bad news. He heard her family moved out a year ago. The light in her eyes dims as she processes this, quietly apologizing for making him go there for nothing. Doyeon, ever the problem solver, keeps a calm and reassuring smile on his face. He suggests they find a nearby convenience store to sit down and properly talk things over. He lays out a perfectly logical plan. They can try to contact her parents directly, and if that doesn't work, he'll even take her to the police, promising he won't abandon her. Her hands clench in her lap. His unwavering support feels almost too good to be true. She finally musters the courage to ask the one question that's been bothering her. Why is he helping her so much? She has nothing to give him in return. He could have just left her there. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. I should just delete the game, he thinks, but that's not something he can say out loud. He tries to play it cool, forcing a smile as he starts to form an answer, but a sudden notification lighting up his phone cuts him off mid-sentence. Doyeon's eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell is this? The game throws up a timed question, forcing him to choose an answer for why he's helping her. The clock is already ticking down from 10 seconds. Ha-yeon just stares at him, waiting patiently for his response as the timer drops to 7. He's completely flustered, stammering as the seconds bleed away. This is not a choice he can make. With no time left, he blurts out the first thing that comes to mind. It's because she's his type. The system locks in his answer, and to his horror, a small, knowing smile plays on her lips. She seems intrigued, her expression making him sweat even more. He immediately tries to backtrack, rambling about how he didn't mean it in a weird way, like a ghost fetish or something. Finally, he manages to say something genuine. He just wanted to help because he saw a beautiful person crying. Her expression softens at his clumsy, heartfelt answer. But then a new thought occurs to her, and she asks if he came to this place on purpose. Because as they drive down the rainy street, it's lined with motels and hotels. The car's GPS cheerfully announces they've arrived at their destination. A cold sweat breaks out on Doyeon's face as he realizes the horrible misunderstanding. They pull up, of all places, right in front of a cheap-looking motel. He practically leaps out of the car, frantically pointing to the convenience store next door. Walking under the umbrella, he explains he had to be sure, since she brought him to such a shady area. She coyly explains that some people only help to extort families or ask for other things. Then she sincerely thanks him, leaving Doyeon stunned as she says she'd be back on the streets without him. Doyeon frantically insists he never thought of anything like that, but she just laughs it off. He's utterly flustered as she admits she just loves teasing him for his funny reactions. He begs her to stop, and she leans in with a cute, insincere apology. She then adds that, thanks to him, she feels a lot more at ease now, murmuring that he doesn't seem like that kind of person, which just leaves Doyeon confused. She quickly dismisses his question, claiming she was just talking to herself. Turning their attention to the store, they realize their immediate problem. It's closed. Doyeon pulls out his phone, suggesting they should probably find somewhere else to go. But Ha-yeon looks back at him with an idea, proposing that instead of leaving, they could just go into the motel to take shelter from the rain and have a chat. Doyeon is completely stunned, his mind blanking at her incredibly forward suggestion. Next thing he knows, they're in a motel room, and Ha-yeon dives onto the bed with pure joy. Watching her marvel at how soft it is, he can't help but let out a small, amused smile. He asks if she really came just for the bed, but she explains he wouldn't understand how much she missed it. After all, she'd been living on cold asphalt, seeing nothing but an endless highway and hearing the cries of deer. She then pats the spot next to her, telling Doyeon he should lie down too. He immediately flushes red, begging her not to say things that could be so easily misunderstood. Taking off his jacket, he decides to change the subject, explaining something he learned about ghosts. He pulls out a weathered flyer, revealing that spirits with bodies tend to linger where they died. It's a missing person report for her, from 2 years ago, which he found at her old house. He explains that even after calling the authorities, she's still officially considered a missing person. With a heavy heart, Doyeon gently asks her to tell him what happened. Ha-yoon's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a quiet, haunted sadness. She admits that even she doesn't fully remember the details of that night. Her memory flashes back to her walking home alone down a deserted street after her part-time job. In an instant, a speeding car barrels down the road, the impact sending debris flying. The next thing she knew, she was regaining consciousness on the cold, hard asphalt. The scene shows her broken form lying crumpled in the street. The luxury car stopped nearby. A man stumbles out of the driver's seat, looking drunk and immediately reaching for his phone. But his call stops short, as a chilling realization dawns on him his victim is still breathing. He slowly approached her, not with concern, but with a terrifying darkness in his eyes. His hands found her throat, squeezing the last bit of consciousness from her. The next thing she knew, she was being thrown into the back of his car. And as he drove, she caught a glimpse of a single, damning clue. A rose tattoo on his hand. They arrived at a secluded, abandoned warehouse far from any prying eyes. But that's where her memory cuts off, a hazy fog she can't penetrate. Back in the present, she apologizes for not remembering more, but Doyon reassures her. He asks if she knew her attacker, but she confirms it was a complete stranger. Doyon's mind races, connecting the dots. A drunk driver panicked and tried to hide his crime. A quiet, burning rage settles in as his fist clenches tight. This wasn't just an accident anymore. With his course set, Doyon lays out the first step. They'll use satellite maps to find abandoned warehouses and locate her body. He turns to her, a grim determination in his eyes, declaring that they will catch this criminal together. A murderer must pay. To speed things up, he asks if she remembers her family's contact info, since it wasn't on the missing person poster. But the question makes Ha-Yun falter, her hands clenching as a new anxiety takes hold. She looks down, the weight of lost time suddenly crashing down on her. A heartbreaking fear surfaces. What if her family stopped looking? What if her return would only cause them more pain? Doyon immediately dismisses the thought. That won't happen, he says with certainty. He sits down beside her, gently explaining that her family went through hell trying to find her, even moving away because the old house held too many memories. He remembers talking to her old neighbors, who all said the same thing. Her family was incredibly close. Doyon looks at her, a small, reassuring smile on his face. He tells her she's not the only one who wants to see her family again, and even if things don't go as planned, he promises he'll be there to help her. Touched, a tearful smile spreads across Ha-Yun's face. She realizes he went to all this trouble just for her, and she's overwhelmed with gratitude. Doyon simply accepts her thanks, feeling both sorry for her past and hopeful for her future. And right on cue, a system notification confirms it. Her affection level has skyrocketed. His phone then displays a contact for a Ha Byomtae, with a grim status, a face he'll never see again. He turns to her, asking if that's her father's name, explaining it just appeared on his screen. Her eyes go wide with shock and hope as she scrambles toward him, desperate to see. But in her frantic rush, she trips over something on the floor, and she comes tumbling down, landing right in his lap in a heap on the ground. For a moment, the air is still, as she just looks up at him from his lap. Doyon is completely frozen, caught off guard by the sudden, awkward closeness. But her shock quickly melts away into a sly, playful little grin. She starts laughing at his flustered face, ignoring his complaints that she's heavy. Oh, she's not letting him off that easy, immediately pointing out his bright red ears. That's his limit. He gives her a light push on the head to get her to stop. But even as he acts tough, he can't quite hide the blush creeping up his neck. He points out that he knows that look in her eyes. It's the one she gets right before she starts teasing him. Deciding to retreat, he grabs a towel, announcing he needs a shower after the last 2 days. As he walks off, he brings them back to reality. They need to figure out what to message her family. With him gone, Ha-Yun finally takes a moment for herself. She collapses onto the bed, sighing in pure bliss. It's been so long since she felt this comfortable. A smile creeps onto her face as she thinks about how fun it is to be with him. Curling up, she quietly wishes that this peaceful night would never end. Meanwhile, Doyon finally gets a chance to wash up. He lets the hot water run, trying to wash away the exhaustion of the last 2 days. But even the shower can't seem to cool the blush, still lingering from her teasing. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the ringing of a phone on the table. Ha-Yun's eyes snap towards the sound, her quiet moment interrupted. She slowly approaches the table, wondering who could possibly be calling. The screen lights up with an incoming call from Sakya Hyung Doyon's older brother. But on the other side of that call, his brother is huddled and broken in the pouring rain. He clutches his phone, his last lifeline, desperately begging for Doyon to pick up. A sickening crawl sounds out, as something drags itself across the floor, leaving a bloody smear. Sakya's face contorts in pure, undiluted terror at the sound he hears right behind him. A chilling, distorted voice whispers out, calling him Appa. He looks up to see a nightmarish creature crawling towards him, part woman, part spider. It corners him, its voice dripping with venom, asking why he's running away. She reminds him of his promise, of the date they were supposed to have, her mangled face a mask of fury. But back in the apartment, the phone continues to ring, the call ultimately failing as no one answers. Ha-yeon silently observes him, sensing that the missed call was more important than he lets on. But Do-yeon just brushes it off with a casual smile, saying they'll call back if it's urgent. Yet, for a split second, a deep unease flashes in his eyes, a silent prayer that nothing is actually wrong. He quickly changes the subject, getting up to flick off the living room lights. They move to his bedroom, where the soft glow of the television illuminates the space. Ha-yeon peeks over the edge of his bed, genuinely concerned about him sleeping on the hard floor. He just chuckles, making a simple excuse about his back hurting from gaming all day. She settles onto the bed, a small, knowing smile on her face as she watches him. Now that they have a quiet moment, her curiosity takes over, and the questions begin to flow. She asks about his work, his past, and brings up his family, wondering if he comes from a line of shamans. Do-yeon just chuckles, denying any connection to the world of shamans. He explains he's just a game streamer, and she's actually the first spirit he's ever seen. Leaning over the bed, Ha-yeon asks if this strange new ability just appeared out of nowhere. A playful glint appears in her eyes as she teases him about being his first. She then asks to visit his apartment, curious to see his streaming setup, but he deflects, embarrassed by the mess. His reluctance, however, only makes her want to see it even more. As the sun begins to rise, he finally agrees to invite her over once her ghostly business is settled. A moment of silence passes, and her playful mood shifts to something more serious. She turns to him, a hint of hesitation in her voice as she asks one final question. Lying on the floor, Do-yeon simply looks up, waiting patiently for her to speak. With a hopeful smile, Ha-yeon asks if she'll be able to see him again tomorrow. And just like that, she vanishes, leaving Do-yeon alone in the silent motel room. He calls out her name, a hint of surprise in his voice, but she's already gone. His phone suddenly chimes, a system notification declaring their midnight date officially over. The game calculates his performance, and he watches with mild curiosity as it lands on a respectable A- rank. For his trouble, the system tosses him a cool 60 LP, another step forward. Do-yeon clenches his fist, a quiet resolve hardening his expression. The next day, he gets dressed and heads out, a man on a mission. Arriving at an apartment, he announces he's here, just as he promised he would be. But the man who greets him offers only a cold, judgmental stare, calling him pathetic for even showing up. Do-yeon keys in the door code, his father's insults echoing in his mind as he just tries to get this over with. The door clicks open, revealing the pristine, sterile apartment of his family. He takes a hesitant step inside, his expression already laced with anxiety. And there, waiting for him, is his father, his gaze as cold and unforgiving as ever. The sheer pressure makes Do-yeon break into a cold sweat. This is clearly not a welcome visit. His father asks how he's been, but the tone is dripping with condescension. Do-yeon can only manage a tight, awkward smile, trying to brave the storm. From the kitchen, his mother offers a small reprieve, telling him to wait for his brother. A lavish meal is laid out on the table, a feast clearly not prepared in his honor. At dinner, his father heaps praise on his brother, the successful doctor, making Do-yeon feel even smaller. Do-yeon can only sit there and take it, the praise for his brother stinging like a slap. His father scolds his mother for worrying, asking why shed pressure the son who's already doing so well. But the brother just smiles, smoothly telling everyone it's fine, that dad is just speaking from experience. With a pained expression, their mother admits she's just relieved to have her eldest, her successful son, at home. The brother then turns the attention directly onto Do-yeon, asking how he's been doing these days. Caught completely off guard, Do-yeon stammers, knowing his father is just waiting for him to fail. He finally mumbles that he's managing somehow, an answer that satisfies no one, especially his father. His mind drifts back. He ran away 3 years ago, knowing he had no right to ever return to this house. The suffocating atmosphere is too much. Do-yeon gets up, ready to escape this family reunion from hell. But just as he's tying his shoes, his brother's voice cuts through the silence, asking where he thinks he's going. Do-yeon mumbles a weak excuse, claiming he's just heading to the convenience store. But his brother turns back, a smug, all-knowing look on his face. He lectures from above, musing that 3 years is long enough. It's time to get his life together. Do-yeon finally snaps, his voice raw as he tells his brother this has nothing to do with him. He'll handle his own life, he declares, his hand tightening on the doorknob. With a click, he's out the door and in the hallway, finally free of the suffocating judgment. But then his phone buzzes, and what he sees stops him dead in his tracks. A message history, one side desperately pleading for him to call, that his daughter is waiting, and a cold, cruel reply sent from his number, telling them to leave his new family alone. A jolt of pure panic hits him, and he breaks into a desperate sprint down the corridor. His preparations flash through his mind, a stop at a lonely hardware store for a single, grim purpose. He'd tallied up the costs: gas, money, motel fees, and now a shovel. It was going to be a rough month, but his date had granted him an unexpected resource: love points, awarded based on his relationship score. These points could be spent in the system's strange little store, filled with mysterious items, and one in particular seemed perfect for this situation: a magnifying glass that could reveal information. He remembers sitting alone in his room, deciding to use the item just in case. Now he's back in the car, phone mounted on the dash, navigating toward the unknown. The system's voice chimes in, he's arrived at his destination. His eyes sharpen with focus. He pulls up to a desolate area, surrounded by rundown warehouses and shipping containers. With the shovel firmly in hand, he knows this is the place. There are 3 warehouses here, just like where he first met Ha-Yun. He checks his phone, confident that photos from 2 years ago confirm this is the right place. The problem, however, is the only clue he has is a single, vague picture of some trees. Still, he hardens his resolve it's better than nothing, and hell search the whole mountain if needed. But as the sun hangs high in the sky, the sheer scale of the forest is daunting. After hours of fruitless searching, Doyon is exhausted and panting, sweat beading on his face. The crushing realization hits him this task is completely impossible. How is he supposed to find one specific tree with a hole in a place that's full of them? He questions why he has to be the one to do this impossible task. A new thought surfaces. Maybe he should just convince Ha-Yun's family to get involved instead. But he pushes on, determined that first, he needs to meet Ha-Yun one more time. But his body gives out before his will does, sending him tumbling down the wooded slope. He lands in a heap, mocking himself for how pathetically out of shape he is. And in that moment of weakness, the memory of Ha-Yun's desperate plea cuts through his thoughts. Her face, her tears, it all comes flooding back, silencing his own complaints. He pushes himself up from the ground, a single question echoing in his mind. What is he even doing here? As the sun begins to set, he continues his search, wondering why he's going this far for her. His own life, his own problems, suddenly feel a lot more pressing. He checks his phone, looking at a social media post about the very ghost he's trying to help. He has rent to pay and no time for this, and yet, he raises the shovel and plunges it into the dirt. He digs into the cold earth, all while questioning why he's doing this for someone he met just 2 days ago. With every heave of the shovel, his mind races, trying to find a logical reason for all this. Surely, he thinks, there must be an easier way to just delete the game. And then, in a flash of dawning horror, he understands. He stumbles back from the hole, the dirt scattering around him. It clicks into place. This was never about him, or his game, or his problems. Deep down, he just couldn't stand the thought of leaving her to suffer alone. As he kneels by the disturbed earth, the weight of his discovery settles in. But a gentle voice suddenly calls his name, cutting through the night. He looks up, and there, stepping out from behind a tree, is the girl herself. It's Ha-Yun, but her appearance is clean, whole, so different from the ghost he knows. She smiles gently, explaining that when she awoke, she was simply back to normal. But her gaze quickly fills with concern as she looks at him. She points out that he's the one who looks like a mess, covered in dirt. Doyon panics, trying to pull her away, insisting they talk somewhere less dangerous. But his frantic movements only draw her attention past him. Her eyes widen in shock as she finally sees the freshly dug grave. He can't find the words, but she understands now he was the one who found her. She explains that this was the first time she'd woken up here, in the forest. With a reassuring smile, she tells him it's okay. She was always aware that she was dead. She just asks him not to make such a pained face on her account. Her hand gently cups his face as she asks him a simple question. This isn't his fault, is it? Seeing his tears, she tells him not to cry, because his pain is only making her heart ache. And with that, she's gone, leaving Doyon to do the right thing and call the police, who now swarm the scene. He stands by the flashing lights, having given his initial statement to the first responders. An officer approaches, confirming he's the one who first reported the body. But then, a man in plainclothes steps forward, flashing a badge, Detective Han Young-cheol, Violent Crimes Unit. The detective's smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. He's just come from the scene and has a lot of questions. He recounts Doyon's story. He just happened to be passing by and found a body? The detective points out how unbelievable that sounds, especially since he somehow had a shovel with him. The air grows heavy as the detective asks the one question Doyon can't easily answer. Why was he here so late with a shovel? The detective's gaze is sharp, claiming this is just simple curiosity for now. But he corners Doyon, pointing out how suspicious it is that he knew the exact burial spot. Flustered, Doyon blurts out that he did it because he felt bad for Hyeon. The detective latches onto the name. Haeyeon? The body isn't even identified. He scoffs, asking if the dead victim told him her name. Doyon's mind spins. He can't show him the game. He'll just be labeled a lunatic. Suddenly, Haeyeon's spirit appears, desperate to tell them Doyon was only trying to help her. But her voice is lost as an older man bursts through the police tape, calling out frantically. Haeyeon looks over, her expression frozen in utter shock. A single, whispered word escapes her ghostly lips. Dad? The man, her father, points at Doyon, confirming he's the one who contacted him about his daughter. A flashback reveals the desperate call Doyon made, telling the man had found his daughter's body. Back in the present, the grieving father grabs Doyon, demanding to know where his little girl is. Doyon's eyes widen in panic. He can't exactly explain how he knows all this. He almost blurts out that Haeyeon is standing right there beside him, but catches himself just in time. But Detective Han steps in, coolly informing the man that the victim's identity hasn't even been confirmed. Doyon can only watch, trapped between the father's grief and the detective's cold logic. Unseen by the others, Haeyeon's spirit clenches her fist, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears well in her eyes as she whispers her father's name, a sound only Doyon can hear. Her own tragic memories begin to surface. She's been wandering completely alone for 2 long years. All that time, she never gave up, believing her family was still searching for her, even in death. A chilling thought grips Haeyeon. If even her own dad can't see her, what hope is left? Her despair twists into raw fury, a desperate cry against being abandoned and alone once more. As her ghostly attachment intensifies, a warm hand suddenly clasps hers. It's Doyon, holding her spectral form, quietly reassuring her that she is still right here. He turns back to the detective with a knowing smirk, ready to answer that sarcastic question from before. He begins to tell a story of driving on a dark highway when a bloody, disheveled woman appeared. His first instinct was pure terror. He'd never seen a ghost and only thought of escape. But then he saw her crying, begging him for help, pleading not to be left alone. Looking straight at the grieving father, Doyon finally reveals the ghost's name. Haeyeon. He admits he came all this way just for her, even if they'll never believe how he knows. Doyon lays it out plainly for the disbelieving men. It seems he can see dead people. The detective scoffs, but Haeyeon's father's eyes widen with a sliver of desperate hope, asking if his daughter is truly here. With a calm smile, Doyon confirms it, gesturing to the empty space beside him. She's right here, right now. The father falls silent, the weight of this impossible claim pressing down on him. He suddenly turns away without another word, heading back toward his car for a moment. When he returns, he's holding a worn, yellow plushie, which he presents to Doyon. This was his daughter's most cherished possession, a treasure he's carried ever since she vanished, praying for her return. His gaze hardens with resolve, a final, desperate gamble for the truth. He issues the ultimate test. If Haeyeon is really here, ask her the name of this doll. At Doyon's side, a spectral hand clenches, the answer ready to be spoken. The yellow plushie begins to glow, floating ominously between the father's trembling hands. His face is a mask of pure disbelief, a secret only he and his daughter could possibly know. The nearby detective and officer can only stare, completely baffled by this impossible event. Then, with a casual air, Doyon speaks the name whispered into his ear. Manga. A calm, knowing smile spreads across his face, the final nail in their skepticism. He confirms it's from Haeyeon herself, as her spectral form lovingly hugs her cherished doll. This little miracle, of course, lands Doyon an immediate trip down to the police station. He finds himself sitting through an intense interrogation, the detectives watching his every move. Stepping out of the room, he gasps for air, the pressure having been almost suffocating. But his eyes are sharp, his resolve hardened. The real fight is only just beginning. Outside the station, Haeyeon's spirit waves a final, bittersweet farewell to Doyon. He's soon joined by her father, sharing a moment over a couple of canned coffees. The old man bows his head, thanking Doyon profusely for helping his daughter. He laments that she lived a hard life under a worthless father like him. Tears stream down his face, his heart torn apart by guilt and sorrow. He desperately asks what will become of his daughter now, lost and alone. Doyon looks at him and asks if it would be okay to relay a message from Haeyeon. He turns slightly, listening to a voice only he can hear, before speaking her words. Haeyeon was worried, not for herself, but for the family she had to leave behind. She's just glad her father is enduring, asking only that he remembers her sometimes. Her final message was one of love, telling him she was happy to be his daughter, and apologizing for leaving first. As the father weeps, a small, comforting touch from the plushie Doyon holds reaches out to him. With tears streaming down her spectral face, Haeyeon makes one last, heartfelt request. If she were to be reborn, she asks, would it be okay to be his daughter all over again? The question shatters the old man's composure. He clutches the doll, crying out his daughter's name, his heart overflowing with love and sorrow. He tells her spirit that he too was happy to be her father, giving her the peace she needed to pass on. The emotional toll of the encounter leaves Doyon exhausted, slumped over on a bench. But then, a familiar purple screen appears, a branching point quest notification for his efforts. Haeyeon's soul is freed, but he's given a choice to stay with her, a choice he might come to regret. With a soft thud, the doll representing her soul falls to the ground, ready for departure. But Haeyeon's spirit lingers, turning to Doyon, uncertain of what to do next. The system coldly asks if he'll ask her on a date, but she whispers that she doesn't want to go like this. Watching her begin to fade away into particles of light, Doyon makes his choice. He recalls his promise, the one he made to invite her to his place once the case was closed. He argues that it's not over yet. They still need to catch her killer, and for that, he needs her help. He even throws her own confession back at her, reminding her that she didn't want to leave either. With a determined reach, he formally asks the ghostly girl if she would like to come to his house. Unseen by them, a detective watches from a distance, completely bewildered by the one-sided conversation. While Doyon second-guesses his emotional decision, Haeyeon is left blushing, completely overwhelmed by his offer. With a radiant smile, Haeyeon eagerly accepts, admitting she never wanted to part ways like this. And so, the two of them head back towards his apartment complex. On the stairs, Doyon gives a shy warning that his place is small and messy, but she just brushes it off, saying her home was small and old too as they slip through the door. She looks around his place, surprised to find it's actually much cleaner than he led her to believe. With a happy blush, Haeyeon announces she's looking forward to living together, and so their peculiar cohabitation begins. But sharing a space with a spirit isn't so simple, as strange things begin to happen in the dark. A textbook poltergeist event occurs, with objects floating on their own, moved by an unseen force. It seems Haeyeon is struggling, panting heavily as she tries to rein in her own spiritual energy. As she glitches through a door, Doyon rushes to help, telling her to hang on as she cries out that she's trying her best. He reaches for the doorknob, guiding her hand as she struggles to manifest her will. With a final jolt, the lock clicks and the door swings open. She did it. But her victory is short-lived as the unstable energy sends her flying into the room. Doyon rushes to check on her, only to find Haeyeon beaming with pride over her success. She admits her control is still weak, but hopes to practice enough to at least help him with cooking. He finds her abilities curious for a ghost, but gently tells her she doesn't need to worry about housework. She insists, saying she just wants to contribute somehow, especially since she heard he lives off ramen. A warm smile crosses his face. He appreciates her stubborn kindness more than she knows. But as another object on the desk begins to rattle, he reminds her they should be careful. He tells her not to overdo it, and to just let him know if she ever needs anything at all. He gently reminds her that he's the only one who can see her, so there's no need to feel burdened. Whatever challenges come their way, he promises they'll figure them out together. His words catch her completely off guard, leaving her flustered and speechless. Then it hits her together? The implications of that word send her mind spinning. She realizes with a jolt that this is essentially cohabitation. They're living together now. Doyon reflects on how Haeyeon stopped returning to the highway after her body was discovered. Since she's no longer bound there, she should be able to walk around freely now. He also recalls meeting her father, who expressed his immense gratitude and apologies. The man had pressed a wad of cash into his hand, insisting he couldn't accept the help for free. Back in the present, he opens his fridge, finally feeling like he can take a moment to breathe. He scrolls through his phone, but there's still no word on the game, and that deleted version is a puzzle he can't solve. A far more pressing issue, however, is his bank account, which is bleeding money. On top of that, he's got to revisit the police station and work overtime just to catch up. Exhausted, he turns to Haeyeon, suggesting they get some rest before his broadcast tonight. Her eyes light up, and with a sly smile, she asks if he means they should sleep now. The single bed in his small room suddenly feels charged with unspoken meaning. But Doyon grabs a blanket, announcing he'll take the kitchen floor so she can have the room. He flicks off the light switch, leaving her in the dark. Peeking back in, he insists it's fine. She's the guest and should be comfortable. As he closes the door, a faint, touched smile graces Haeyeon's lips. She realizes he left the door slightly ajar, a small gesture of consideration. Nestled in his bed, Haeyeon smiles, thinking that this is just the kind of person Doyon is. The subtle scent of fabric softener and the neatness of his room feel surprisingly comforting. It's a peace she hasn't felt in a very long time, and her mind begins to drift. She's pulled back into a memory of her past life, sitting with friends in a cafe. One of her friends gives her a knowing look, tired of hearing her relationship troubles. They ask her what happened with that handsome senior who had a crush on her. Haeyeon calmly explains that she rejected him, much to their shock. Her friends can't believe it, protesting that he was rich and good-looking. But she just smiles, explaining she had too much to do, study, work, and get a scholarship for her family. She admits that just like anyone else, she wanted to date and travel, keeping a secret bucket list of her own. But reality was long hours at the convenience store, a never-ending cycle of work and study. In the quiet of her room, she'd collapse, wondering if all her hard work would ever truly pay off. A bittersweet smile crosses her lips as a different memory surfaces. Her thoughts drift to her old graduation album, a relic of a life left behind. The flashback fades, and she finds herself back in the present, watching Doyeon sleeping peacefully. She quietly kneels down beside him, a silent guardian in the dim light of his room. Her mind wanders again, to a time a friend asked her what kind of guy she was even into. Her friend was completely bewildered when Haeyeon admitted her type was maybe a bit of a nerd. She happily listed the traits. Someone innocent, kind only to her, and a gentle soul she could lean on. Her friends just laughed, doubting a guy like that even existed in the real world. As she gently brushes his hair back, she can't help but smile. Against all odds, she realizes she actually found one. She thinks he looks much better with his bangs up, silently thanking him for saving her. But a wave of guilt washes over her. She feels like she's only ever been a burden. If only she were an ordinary person, she could repay him somehow. Just then, an arm suddenly grabs her, pulling her off balance. Her eyes widen in complete and utter shock. Doyeon, still fast asleep, has pulled her right into his arms. Her face explodes in a blush as she wonders, is he sleep-talking, or is this for real? Her heart pounds as she tries to pull her arm away from his grip, but Doyeon just holds on tighter, murmuring desperately in his sleep, begging someone not to leave him. Then, he says a name, Hyeojong. And just like that, Haeyeon's blush is replaced with pure confusion. Turns out, this dramatic scene isn't a past trauma, it's just Doyeon dreaming about a dating simulation game. The game's text boxes lay out the path to a character's heart, a puzzle he's solving even in his sleep. He's reached the final stage, leaning in for that perfect, story-ending kiss. The emotion is so real he actually wakes himself up, wiping a tear from his eye. Back at his desk, he quickly tries to play it off, insisting to his viewers that he was just yawning. He claims a change of genre is just for study, a way to keep things fresh. Watching him, Haeyeon just smirks from the bed, teasing him under his screen name, UT. She watches him stretch, thinking that she's seeing a whole new side of him. Leaning in with a curious smile, she wonders what kind of student Doyeon used to be. And more importantly, just who is this Kwon Hyeojong from his dream? The name lingers on her lips, her expression turning thoughtful. But for the stream, she puts on a bright smile, waving goodbye to his audience. Once the broadcast is over, he turns to her, asking if he was too loud. She teases him again, asking if the game was really so touching it made him cry. He brushes it off and mentions he has editing work that might take all night. He reflects that, even though it may not look like it, he manages just fine on his own. But then he offers to take her out, and she immediately gets flustered, insisting she's fine right there. He smirks, playing it cool and suggesting they get some fresh air since he's feeling cramped. Haeyeon's eyes widen, her expression hopeful, as she asks if he'll take her with him. With a shy but determined look, she reveals a specific place she's always wanted to go. It's the night sea, a dream she wrote down on her bucket list before she died. Seeing her genuine wish, a small smile plays on Doyeon's lips. He pulls out his phone, ready to look up a nearby beach for them to visit. But his internal monologue kicks in. He's on a tight schedule with work and a tight budget. Suddenly, his reality glitches, presenting him with a classic dating sim choice menu. Hess reminded that this isn't just a friendly outing, he's pursuing a target. And when that target is a powerful ghost, one wrong choice could lead to a very, very bad end. He's been following the script, playing by the rules the game presents him. But a realization hits him. This isn't a game, it's reality. He can make his own choices. Haeyeon's voice snaps him out of his scheming, her expression laced with concern. He quickly plays it cool, apologizing for being lost in thought. She seems to buy his excuse that he was just planning the best place to go. But in his mind, he's already decided to test the system, to try something off-menu. With a confident smile, he turns to propose his clever little compromise. Instead of the sea, he suggests a nearby reservoir, a much more practical option. The words leave his mouth before he can stop them, and instant regret washes over his face. A system alert flashes. Choosing an unlisted option incurs a penalty. His clever plan just backfired. But instead of disappointment, Haeyeon's expression softens with surprise. A small, almost hesitant sound escapes her lips. Then, to his shock, she breaks into a radiant smile, agreeing that the reservoir is a great idea. And so, they arrive at the lakeside boardwalk, the night air crisp around them. She stands by the railing, gazing at the starlit sky, genuinely impressed by the view. Turning back to him, she admits this turned out much better than she ever expected. He apologizes for not taking her to the beach, but she insists just being here is more than enough. With a gentle smile, she suggests they walk a little further and enjoy the moment. Doyeon watches her, relieved that despite the penalty warning, everything seems to be fine. But checking his phone, he sees the system confirm her good mood, making him question if this is truly a game at all. But as he watches her, a sobering thought crosses his mind. What will happen to Hayeon when this game is finally over? The night is quiet, the only sound being the gentle croak of a frog on the boardwalk. As they walk, he asks her age, and she reveals she's 24, making him realize she's older than him. She thinks for a moment, recalling she was 22 when she died. So they're the same age now, so should she just call him a friend? Doyeon smiles warmly, suggesting it's fine to just stay as they are, since changing things now would feel strange. He then admits they don't know much about each other, and asks what she did before. Hayeon playfully tells him to guess. He ventures a guess. A college student? Her surprised expression shows he's right on the money. He explains it's a common path for their age group, but she proudly leans in, boasting that she was a top student on a scholarship. Doyeon cheekily remarks that she doesn't really look the type, earning a sharp, indignant question from her. He quickly clarifies his meaning, it's just that she's so pretty, a comment that stops her dead in her tracks. A faint blush creeps onto Hayeon's lips, the compliment catching her completely off guard. She quickly recovers, playfully accusing him of using that innocent look to charm girls. Leaning closer, she changes the subject entirely, asking if he really hugged her last night. Doyeon completely loses his composure, sputtering that it was just him talking in his sleep. She finds his flustered reaction absolutely adorable, teasing him as his face turns bright red. The two of them stand together on the pier, the playful mood settling into a comfortable silence. He finds himself thinking that even though she appeared out of nowhere, he feels okay with it. Looking at her, he realizes he feels a sense of relief, a joy in just being with someone. He glances at his phone, a small smile forming on his face. Maybe downloading this game wasn't so bad after all, as a notification shows her affection has risen. Feeling comfortable, Hayeon decides to ask him something, and Doyeon happily agrees, but she hesitates, waving it off as if it's nothing serious. Then, she shatters the calm night, mentioning she saw a name in the graduation album, Kwon Hyojeong. The name hits Doyeon like a bolt of lightning, and he whips around, completely stunned. He turns back to where she was standing, but she's vanished into thin air. He calls out her name, his voice filled with a growing sense of panic. What is happening? His mind races, terrified she might have run off onto the highway again. Just then, a sudden buzz from his phone cuts through his frantic thoughts. A chilling notification flashes across the screen. Matchmaking successful. The game warns him to leave if he doesn't want to date her, because her affection level is now despair. And in that instant, a horrific vision claws its way into his reality. A raw scream tears from Doyeon's throat as he stumbles backward in pure terror. This wasn't a game anymore. This was a life-risking simulation. The horrifying truth dawns on him as he sees a vision of a headless body, a warning of what's to come. He snaps back to reality, his eyes darting around wildly. The phantom terror sends him crashing to the wooden planks, his mind completely shattered. But then, a familiar voice cuts through the panic. It's Hayeon, back at his side and worried. She rushes to him, trying to shake him out of his daze, insisting that she's right there. Doyeon's hand shoots out, grabbing her shoulder as he stares with wide, unseeing eyes. His fingers brush against her lips, a desperate check to see if she's real, leaving her utterly bewildered. But Hayoon's confusion turns to shock as she follows his terrified gaze. Doyeon stares right past her, his voice trembling as he asks what fresh hell has just arrived. Across the room, a grotesque creature with matted hair drags itself forward on spider-like limbs. He desperately tries to strategize, thinking maybe he can talk to this thing, and reaches for his phone. But this monster isn't interested in conversation, lunging at him in a terrifying blur. He barely dodges the attack, a flicker of overconfident relief on his face. That relief evaporates in a split second. The creature is already on him, its mangled face inches from his own, gurgling with pure malice. A brutal strike connects with his face before he can even scream. The impact is so savage, it sends his eyeballs rocketing right out of their sockets. Scrambling to his feet, he screams that this has to be some kind of sick joke. His phone lights up with a chilling update. The girl has no head, and his only option is to run. This is too much. He admits to himself that a coward like him can't handle this level of horror. He remembers he can just leave the date, deciding to escape now and worry about Hayeon later. But as he turns to run, his foot snags on something dark, and slick on the pier. He tumbles forward, landing hard and realizing he just tripped over a severed head. A system alert chimes in, informing him his choice to flee has turned her despair into raw hatred. The head on the ground lets out a choked gurgle, its mangled eyes staring right at him. Vicious tendrils of hair lash out, ensnaring his leg as a final warning flashes. Get out immediately. Trapped, he desperately backpedals, pathetically trying to apologize and calm the vengeful spirit down. In a blind panic, his only instinct is to lash out, kicking wildly at the horrific face. But his frantic struggle is useless, as he's violently dragged backwards across the pier. He screams for it to just get away, to leave him alone, kicking at the source of his terror. The spectral hair tightens its grip, yanking him clean off the wooden planks. His world flips upside down, terror seizing him as he plummets toward the dark water. A heavy splash echoes in the night as he's swallowed by the cold lake. Immediately, he's pulled under, sinking rapidly into the crushing abyss. His lungs burning, he claws desperately at the tendrils wrapped tight around his ankle. He begs for release, the pressure building as his vision starts to blur from the lack of air. But his strength is fading, and the vengeful spirit just keeps pulling him deeper into the darkness. His hand reaches desperately for a surface that's already gone. Water rushes into his lungs, a burning pain that fills him with paralyzing fear. As his consciousness fades, he almost wishes for death to come quickly. His body goes limp, his eyes roll back, and he finally succumbs to the crushing depths. The system calmly announces his death, and his avatar dissolves into red mist. But in the next instant, his eyes snap open with a jolt of pure shock. Hez back on the wooden planks, gasping desperately for air he didn't have a moment ago. He violently coughs up the very water that just claimed his life. Staring at the puddle, he admits a dark thought. He almost welcomed it, to be with Ha-yeon. But he quickly scolds himself for such an arrogant idea, remembering this is a game to be won. But as he regains his composure, a horrifying sight peeks through the railing, a disembodied head. And a chilling realization dawns on him if he's back at the start. Then that means the monster is back too, its headless body shambling just feet away. He grips his phone, the memories of dying over and over again flooding his mind. Was it really a sin to just install a game? Why was this happening to him? The system cuts through his panic, summarizing his last pathetic attempt and offering him a new choice. He knows running will just lead to another meaningless death. Communication seems like the only real option. But his mind starts to spin. Who does he even talk to? The head? The body? Taking a shaky breath, he forces himself to think rationally. Okay, let's just take this slow. He cautiously approaches the floating head, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. With a strained, sweaty smile, he tries to sound friendly, asking if it needs any help. His plan is simple. First, he needs to reassure this terrifying head and show he means no harm. But the silence is deafening, and his forced composure begins to crumble as he begs for any kind of response. Suddenly, a muffled whimper escapes from behind the tape as the head's eyes glow with an ominous red light. It then lurches forward, floating menacingly just inches away from his face. But as the whimpering continues, he realizes it's not a sound of aggression, it's a sound of pain. Doyeon's expression shifts. That wasn't a monster's growl, it was a desperate cry for help. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he asks again, this time with dawning understanding, if it wants to talk. He carefully kneels down, reaching for the grimy tape, and gently asks if it's okay to peel it off. With the gag finally removed, he looks down with genuine concern, asking if she's all right. But the moment it's free, the head lets out a raw, guttural scream of pure agony. The game system chimes in, offering him a tempting choice. Now's his chance to run. But a much crazier option pops into his head should he try sticking it back on her neck. He realizes his repeated deaths have numbed him, and his curiosity is starting to outweigh his fear. Looking into her tormented eyes, he needs to know what story led her to this terrible fate. So, with a deep breath, he picks up the head and walks it over to the waiting, headless body. Gently, carefully, he places her head back upon her shoulders, hoping he's made the right call. And instantly, the system confirms it. Her affection level skyrockets and her state stabilizes. A warm light glows as the gruesome seam on her neck begins to heal and disappear. Now standing before him, the reassembled girl finally speaks, her voice trembling with desperation. All her pain and torment pour out in a single, desperate plea. She begs him to get her out of this awful place, her form dissolving in a brilliant flash of light. As the sun rises, a system message confirms the midnight date has officially concluded. Doyeon checks his phone to see his results. A respectable 80 points, but with a death penalty applied. His final romance rank lands at a B-, not exactly the perfect score he might have hoped for. He sighs, a strange feeling of unease settling in as the second date comes to a close. But he's not alone for long. As the real Ha-yeon, whole and in her school uniform, appears before him. Tears stream down her face as she looks at him, her eyes filled with a story of their own. The emotional weight of the quest finally crashes down on Doyon as tears stream from his eyes. But this isn't just sadness, a sharp pain lances through him, and he collapses to the ground. Ha-yoon is startled by his sudden breakdown, her concern breaking through her own tears. She rushes to his side, pleading with him to calm down and tell her what's wrong. Instead of answering, Doyon's hand slowly reaches out, asking if there's anything she wants to say. She freezes, completely bewildered by his strange, disconnected question. Her world seems to fracture as she realizes he isn't seeing her at all. He's completely unresponsive, his gaze fixed on a point somewhere past her shoulder. Her face is a mask of confusion and growing fear. Why can't he hear her? Then he speaks, not to her, but to the empty space, offering help to a suspicious person only he can see. Her mind races with questions. Is he talking to that dark orb? Is there another spirit here? Then, a devastating realization crashes down on her. She knew this day would come. Hez alive and she's not. As he stands there, lost in his own world, she collapses, the chasm between them now absolute. Her spirit drifts back in time, remembering how she was losing herself after death, just wandering aimlessly. She was a fading soul, swallowed by despair, just another forgotten ghost in the dark. But then he was there, shielding her from a rain she couldn't even feel, and for the first time in ages, things felt enjoyable. She was so grateful for the purpose he gave her, for the simple fact that he could see her. His kindness was so overwhelming that she began to loathe herself, feeling like a burden on his life. Even after he helped her find her family, a selfish part of her just wanted to stay by his side a little longer. But she never imagined it would end like this. Is she truly invisible to him now, all of a sudden? She refuses to accept this, desperately trying to hold on, not wanting to fade away without a word. With a voice he can no longer hear, she cries out his name one last time. But Doyon's attention is fixed on something else entirely, a massive, shadowy horror materializing before him. Ha-yoon's own fear is forgotten as a new terror takes hold. What in the world is that thing? She scrambles toward him, screaming for him to wait, to see the danger right in front of him. He doesn't even flinch, taking a steady step forward, completely deaf to her warnings. And in that moment of helplessness, a sudden, chilling thought ripples through her mind. Looking at that dark being, she begins to wonder if she herself is any different. If that monster shouldn't be near him, then maybe neither should she. What is she supposed to do? But she pushes the thought down, knowing full well the truth that her desire to stay is nothing but pure, selfish greed. But his voice cuts through the chaos, snapping her back as he finally sees her, calling her name. In an instant, the horrifying monster vanishes, replaced by the soft, warm light of a setting sun. He rushes forward, grabbing her shoulders, his voice filled with relief and worry. He asks why she's crying, if she's okay, completely oblivious to the danger she was screaming about. She can only cover her mouth, overwhelmed by his sudden closeness and her own swirling fears. With a trembling hand on his chest, she asks the one question that haunts her. Isn't he scared of her? Doyon just looks baffled, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he tries to process her words. He stammers that no, he isn't in fact. He was far more terrified when she disappeared. Her eyes well up again. His genuine answer only twists the knife deeper in her heart. She looks away, finally admitting her core conflict. She is dead, and he is alive. Is it truly okay for her to be here? She tries to push him away, saying she'll handle things alone if she's just a burden. But Doyon's quiet voice cuts through her turmoil, telling her that he actually needs her. He admits he can't explain it all, but he needs her unique help to solve his own ghostly problems. Offering his hand, he suggests they can talk about everything on their way back. She looks at his outstretched hand, her heart aching with the thought that their story seems fated for a sad end. But for this one moment, a small, selfish desire blooms within her. She wonders if it's okay to be a little greedy. Just this once, as her hand finally takes his. With a quiet yes, she agrees, and they walk together across the bridge into the sunset. An otter, a seemingly random spectator, watches them go with a cheerful expression, and with their silent pact made, they drive off, their shared journey finally beginning. Now in the car, Ha-yoon finally breaks the silence, her curiosity getting the better of her. Doyon confirms her question about the headless woman, casually asking if she didn't see her too. She has to admit that she did see something, but it was just a vague, dark lump. She recalls him trying to reassure the terrifying shadow, which only made it more bizarre, and so she asks him the one question on her mind. Wasn't he scared? He looks at her, his expression softening as he admits that of course he was afraid. Seeing things like crawling heads and headless bodies is terrifying for anyone, but he confesses that what truly scared him was the thought of her disappearing again. Hearing his genuine concern for her, A small, knowing smile touches her lips. Now feeling more confident, she leans in, ready to get down to business about the help he needs. But when she asks for the details, Doyon suddenly gets evasive, saying it's a bit hard to explain. His reluctance only piques her curiosity, and as they drive, she promises to help with anything, but he just brushes it off. Doyon's expression hardens as his mind drifts to the real reason he's so troubled. He's thinking of a case, a body wrapped tightly in tape, with cuts all over, and the even more horrifying image of a victim's severed head and torso. Ha-yeon watches him, her own thoughts racing as she connects his distress to the dismemberment murders on the news. She knows it's dangerous, but the thought of abandoning someone in fear is something she just can't do. Doyon, however, is lost in his own despair, feeling utterly useless when he can't even manage his own life. She gently breaks the silence, asking if he's thinking about that person again, and he quietly agrees. With a soft smile, she tells him he's far too kind, and that his steadfast nature is a weakness that will only hurt him in the end. Doyon can hardly believe her words as Ha-yeon scoffs, asking who would seriously worry that much about a ghost. She tells him it's okay to step back from things he doesn't want to do. His own well-being is the most important thing. She knows it sounds strange, especially coming from someone who was saved by his kindness, but she urges him to stop shouldering everything alone and just be a little more honest with his feelings. Doyon's hands tighten on the steering wheel as her words sink in. He still has life points left. He admits to himself that it's scary, but if he can pull someone out of hell, isn't that worth trying? With his resolve renewed, he just hopes that some good luck is waiting for him after all this hardship. He arrives home, only to be stopped cold right at the entrance to his apartment. His landlady is there waiting, and she wastes no time telling him she's raising the rent. Doyon is stunned, protesting that the increase is way too sudden and expensive, while Ha-yeon just watches on. She lays down the law. If he can't match the new price, he'll have to find another place to live. Doyon desperately pleads for just a little more time, but she only relents for this month. As she leaves, she offers some unsolicited advice, telling him to get a decent job and stop wasting his life online. The door clicks shut, leaving him standing there in stunned silence. Inside, Ha-yeon is absolutely fuming on his behalf, calling the landlady's tone nothing short of bullying, but Doyon can only manage a weak, defeated smile, asking her what on earth they're going to do now. The harsh reality hits him hard. If he can't make more money, he's going to be kicked out. With no other options, he sits at his computer, looking at a long list of unanswered job applications. He gets on the phone, hustling for any work he can find, promising he can handle ad editing or anything else they need. Ha-yeon just watches him, her expression softening with worry as he fights to stay afloat. Seeing his desperation, Ha-yeon offers a solution: contact her dad or use her savings. But Doyon shuts it down immediately, putting on a brave face and insisting he's got it handled. He grabs his jacket, telling her he's just stepping out to the convenience store for a bit. As the door clicks shut, Ha-yeon can only watch him go, her heart aching for him. She feels utterly useless, a ghost unable to do anything to ease his very real burdens. Doyon, meanwhile, stands in the pouring rain outside the brightly lit store. He grabs some instant food, making sure to snag a 2-for-1 deal to save every penny. The total comes to 8,501, a small but significant purchase. Stepping back outside, he immediately pulls up his phone to check the damage. The withdrawal notification flashes. His balance now under 100,000, won a dangerously close call, but maybe just enough to survive the month. He clutches his small bag of food, grimly noting that at least Ha-yeon doesn't have food costs. For a fleeting, desperate moment, he wonders should he call his mom for help, but the thought instantly triggers a bitter memory of her standing outside a police station. He remembers his younger, battered self, begging her to leave his friend alone, feeling nothing but shame. A heavy sigh escapes him in the present. No, he can't ask for help now. Not with an upcoming police investigation hanging over his head. His attention shifts to the game's new notification. A grim new date has just appeared. He decides to deal with what's right in front of him first. The game takes priority. Worrying can wait. He's held on by himself this long, he can keep going. But even in his memories, old chat logs remind him of past failures and blame. Meanwhile, Doyon is losing his mind over a game, insisting it's his team's fault, not his. Elsewhere, Ha-yeon glances at the clock. It's already 9 p.m. She curls up on her bed, consumed with worry for him. He hasn't slept, and the broadcast is looming. Doyon, however, stretches and tries to brush it off as simple bad luck. He rubs his tired eyes, deciding it's probably best to stop for the night since he's not feeling it. Hearing this, Ha-yeon quietly gets up from her bed. She appears in his doorway, a worried look on her face as she holds her stuffed animal tight. Her gaze falls upon an empty cup, noodle by the sink, all he's had to eat. She knows he's going to collapse. She looks at her own ghostly hands, wishing desperately she could interact with the world to help him. But even so, she drifts towards the kitchen stove, determined to try something, anything. With a desperate cry, she pours all her ghostly energy into lifting the heavy frying pan. But it just clatters uselessly, a testament to her powerlessness. Her eyes widen in shock. Wait, did she just hear that? Focusing with everything she has, she tries again, and this time the pan actually lifts. For a fleeting moment, she's actually interacting with the physical world, but she realizes it's incredibly difficult. She can't even lift a simple pan as she wishes. Standing there, a wave of despair washes over her. If only she had a body. The thought sends a shiver through her ghostly form. No, she can't think like that. If she were alive, she could have helped him more. She has to be stronger. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a streamer named Mong reads a text, a flicker of concern on his face. He still can't reach Soon-jae. He sighs, telling his audience he doesn't know what's happened either. He tried visiting, but no luck. Ever since that day, Soon-jae has been completely unreachable, and all Mong can do is hope he's okay. His chat starts buzzing with theories, when one message catches his eye news about a corpse found in the mountains. The story gets even crazier. Someone claims a ghost led them right to where the body was buried. Mong freezes, the absurdity of the rumor suddenly demanding his full attention. He clicks on the article, and the details send a chill down his spine. A body found, with the discoverer named Mr. Choi. Wait a minute, his mind races, trying to piece together what he's reading. The comment section is already a war zone, with everyone convinced the discoverer is just the killer covering his tracks. But Mong looks on with a grim expression. This story feels far too familiar. His eyes widen as he frantically scrolls, a horrifying connection finally clicking into place. And as Mong reads, the scene shifts to the man himself, Choi Do-yeon. He remembers the police station, the grueling hour-long interrogation where none of this ghost nonsense was ever mentioned. His mind fractures, the memory of his friend's worried messages mixing with his current dread. He collapses into a spiral of paranoia, terrified of being wrongly accused and having his life ruined. Who would ever believe his story? What if the impossible was actually real? But his panic is suddenly interrupted by a cheerful voice calling his name. A little yellow dinosaur plushie waddles towards him, declaring that it's possessed. Do-yeon just stares, completely frozen by the absurdity of what he's seeing. But it's not a hallucination. His livestream chat is exploding. His viewers saw the doll move and heard a voice. Because in his panic, Do-yeon forgot one crucial detail. His webcam is still on. The little plushie offers a nervous, toothy grin, completely unaware of the chaos it's causing. It clumsily introduces itself as a doll, while Do-yeon's viewers spam the chat with confusion and disbelief. Suddenly, the reality of the situation hits Do-yeon like a truck, and he lunges towards his monitor in pure panic. With a desperate click, he slams the stream offline, plunging his room into a sudden, awkward silence. The little dinosaur plushie looks up with teary eyes, thinking it's completely ruined everything. It apologizes profusely, confessing that it was only trying to be of some help in its own strange way. But instead of the anger it expected, a small, choked sound escapes Do-yeon's lips, a chuckle. The sheer absurdity of it all breaks through his despair, and he scoops up the doll, a real laugh finally breaking free. He realizes that even in their own terrible situation, his ghostly friends are trying so hard for him. Had been so lost in his own paranoia, had forgotten he had such a dependable, if ridiculous, ally right beside him. With his mind suddenly clear, Do-yeon turns to his one strange ally and asks for a little consultation. The plushie practically vibrates with excitement, overjoyed at the chance to prove its worth. It makes him wonder when was the last time he ever actually asked anyone for help. His mind drifts back to a rainy day, sheltering Ha-yeon under his umbrella, assuring her it would all be okay. Back then, he simply couldn't leave someone in need. It was just how he was wired. Snapping back to the present, he tells Ha-yeon's spirit to wait at home, but she just gives him a knowing smile. Without a word, she latches onto his arm, making it very clear she isn't going anywhere. Now, outside, she clings to him under the umbrella, cheekily complaining that she doesn't want to get wet. Leaning in closer, she suggests they just head straight for the car, her forwardness catching him completely off guard. A blush creeps up his neck as he stammers out an agreement, totally flustered by the sudden turn. Still clinging to his arm, she cheekily asks if the ghost he's going to meet is pretty, a question that completely short-circuits his brain. But while they share this moment, elsewhere, in a lavish penthouse, a much darker scene is set. A man stands alone, gazing at the city lights, surrounded by wealth and an air of untouchable power. He doesn't even turn as a soft knock echoes through the room, simply inviting his guest inside. A subordinate enters, reporting on an investigation he was ordered to conduct. The subject is Choi Do-yeon, a 24-year-old streamer who seems On the surface, completely insignificant. But this nobody managed to find a certain woman's body, claiming a ghost led him directly to it. And that's not all. Insiders at the scene reported something else. Something impossible. The man with the scar confirms it. A doll took flight right before their very eyes. The powerful man, a rose tattooed on his hand, slowly processes this. Could his victim have truly become a ghost at that very moment? A twisted smile forms on his face as he gives the order. Send an advertisement to this streamer and bring him in. Hess just so curious to see if it's all true. Meanwhile, Doyon is driving through the slick, rain-soaked streets of the city. Ha-yoon gazes out the window, remarking how this rainy night reminds her of the first time they met. She confesses that back then, it all felt like a dream. He found her when she was at her absolute limit, ready to give up on everything. She believes the new ghost they're helping is just as lost as she was, and just as Doyon saved her, he can save this new spirit too. Doyon simply looks ahead, telling her not to push herself too hard. He admits he's been thinking a lot lately about how lucky he was that she was the first ghost he ever met. Ha-yoon is touched by his sincerity. Their first meeting was tense, but now, she can't imagine a world without him. But the sweet moment shatters as she suddenly leans forward, demanding to know if the new ghost was pretty. Head avoided the question before, but she's not letting it go this time, her eyes boring into him, waiting for an answer. Doyon stammers, his mind racing for the one and only correct answer to her question. He blurts it out with the desperation of a man on trial. Ha-yoon is the prettiest person he's ever seen. A tiny, satisfied smirk crosses her lips. The perfect answer has been delivered. Her jealousy vanishes, replaced by a pleased smile, as a system notification confirms her favorability has shot up. Doyon looks away, a faint blush on his cheeks, feeling like he just disarmed a bomb. He watches her giggle to herself and thinks, well, as long as she's happy, it was worth it. With the mood settled, his focus returns to the rain-slicked road and the grim task ahead. His plan is already in motion. He's contacted the victim's father, who has agreed to cooperate. Catching the perpetrator is the #1 priority, and he's already browsing his systems shop for tools to help. Hess at 180 LP, just shy of the magnifying glass that can reveal a target's, desires a crucial item he'll need to earn. To calm his nerves, Doyon frames the whole thing in his mind. This is just another live broadcast. The car's navigation system chimes. They've arrived at their destination. He tells Ha-yoon not to worry, trying to convince her that this is just a game, and he's good at games. Stepping out into the downpour, she immediately clings to his arm under the umbrella. She looks up at him, her voice filled with concern, asking if he's sure about this. He puts on a brave face, stammering that he's practiced the simulation and can definitely do this. But his frantic expression gives him away, and Ha-yoon sees the truth in his eyes. She knows how much he's suffered for her sake, how much torment this must be for him, and even so, a selfish part of her wishes he wouldn't push himself so hard. She looks away, ashamed of her own feelings, thinking to herself how awful she is. He tries to pump himself up, insisting that he needs to be confident now that he's made up his mind. Turning to Ha-yoon, he tells her that if they go back now, she'll just keep worrying anyway. He forces a smile, determined to see this through and finally put her spirit to rest. But in a flash of lightning, his inner doubt screams at him, wondering if they should have turned back. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. The warmth on his arm is gone. Ha-yoon has vanished from his side. A chilling notification appears on his phone. The second midnight date has begun. He clamps a hand over his mouth, the message's terrifying implications sinking in. Left utterly alone on the bridge, he takes a shaky step forward into the rain. He recalls something he read online, that a strong ghost's energy can make a weaker one disappear. A notification confirms the new ghost's favorability is normal, and he vows not to run, no matter how terrifying she is. He looks up and sees not Ha-yoon, but a headless woman, and someone else is already walking towards her. His mind races. He needs to gather information, fast. The man with white hair, Soon-jae, holds his umbrella over the gruesome figure, trying to start a conversation. Doyon steps in, trying to gently remind the headless ghost that they met yesterday. He asks what's wrong, hoping for a clue, just as a new notification declares the midnight date has officially begun. Without warning, the headless woman violently smacks his umbrella away. Doyon stands there, completely taken aback, wondering what he can possibly say now. This whole situation feels eerily familiar, but the ghost's lack of reaction is strange. He checks his phone in dawning horror. There are no dialogue options, and the free date is somehow still active. He tries to calm himself, thinking he just needs to start a simple conversation. But there's one glaring problem. He can't help but ask where her head went. It was definitely there before, and how is he supposed to talk to a headless body? He forces a smile, trying to act casual about this completely insane situation. So, did she just forget to bring her head with her today or something? In response, a bloody, mangled hand slowly lifts and points into the darkness. A tiny, shrunken head suddenly materializes, floating eerily by the umbrella. Doyeon's face twitches, a cold sweat breaking as he tries to process this. The head drops to the ground, and he immediately turns to address it. "Ah, there you are." He asks if it remembers him, hoping he can finally get some answers from it. But instead of answering, the tiny head sprouts hair-like legs and scurries away into the rain. Doyeon is left completely dumbfounded, wondering what he just witnessed. The head peeks from behind a support beam, asking why he didn't hear its voice before. Unfazed, he turns to the headless body and politely asks if it can hold his umbrella for a moment. He tries to reason with the skittering head, promising he's not a bad guy and just wants to help. But as it continues to flee, his patient facade begins to crack. He watches it retreat further down the dark, rainy pier. Taking a step forward, he begins to get genuinely annoyed, asking if he's done something wrong. As far as he's concerned, he hasn't done anything to offend this thing. So why is it running away from him when he's just trying to get some answers? A system window chimes in, confirming his intent to help the lonely girl whose head is now hiding. His phone presents two options: wait patiently for the shy girl, or actively try to calm her down. Deciding not to push his luck, he figures the gentle approach is the safest bet. But the moment he makes his choice, a penalty is activated, and the options on his phone are wiped. He can only stare in disbelief as the system reloads. The new choices are a nightmare. Shout at her, threaten her, belittle her, or take her body hostage. A grim memory flashes through his mind. He's been in this penalty situation before, and it never ends well. Every single option is insane, designed to escalate the situation into chaos. As if that wasn't enough, a countdown timer appears, ticking down from 9 seconds. With no good choices and no time left, he looks back at the hiding head, forced to make a terrible decision. The timer continues to bleed away as he realizes he can't risk another penalty. With no other choice, he decides to pick the lesser of 4 evils and starts walking. He calls out to the terrified head, telling her this is her absolute last chance. Then, without hesitation, he grabs the headless body standing nearby. He holds it firmly, threatening to just take her body with him if she won't cooperate. The system confirms his choice, and a twisted grin spreads across his face. This might work out after all. The head just stares back, its expression shifting from fear to pure, simmering rage. He smirks, feeling in control for a moment, wondering what his next move should be. But as the head retreats back into the shadows, he realizes she's not scared, she's furious. His confidence vanishes, replaced by regret as he decides he has to apologize and fix this, fast. He quickly tries to save the situation, claiming it was all just a bad joke, but a system notification stops him cold. It says she's embarrassed and her favorability actually went up. Doyeon stares in utter disbelief. He can't wrap his head around it. How did threatening her make her like him more? Before he can figure it out, the severed head scurries back towards its body. In a brilliant flash of light, the two pieces begin to merge back together. The gruesome parts reform into a whole woman, and he cautiously asks if she's all right. She looks away, a deep blush on her cheeks as she struggles to form a word. A hopeful, nervous smile spreads across his face as he leans in, waiting for her thanks. But she looks up, her eyes burning with fury and shame, and calls him trash. His brain completely short-circuits, his smile frozen in place as he asks her to repeat that. But before we can see his reaction, the scene shifts to a lonely, rain-slicked night. A familiar face, Ha-yeon, stands alone, wondering aloud if Doyeon is doing all right. She looks out into the distance, a thoughtful, almost wistful expression on her face. The empty boardwalk she stands on is soaked by the downpour, a single light glowing in the mist. We snap back to the present, where Doyeon awkwardly shoves an umbrella into the strange girl's hands. His smile is frozen in place, a mask for the pure confusion racing through his mind. He leans in, trying to reason with her, insisting he was only trying to help, but she interrupts, a nervous sweat beading on her skin as she talks about the price of his help. Her demeanor changes completely, a strange, knowing look in her eyes as she asks what he wants in return. She looks up at him, reminding him of his own words that her body would be enough. Doyeon's brain short-circuits. What is she even talking about? He frantically tries to backtrack, insisting it was all a terrible joke to lighten the mood. He forces a smile, trying to convince her that it's okay. He didn't mean it like that. But her eyes are world-weary and resigned. She says she knows kindness has a price, and she'll do whatever it takes. All she asks is for him to please just help her get out of here. And in that moment, Doyeon feels it again, that same heavy weight he felt with Ha-yeon. His fist clenches in anger. What kind of hell has this girl lived through to sound so broken? He assures her he's been worried since her request and genuinely wants to help, wondering what sin these people committed to suffer so much. Pulling her under the umbrella, he asks her to tell him what happened, why she avoided him before. He needs to understand the situation to help, quickly adding she only has to share what she's comfortable with. At this first, genuine show of concern, a single, silent tear finally escapes and rolls down her cheek. Her hand trembles as she finally begins to open up. She confesses she was afraid he'd run away if he saw her true form, just a grotesque head crawling on the ground. If he, the only person who came for her, had fled, she thinks she would have truly gone insane. Doyon listens intently, a heavy understanding dawning on his face. So that's why she was so scared. He quietly apologizes for ever making her feel that way. She looks up, completely baffled. Why on earth would he be the one to say sorry? He quickly plays it off, claiming he was just mumbling to himself. Trying to start fresh, he properly introduces himself as Choi Doyon and asks for her name. With tears welling in her eyes, she tells him she is Kang Seun, someone who has waited endlessly for a helping hand. He looks at her sincerely, assuring her not to worry, he has no ulterior motives and he doesn't lie. He realizes what this broken person truly needs isn't a long speech, but a simple, powerful promise. Looking her in the eyes, he tells her with unwavering confidence that he will save her. For sure. For Seun, that single word is everything. She thinks that's all she ever needed to hear, but the fear still lingers, and she asks with a trembling voice if she can really, truly trust him. Doyon gets a little flustered, admitting he might not seem like much, but he swears his promise is real. She stands before him, barefoot and battered on the cold, wet ground, a picture of pure misery. Then, in a rush of desperate hope, she collapses into his arms, clinging to him for dear life. He holds her steady under the rain, his gaze firming as he sees the crude tape still binding her. Finally, feeling a sliver of safety, all her pent-up terror and loneliness comes pouring out in a flood of tears. Doyon remains still, a quiet protector letting her release all the pain she's been holding in. He gently pats her head, a silent promise of safety in the pouring rain. Doyon's eyes narrow with a quiet resolve. He's made his choice. The night is cold and wet, but under the umbrella, a small sanctuary forms. When her sobs finally begin to quiet, he carefully wipes a tear from her cheek. She flushes, startled by the kindness, and mumbles a thank you. He gives her a soft, reassuring smile, trying to convey that it's all going to be okay. Seeing her shiver, he suggests they get out of the rain and find a nearby pavilion to talk. She agrees, and he can't help a slightly awkward but genuine expression of concern. As they walk, he notices the bindings and gently asks if the tape is uncomfortable. The intimate question makes her blush deeply, unsure how to even respond. He offers to help her with it, saying he'd appreciate it if she let him. Looking up with a deep blush, she admits that it's actually quite suffocating. So, in the pouring rain, he reaches around her back to start unwrapping the tape. He fumbles for a moment, complaining that it's too dark to see properly. With her heart pounding, she has to tell him it's not on her back. His hand lands on her shoulder, and he finally finds the loose end with a surprised "ah." A bead of sweat rolls down his face as his eyes widen in sudden, awkward realization. He quickly retracts his hand, stammering that since it's near her chest, maybe they should just leave it. But she just turns her head, a quiet determination in her gaze. She tells him she's fine with it if he is, because she simply can't remove it by herself. He clenches his fist, steeling his resolve in the pouring rain. Right, he has to put his private feelings aside. It would be rude to hesitate now, but as he reaches for her, a familiar voice cuts through the storm, calling his name. He looks up to see the ghost of Ha-yeon standing there, watching him. Her eyes are wide with a heartbreaking question. What exactly is he doing? The scene then flashes away, to a rainy night outside a police station. We're at the scene of a call, a grim reminder of the real world's dangers. Inside, Detective Han Young-cheol clicks his pen, lost in thought. His younger colleague, Mong, approaches from behind, offering to grab a coffee. The detective scoffs, asking if the junior is paying and mocking his ill-fitting jacket. Outside, the rain continues to fall on a bin overflowing with cigarette butts. Mong asks his senior if everything's all right, noticing how busy he's been lately. The detective sighs, complaining that it's been a year since the incident, and the pressure from above is driving him crazy. Mong looks at him with a critical eye, wondering why he's so fixated on this particular case. He's heard the rumors that Detective Han pushed their team to take it, a case that could easily blow up in their faces. But the detective's conviction is clear. You don't frame an innocent person just to close a file. He smirks, telling his junior that the one thing he knows for sure is that the real culprit is still out there. Head checked the alibi of the first caller, who was confirmed to be on a military base at the time, which perfectly matches the victim's testimony. Mong's glasses glint as he pulls out his phone, a sly look on his face as he mentions the strange doll the detective had described. He holds up the screen, showing a picture to the stunned detective, and asking, "Is this it?" Manga explains he found a video from a live stream where the doll was seen moving on its own. He even floats the wild theory that the victim's spirit might have possessed it, leaving Detective Han stunned. Before they can process this supernatural lead, Mong's phone rings. It's their captain. He answers quickly, confirming he's with his senior, and that they're heading over immediately. The news is grim. A suitcase has washed up at the reservoir, and inside was a human head. A cold dread washes over the detective ahead. Just like in the original case file, this gruesome discovery triggers Mong's memory, forcing him to revisit the suspect's testimony. He recalls the man describing how he'd met one of the victims, Hyun, just a few days before. And then there was the other girl, Siyun, bruised and quiet, someone they were just getting to know. She'd offered a timid hello, completely unaware of the horrific fate that was waiting for her. And Haeyeon had simply stood there in the rain, offering a quiet, almost hesitant hello. The three of them were gathered on a wooden deck, the downpour mirroring the grim atmosphere. He remembers a strange, unsettling feeling creeping over him. It was a suffocating awkwardness, a chill that had nothing to do with the rain. He could tell Haeyeon was uncomfortable, but he just chalked it up to shyness. Trying to break the tension, he turned to Siyun, asking her age to start a conversation. She softly replied that she was 21 years old. A flicker of a smile appeared as she then asked for his age in return. He told her he was 24, but as they spoke, he felt Haeyeon's silent, judging gaze on them. Shed already decided that whatever her friend was getting into, she couldn't interfere. Haeyeon's voice cut through his memory, sarcastically asking if he was only there to remove the tape. He stammered, insisting he was just trying to help, because Siyun looked uncomfortable. Haeyeon's gaze was sharp, a knowing smile playing on her lips, but Siyun leaned in, her voice soft, suggesting it would be much better if someone helped her take it off. And then, it was Haeyeon's hands that reached out, moving to peel the strange tape from her friend's shoulder. Siyun cried out in pain as Haeyeon apologized, struggling to get the stubborn bandage off. Watching them, he had a chilling realization. He was seeing a ghost physically touch something. The memory blurs, his own mind questioning his motives while Haeyeon watched him from afar. Looking back, he remembers her terrified expression that night, and thinks maybe it was all for the best. Now, back in the present, he stands alone, wondering why she's suddenly reappearing in his thoughts. He looks at his phone, realizing Siyun has been added as a second target, doubling his responsibilities. This isn't a normal dating sim where you just pick one route. He has to free these spirits from their regrets. His expression hardens as he considers the grim reality of the situation. If a spirit's regret remains unresolved, what happens to the one who isn't chosen? The thought brings back a fleeting, fiery image of the tragic accident. Now, standing with them in the rain, he offers his help, which Siyun quietly accepts. Haeyeon tries to lighten the mood, complimenting Siyun's skin, and Siyun shyly thanks her back. But the brief moment of connection can't hide the underlying trauma. He decides they can't just stand here. He needs to understand what happened to Siyun if he's going to help her. Haeyeon looks on, a little anxious, as he gently presses the new spirit for her story. Siyun apologizes for the trouble but admits there's one last place she desperately wants to go. She looks at him, asking if he could please help her just this one time. A moment later, they're cutting through the rain-slicked highway at night. He glances in the rearview mirror, telling her it's no problem as she promises to repay him somehow. She confirms their destination is indeed the house where she used to live. Haeyeon asks if she's going to see her family, but Siyun explains she lived with her grandmother, who has since passed. A flicker of memory crosses Siyun's eyes as she thinks about that house. It was the last sanctuary her grandmother had left for her, a place of warmth and safety. But her expression darkens, the happy memory fading into a grim reality. Because that house, she reveals, is also the exact place where she died, leaving Haeyeon speechless. Siyun offers a faint, pained smile, but her eyes tell a much darker story. The memory floods back in a wash of crimson, her own aunt standing over her beaten body. The woman's face twists into a greedy sneer, demanding the password to her grandmother's bank account. Back in the present, Siyun turns away, the weight of that final moment silencing her. Doyeon catches her pained expression, quickly telling her she doesn't have to share such an awful story. But then his eyes drift down to her bruised and scarred hands, a stark reminder of her past suffering. He observes them for a moment before blurting out a question. Just what is the relationship between the two of them? The sudden change of topic completely catches Haeyeon off guard, leaving her utterly flustered. Doyeon panics internally. Realizing he has no good answer himself, they just ended up together. Just then, a familiar chime pings from his phone, a timely interruption from the game. And just like that, The game chimes in, demanding to know what's going on. Doyon nearly chokes. A subjective question? After penalizing him for every little detour from the script, the notification flashes on his screen. A timed mission with that one dreaded question. What are we? His mind races, he has to be careful. The game warned him his answer will affect both sides' affinity levels. He realizes it's a trap. No matter what he says, one of them will lose points. He just needs to blurt something out. He turns to Ha-yeon, trying to play it cool with a shaky smile. But she's completely flustered, her own heart pounding from the sudden, intense atmosphere. Trying to ease his burden, she tells him to just answer comfortably and not worry about her feelings. But as Doyon stares at the road, he understands this isn't about game mechanics anymore. They're not just characters. A quiet resolve settles in his eyes. They were alive, and in a way, they still are. He tells himself not to be conceited, not to worry about affinity points. From the very beginning, he wanted to help them sincerely, not just for the game. He finally answers, admitting it's hard to define what they are, but he enjoys being with them. After years of streaming alone, he'd almost forgotten what it felt like to have company. And now, he confesses to Ha-yeon, it feels strange when they're not around. He knows their meetings were unexpected, but he's determined to see this through. He promises to do his best, hoping that when they're together, they can forget their pain. But after pouring his heart out, a wave of awkwardness hits him. He stammers, wondering if that was too cringy, but insists that's truly how he feels. A subtle, knowing smile plays on Ha-yeon's lips as she takes it all in. Ha-yeon cuts through his embarrassment, cheekily remarking that he's surprisingly smooth. But the teasing immediately escalates as both she and Si-yoon appear, demanding to know who Kwon Hyo-jong is. Si-yoon leans in with a predatory smirk, noting that if he's calling her name in his sleep, she must be special. This sudden interrogation sends Doyon into a panic, and he swerves, causing Ha-yeon to scream that they're about to crash. Through all the chaos, Si-yoon just watches with a calm, almost pleased smile, thinking to herself how lucky he is. A subtle gesture of her hands seems to warp the reality inside the car. Doyon fights to regain control, his mind racing as a whisper seems to hang in the air just a little more. A game-like notification flashes in his vision. Ha-yeon's affinity is rising safely, but Si-yoon's is increasing dangerously. Then, just as quickly, the danger vanishes, and Ha-yeon is calmly thanking him for his help so far. Si-yoon adds that with him on their side, she's sure the investigation will finally see a breakthrough. As he drives, Doyon quietly observes the two ghosts, thinking they're working together better than Head imagined. His gaze sharpens, his mind drifting back to Si-yoon's story. Or rather, the lack of it. She always seems so reluctant to talk, so guarded about her past. He recalls their first meeting, how she looked like she'd seen a horror film, and was terrified Head run away. But he can't just keep going on like this. He can't help them if he's completely in the dark. So, turning to the back seat, he finally asks them to tell him what really happened. Ha-yeon encourages the idea, agreeing it would be best to know the story before they arrive. Si-yoon hesitates, wondering if he's asking because he thinks she's quiet out of fear he'll abandon them. Her voice is soft and heavy with sorrow, as she admits she doesn't even know where to begin. Then, the truth spills out with a horrifying memory. She was killed by a friend she used to live with. Doyon can only stare, the word friend echoing in his mind with a chilling new meaning. Si-yoon's story begins one day when an old acquaintance, Kwon Hyo-jong, suddenly contacted her. Her friend looked beaten down, claiming she'd been kicked out and just needed a place for a couple of nights. Of course, Si-yoon couldn't refuse. Her grandmother's old room was empty anyway. She had been so lonely back then, living all by herself. And at first, having Hyo-jong around wasn't so bad. After losing her own family, the presence of another person brought a sense of warmth back to the empty house. Sharing meals and company, it almost felt like things were normal again. But that warmth was fragile, and it didn't last for long. The promised few days bled into weeks, and weeks soon stretched into months on the calendar. Hyo-jong began acting as if the house was hers, and the fragile peace between them shattered. The entitlement was one thing, but then came the cruelty. She'd mock Si-yoon's dead parents, callously mentioning the insurance money was the only reason she lived so well. The arguments escalated until Si-yoon finally snapped, threatening to call the police if Hyo-jong didn't leave. Si-yoon recounts this moment, the memory still burning with betrayal. The moment she reached for her phone to make the call, Hyo-jong's friendly mask completely fell away, revealing the monster underneath. Si-yoon could only watch in terror as the liquor bottle came swinging right for her head. A sickening crack, a splash of red, and then nothing but darkness. When she finally regained consciousness, she was bound and helpless on the cold bathroom floor. Before leaving, Hyo-jong demanded every password, every bit of money, promising she'd disappear for good. She took the money and vanished, leaving Si-yoon tied up and alone in the dark. The next time Si-yoon opened her eyes, She wasn't in the bathroom anymore, her severed head was floating in a reservoir. Powerless, she could do nothing but drift on the cold, dark water. Her very soul began to rot, twisting into a horrifying visage of what she once was. Eventually, a hiker stumbled upon her headless body, discarded like trash along a trail. Listening to this gruesome story, Doyeon can barely process the sheer horror of it all. The spirit explains how Hyojong dismembered her, scattering her remains to hide the crime. She tried to fight it, but every time she regained her senses, she was right back in that watery grave. Trapped in an endless loop of death and isolation, she finally broke, surrendering to absolute despair. But then, Siyun's voice continues. Something changed. In her darkest moment, Doyeon appeared, a sudden light in her endless abyss. She was overjoyed, but also deeply afraid that her monstrous appearance would scare him away. Now, sitting beside him, she promises him anything he could ever want in return. Her voice cracks as she swears she'll disappear forever once her murder is solved. She just begs him, please, please don't leave her behind. Doyeon takes in her desperate plea, his expression hardening with resolve. Driving through the rain, he thinks about how difficult it must have been for her to say that. He grips the wheel, furious that the one suffering the most is forced to feel even more miserable. He turns to Ha-yeon in the passenger seat, reminding her of the promise he made that she would help. And with her human form restored for now, Siyun tells him not to worry about any reward. Doyeon just smiles, saying he never expected one. Seeing this case resolved is all the payment he needs. His simple, selfless kindness is overwhelming, and she can't stop the tears from welling in her eyes. Soon, they arrive at their destination, a rain-drenched apartment building shrouded in the night. Doyeon steps out first, holding an umbrella and gallantly offering her his hand. She looks up, her expression soft and trusting as she prepares to follow him. But as they walk under the umbrella, they're joined by Ha-yeon, who clings tightly to Doyeon's other arm. A flicker of insecurity crosses Ha-yeon's mind. She knows she doesn't truly belong in this moment. Siyun is just as self-conscious, all too aware of the gruesome scars that mark her neck. She holds on to him, realizing he's helping her simply because that's the kind of person he is. Still, despite everything, Ha-yeon finds herself clinging to his arm, a strange warmth in the cold night. Siyun watches the rain, thinking how funny it is that she doesn't want to get wet, even though she's already dead. But just this once, she allows herself to be a little needy. Doyeon rings the doorbell to her apartment, a chime echoing in the empty hall. Inside, the entryway is dark, cluttered, and utterly silent. Ha-yeon peers through the window, confirming that it seems no one is home. Siyun then asks him a small favor. If she gives him the code, could he input it for her? Doyeon hesitates, looking into the dark apartment, noting that it's definitely empty. But it is her house, so what could be the harm in letting her in? With his decision made, the electronic lock beeps and unlatches, granting them entry. The moment he steps inside, Doyeon's heart nearly leaps out of his chest. A sharp voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what he's doing in her home. He whips around, a cold sweat breaking out as he's caught completely off guard. An unfamiliar woman stands before him, asking who the hell he is. Behind him, Siyun's ghostly form appears, her own expression hardening with shock. A system warning suddenly flashes. Kang Siyun's mind is starting to shake. The two of them are locked in a tense standoff on the rain-slicked balcony. Doyeon, trying to de-escalate, forces a painfully awkward smile. He quickly apologizes, asking if she's the homeowner, completely baffled. He stammers that he must have the wrong place, but asks to confirm if this is Kang Siyun's house. The woman tightens her grip on the metal bat, her knuckles white. She introduces herself as Kang Siyun, demanding to know who he is and how he got in. Doyeon's mind grinds to a halt that name. It can't be right. He glances back, only to see the ghost of Siyun materialize, her own expression one of pure shock. His eyes dart between the living woman and the spirit, completely lost in this impossible situation. The ghost's confusion turns to cold fury, wondering how this stranger dares to live in her home. Her tragic past flashes before her eyes, a memory of her sick grandmother in the hospital. A memory that ends with her grandmother's funeral portrait, marking the moment she lost everything. She remembers the crushing loneliness, the only person who loved her unconditionally, gone forever. And even then, at the funeral, relatives stormed in, harassing her for money her parents supposedly owed. They told her it was a loan from her father, a debt she knew nothing about. The law was cruel. Fail to renounce the inheritance, and you get everything, the assets and the liabilities. And because she'd withdrawn a little money, her fate was sealed, her phone falling from her numb fingers. But she couldn't give it up, not the house filled with her grandmother's memories. So, alone, she began to pick up the pieces, trying to build a new life for herself. It was then that she found a forgotten envelope tucked away. Inside was a letter, a final message left just for her. Her grandmother's words reached out from beyond, apologizing for her son's failures and revealing a secret savings. A bank book showed countless small deposits, a lifetime of love saved up penny by penny. Clutching this last gift, Siyun wept, vowing that even with no one left, she would live on. And so she studied, pouring everything she had into her new life, convinced her grandmother was watching over her. But that quiet resolve is shattered when Doyeon's brother arrives, confronting the person living in her house. He calmly introduces himself, explaining he knows her name is Kang Siyun and just wants to know what happened. The imposter freezes, stammering and asking who he thinks he's talking to. In a panic, she grabs her phone to call the police, but he just tells her it's all a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the imposter fades from his sight, replaced by the ghost of the real Siyun, battered and bleeding. Her spirit whispers how Shed hoped for some guilt, how she might have even forgiven them if they'd just repented. But before he can act, Ha-yeon appears, grabbing his arm and screaming Siyun's name. She begs him to run, sensing the immense danger, but his face is set with cold determination. As she pleads with him not to get closer, a system warning screams that Kang Siyun's mind is beginning to collapse. Doyeon stares at his phone, his expression unreadable as the system goes wild. The warnings flash across his screen: despair, fury, self-blame, a storm of agony from Siyun's collapsing mind. He sees a vision of a battered girl, realizing this must be the friend she mentioned, just as the system screams she's losing control. Elsewhere, one of the accomplices looks up from his phone, his face a mask of sudden confusion and dread. An invisible force slams into him, sending him flying backwards across the room. But Doyeon just watches it all unfold, a faint, knowing smirk playing on his lips. His eyes widen, not with shock, but with the intensity of the psychic assault he's witnessing. Hess pulled into the Phantom's perspective, feeling her rage as she grabs her target, demanding he feel her pain. The accomplice is now paralyzed on the floor, staring up at the source of his terror. It's the ghost of Hyeojong, coldly informing him that she'll be waiting for him in hell. Suddenly, a car screeches to a halt on the wet, rain-slicked street. Nearby, a woman on the phone stops dead in her tracks, sensing something is wrong. Her eyes go wide with pure, undiluted terror at the scene unfolding before her. A body smashes onto the pavement in a bloody heap as her scream pierces the night. Watching through the Phantom's eyes, Doyeon calmly notes that her method was a little reckless. Still, as he stands beside a worried Ha-yeon, he can't help but feel satisfied. This game was a good install, but the vengeful spirit, Siyun, crumbles in the aftermath, trying to convince herself it wasn't her fault. Elsewhere, a dropped phone continues to ring, the voice on the other end growing more frantic. Doyeon muses that this game's heroine is far more than just a simple ghost trapped by regret. Then, she's kneeling right in front of him, suddenly timid and apologizing for the scare. Doyeon's cool facade shatters, his mind racing. Police? How can he possibly fix this mess? But before he can spiral, a firm hand grabs his wrist. It's Ha-yeon, her voice urgent, telling him to stay calm and just run. But as she pulls him, her own spiritual form begins to decay, a dark energy corrupting her. With a desperate cry of his name, she's violently ripped away into the shadows. Doyeon is left standing alone in the hallway, his hand still outstretched. He turns, his face a mask of disbelief. What just happened? And then he sees it, the headless, bloody form of Siyun, lamenting how pointless her life was. A system notification flashes in his mind, confirming his worst fears. She's completely losing control. Her voice echoes in his head, revealing that she likes him because he saved her when she was all alone. Before him, Siyun's headless body spasms and collapses onto the cold floor. Her limbs twitch erratically, and a chilling thought surfaces in Doyeon's mind. He's heard this before. He stumbles backward, slumping against the wall, the gruesome reality of the situation crashing down on him. He recalls the grim legend: a ghost who takes a life is cursed to become a malevolent spirit, wandering forever. And in his mind, he hears her desperate, final plea, asking if she too can stay by his side. A single tear escapes his eye as his expression hardens with a terrible resolve. He turns and bolts, sprinting down the hallway without a second thought. From the floor, Siyun's severed head watches him go, her eyes wide with the shock of abandonment. His own promise to Ha-yeon echoes in his memory, his vow that he would never run away. But he did run, and in that moment of betrayal, Siyun's fragile spirit finally shatters into madness. A system notification flashes in his mind. Her affection has plummeted, her rationality has collapsed, and love has twisted into pure obsession. He doesn't look back, sprinting down the darkened, empty apartment hallway. Reaching a door, he frantically tries the handle, desperate for an escape, telling himself that someone died and he had no choice. But a tide of darkness floods the corridor behind him, and a chilling voice whispers his name. A cold sweat breaks out on his skin as he realizes he's been caught. The monstrous spirit of Siyun manifests directly behind him, her voice laced with betrayal as she asks why he's running. Her face is a terrifying vision of agony and rage, blood weeping from her eyes as she demands an answer. Doyon stumbles back against the door, completely trapped, the looming specter of his broken promise before him. Shadowy tendrils erupt from her form, grabbing hold of him as her question echoes in the hall. She reminds him of his vow to never run, her voice mocking him, asking if he's leaving just because she killed that man for him. Her shadowy form apologizes, claiming her anger was just too much to control. Doyon, trapped and sweating, listens as she admits she simply couldn't hold back. Her terrifying face materializes right behind his head, asking if he doesn't feel that same righteous fury. His hand trembles, pinned against the door by the encroaching darkness. He understands her feelings, he really does, but all he can think is that now he's the one taking the fall. If only she'd explained things better. But as that thought crosses his mind, her expression softens ominously. A tendril of shadow gently caresses his cheek, making him flinch as she inspects their new home. A deranged, almost loving look fills her eyes as she decides this place is big enough for the two of them and for Heian too. But then she reconsiders, suggesting maybe it should be just the two of them, promising to love him enough for both girls. The chilling implication of her words finally hits him, and his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror. His mind is racing. She doesn't get it. If the police show up, he's going to be framed for murder, but he knows he can't run. The shadows of his fate are already wrapped around his ankles. The piercing wail of sirens cuts through the night, confirming his absolute worst fears. Down below, the street is already a chaotic mess of police cars and ambulances in the pouring rain. He stares out the window, Siyun a silent specter at his side. It's too late. He's already a killer in everyone's eyes. A wave of despair washes over him as he wonders where it all went so wrong. Should he have never met her? As the police shout commands below, he questions everything, right back to the moment he installed that cursed game. But then, a strange clarity cuts through the panic. No, he had chances to stop this, if only he'd trusted her. The regret is sharp and suffocating. He remembers his own fear, his own disbelief if only he had listened. His terror finally recedes, replaced by a grim, resolute smile as he accepts his new reality. He looks at the spectral form of Siyun and scoffs, saying he doesn't care about their situation. In fact, he adds with a cruel smirk, he's always been more into bubbly girls like Heian. Her face, half swallowed by shadow, contorts in shock as he calls her boring and the worst. He was hoping for some kind of reward for helping her, not to find a beggar in this filthy house. If she wanted someone to care, he coldly suggests, she should have been born to better parents. His mind races with a plan. If he can just twist her feelings and use them against her, Siyun's spectral eyes widen in disbelief. This isn't him. This isn't the boy she knows. She can't understand why he's acting this way, why he's saying these horrible things. Doyon leans in, his voice dripping with venom, saying now he understands why her friend tried to kill her. He turns away, telling the ghost to disappear. He's got a rich, pretty ghost to find, after all. A cold thought crosses his mind as he looks at her broken form. This call only happens when the heroine dies. It all clicks into place that lightning strike must have been a save point. Her spectral tears fall like blood as she asks why he lied, why he broke the trust she placed in him. But Doyon simply turns his back and walks away down the darkened hall, ignoring her pleas. And then, a memory floods his vision, a moment of pure, gut-wrenching regret. He could have stopped all of this, if only he hadn't been so obsessed with his game. Before he can even process the thought, a shadowy spike erupts from the darkness, impaling him. The shock is immediate, the pain a brutal punishment for his cruel words. His mind flashes back to the past, to the moment he failed to trust Siyun. He collapses to the ground, the weight of his fatal mistake finally crushing him. Lying there, defeated, his mind screams out a single, selfish question. Why is everyone always betraying him? But the darkness answers with a question of its own, a glitching, nightmarish face of Siyun roaring back. Why her? And in that moment, the truth finally hits him. He could have saved her. He could have stopped all of this. Ha-Yan can only watch in horror as the shadows consume him, a silent witness to his in-game demise. His hand goes limp, a final apology on his mind as the system coldly announces his death. A sudden crack of lightning rips through the night sky, jolting the world back into focus. Doyon gasps. Back in his room, the phantom pain of his virtual death clinging to him. His hands tremble, the shock of the experience still coursing through his veins. He whips his head around, a flicker of movement catching his eye, and he can't believe who he sees. It's a memory the day he first met Siyun, standing right there beside Ha-Yun, before everything went so wrong. The memory version of Siyun notices his distress, asking if something is wrong. But Doyeon can only feel an overwhelming wave of relief. They're here. They're safe. Without a second thought, he rushes forward, closing the distance between them. He pulls both Ha-yeon and Siyun into a sudden, desperate hug. Siyun is completely bewildered by the sudden embrace from a near stranger. Ha-yeon is just as shocked, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Doyeon, blushing, is just so glad to see them both alive and well again. He quickly tries to play it off, apologizing for getting emotional. But the memory shifts, his own voice in his head coldly asking, "Who are you?" The warmth fades, and the girls stare at a man they suddenly don't recognize at all. His resolve hardens. It's time to confront the root of all this suffering. But his investigation is immediately interrupted by a woman demanding to know what he's doing here. His eyes, however, are fixed on someone else entirely, a terrified spirit standing right behind her. The gruesome, jagged scar across her neck tells a horrifying story of its own. Doyeon reaches out, realizing this has to be the friend Siyun was talking about. He gently asks for her name, trying to earn the tormented spirit's trust. She introduces herself as Kim Yoon-kyung, and he vows to take on her burden. With a newfound confidence, Doyeon promises that he will fix everything. Yoon-kyung steals her resolve, with Ha-yoon appearing at her side for support. They must not be shaken. Snapping back to reality, he calmly apologizes to the woman and says he just has a few questions. But the woman is already on the phone, frantically telling the police that a man is blocking her from entering her home. She begs them to hurry, calling him a lunatic, while Doyeon calmly thinks about all the questions he needs answered. He's already recording the whole encounter, making sure he has evidence for what's about to happen. Then, he cuts right to the chase, asking her where she buried Siyun's body after killing her. The accusation hangs in the air, and the phone slowly lowers from her ear. Her eyes widen in a mixture of pure shock and abject terror. Her hand tightens around her umbrella, her knuckles turning white. She sputters denials, desperately trying to call him insane for even suggesting such a thing. Her story then takes a wild turn. She claims she is Siyun, just a little heavier now. Doyeon, however, isn't buying it, recalling a case he saw of a woman who faked her death to assume a new identity. At first, he thought the idea was impossible, a 1 in a million case, but he'd seen it before, a woman who declared herself dead to live as someone else. And seeing her now, he knows that's exactly what this is. He asks her flatly if she really planned to live a lie after what she'd done. She tries to deflect, demanding to know what nonsense he's spouting. She accuses him of stalking her, of finding her name on a delivery box. But Doyeon cuts through her act with a simple, chilling fact. She isn't Siyun. Her composure shatters as she screams her stolen name, insisting it's hers. As she demands to know who he is, the real Siyun appears beside Ha-yoon. She's already on the phone, playing the victim as a worried voice asks if she's okay. Her face contorts with a mix of fury and genuine terror. The woman immediately drops to the ground, unleashing a piercing shriek for help. Doyeon can only watch, slightly stunned by the sheer audacity of her performance. And just as she planned, a neighbor's door cracks open, a voice asking what's going on. Soon, more faces appear in doorways and windows, their suspicion aimed squarely at Doyeon. She curls into a ball, wailing that this man is trying to kidnap her, to take her away. Doyeon's cool demeanor finally cracks, his eyes wide with disbelief. He desperately tries to tell the onlookers that she's lying, that this is all a misunderstanding. But then, a timely message appears from his spectral guide. The spirit is getting angry. And indeed, the real Siyun's ghost trembles with rage, her eyes burning with cold fury. Doyeon's mind races. He knows this is bad. He's losing control of the narrative. So he shouts his truth into the pouring rain, declaring that woman murdered someone precious to him. His mind flashes to an image of the victim, Kim Yoon-kyung, standing beside her smiling friend, Ha-yoon. The weight of his claim hangs heavy in the air as he stands alone on the balcony. And right on cue, the flashing red and blue lights of a police car slice through the stormy night. He's at the station now, utterly baffled by what the officer is telling him. They've already checked her ID, the officer says, and found nothing suspicious about her or the audio file. His hand tightens into a fist. Hell cooperate, but he begs them to just properly check the woman's identity. But they're already leading her away, as she puts on a show of tears, and he desperately asks why they won't even take her fingerprints. The officer simply sighs, warning him that resisting here is only going to make things worse. The officer tries to placate him, saying they can sort this all out calmly down at the station. But Doyeon's eyes go wide with disbelief. They're just going to let the killer walk away. He can see the woman continuing her pathetic act, but all he can think is that she's lying. She's a monster. Gritting his teeth, he holds back a scream of pure, unadulterated frustration. In a last, desperate gamble, he turns to the onlookers, begging anyone to recognize the real Miss Siyun. The neighbors just stare back with empty, unhelpful expressions, offering him nothing but silence. Then, a chilling voice seems to echo in his mind, the ghost of Kim Yoon-kyung herself, confirming his suspicions. Just as hope seems lost, an old woman with a cane steps forward, her words cutting through the tension. She reveals that Seun lived with a man, and that she used to hear them fighting all the time. The confrontational woman's face freezes in absolute terror as her carefully constructed lie shatters around her. Cornered, the woman starts screeching, trying to discredit the old lady as senile and confused. A policewoman tries to calm her down, but she only gets louder, playing the victim for all it's worth. She demands the police arrest Doyeon, her face contorted with a desperate, ugly rage. And just like that, Doyeon has had enough, silencing her with a sharp slap across the face. In that instant, he sees the spirit of Kim Yoon-kyung, her eyes filled with a sad understanding. The police immediately move in, grabbing Doyeon and telling him he's under arrest for assault. But our boy doesn't even flinch, a cold, calculated look on his face as he accepts his fate. Fine, he tells them. Arrest him. But that makes him the accused, and her the victim, and since they have a witness right there, they have no choice but to properly investigate his claim. The officer sighs, defeated by his logic, and orders them both down to the station. And as the reality of his plan sinks in, Doyeon can't help but sweat, a manic grin plastered on his face. He finds himself in a holding cell, wondering if he really made the right call, and he's not alone. He remembers Seun suddenly throwing herself into the police car as they took him away. But his thoughts drift to Hayeon, left all alone in the rain, looking lost and worried. He lets out a heavy sigh, remembering his promise to come back for her after the questioning. Seun's voice cuts through his thoughts, apologizing and blaming herself, but Doyeon won't have it. He tells her not to worry. They just have to wait for an investigator, and his plan to get her heard is working. Hearing this, her gaze softens with a hint of gratitude. She confesses that when she's with him, she feels a strange sense of peace. She had been consumed by hatred, but seeing him get angry for her sake is finally calming her heart. Doyeon returns her gaze, apologizing for ever dragging her into this mess. He quickly changes his tune, insisting he's the one who should be sorry for not being more helpful. Seun won't hear it, but Doyeon is focused on the one promise he made to her. He promised to take her home, but instead, they've ended up in a holding cell together. But then he looks at her with a renewed determination, promising to come get her tonight once everything is sorted out. Her eyes widen, clearly moved by his unwavering conviction. A faint blush warms her cheeks as she softly agrees. In the quiet moment that follows, her pinky finger gently hooks around his. She then leans her head against his shoulder, wishing they had met a little earlier in life. The sudden closeness catches Doyeon completely off guard, and he can only stammer her name in surprise. She wonders how long it's been since she could just lean on someone like this, begging for the moment to last. Inside her head, she apologizes to Hayeon, asking for just a little more time, just until sunrise. As the clock ticks, a deep fear settles in her heart. What if this is all just a dream? What if this person, this one hope she has, ends up hating her for everything she is? They sit together in the quiet of the holding cell, a fragile peace between them. She's terrified that if she accepts this kindness, she'll only start to want more. But Doyeon, feeling her anxiety, promises her that no matter what, he'll definitely come for her. He then looks at her, a little shyly, asking if she promises not to hate him or run away. Seun is taken aback by his thoughtfulness, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With a newfound resolve, she assures him she won't run. With their promise made, Doyeon sits alone, a quiet thank you hanging in the air. But of course, the game system just has to chime in, beginning a love score assessment. Hez earned 90 points, but with a death penalty applied? His romance rank is a C, but he's more confused about how he even has his phone. It seems Seun's affection has skyrocketed, granting him bonus LP as his phone mysteriously rests beside him. Standing up, a wave of unease washes over him as he looks out from the cell. Why does this victory feel so hollow and wrong? Just then, his phone vibrates with an incoming call from a deleted contact. A jolt of pure dread shoots through him as he stares at the screen. With a trembling hand, he raises the phone to his ear and cautiously answers. A weak, familiar voice crackles through, asking if it's Doyeon, and he can only whisper back in disbelief his brother. His brother's voice, frail and distant, apologizes for everything. He had no choice. He explains he did what he had to do to survive. But then, a sudden, violent noise erupts from the other end of the line. The voice turns frantic, warning that time is up, this will be his last call. As Doyeon stands on the edge, the whole world blurring, he clings to his brother's final words. A chilling instruction cuts through the static. Whatever you do, don't you dare be good to them. Miles away, Hayeon watches the same rainfall, her heart heavy with an inexplicable dread. She prays that Doyon is okay, that nothing terrible has happened to him. A nervous tic reveals her growing anxiety as her thoughts spiral. She recalls Seun's promise to come back, and an uneasy feeling she just can't shake grips her tighter. Then it hits her: the Goyang police station. She realizes Doyon might be there, and he could need her help. Sure, not having a phone is frustrating, but she's confident she can make the journey on foot. She steels her resolve, only to find her path immediately blocked by a very unusual obstacle. A tiny dog in a panda hoodie, baring its teeth and growling as if it can sense she isn't human. It lunges forward, barking wildly, its fury keeping her from moving a single step. Ha-Yeon tries to plead with it, promising she's not a bad ghost and just needs to catch a bus. The little beast, however, is having none of it, its barks echoing in the rain. Suddenly, the dog's owner rushes in, trying to figure out why her little Uni is in such a frenzy. She crouches down, completely unaware that the target of her dog's rage is standing right there. A thought crosses her mind. They say white dogs can see ghosts, maybe there's some truth to it. But the rumbling sound of an engine pulling away snaps her back to reality. Her eyes widen in panic as she realizes her bus is leaving without her. She makes a desperate dash towards it, pleading for it to wait after she's been stuck here for an hour. But it's too late. The bus disappears down the road, leaving her completely stranded. Being out here alone, she's hit with a crushing wave of self-doubt. Without Doyon, she feels utterly pathetic and helpless in the cold, pouring rain. A ghost no one wants to see, she wonders why she's even trying to hold on anymore. Then, a memory of Doyon's smile cuts through the despair, reminding her of a time she brought him joy. That simple memory of his happiness is all she needs. Clenching her fists, she tells herself to stay strong and not lose heart. At that very moment, Doyon receives a shocking call from his brother with a chilling warning. He is told to never keep ghosts by his side. Doyon is completely bewildered, asking why his brother is only calling now. His brother explains there's no time, and that the more ghosts rely on him, the more dangerous it becomes. He must never open his heart to them, because if their affection drops, the line crackles and dies. The call abruptly ends, leaving Doyon shouting his brother's name into a dead phone. He stares at his screen in shock as the contact for his brother is deleted right before his eyes. A voice suddenly calls his name, snapping him back to reality. An officer informs him that the investigator is here and it's time to come out. Doyon follows, his mind still a whirlwind of confusion from his brother's call. Clutching his phone, he asks for a quick detour to the restroom first. He needs a moment alone, a chance to process the chaos. Inside, he frantically tries to call his brother back, but the call won't go through. What in the world is going on? What has his brother been doing all this time? The fragmented warnings echo in his head. Don't keep them close. Affection levels? A game? He grinds his teeth in frustration, wishing his brother had just explained properly. Stepping out of the restroom, his thoughts are cut short when a voice calls his name. He looks up to find the lead detective waiting for him. Soon, he's sitting in a sterile interrogation room as the rain pours down outside. The detective sits opposite him, the air thick with unspoken questions. The man's gaze is sharp, calculating, missing nothing. But their conversation is interrupted by Detective Han, who finds this case far too interesting to ignore. Doyon can barely hide his annoyance, wishing the guy would just go back to his own department. His mind, however, drifts back to his brother's cryptic call. What was he trying to tell him? The detective's voice snaps him back to reality, demanding to know what really happened. Doyon tries to keep his composure, assuring the detective he's fine. The detective cuts to the chase, saying he wants to talk about the woman Doyon brought in. He slides a case file across the table, his expression unreadable. They've identified her as the missing person, Kim Yoon-kyung, though she's denying everything. Doyon's cool facade breaks as a cold sweat runs down his face. He desperately asks if she mentioned Kang Seun, but the detective shuts him down. The man's eyes narrow, noting Doyon has no apparent connection to the girl. So how, he demands, did Doyon even know she existed? Doyon's hand clenches tightly as the detective warns that half-truths won't save him now. Realizing they'll never believe a logical lie, Doyon just gives up and tells the absurd truth. He explains that the deceased victim, Kang Seun, told him everything. The lead detective stares back, utterly bewildered by the mention of that name. But before he can press further, Detective Han steps in, suggesting they let the exhausted boy go for now. He argues that Doyon isn't a flight risk, and their efforts are better spent on the woman they have in custody. To himself, Han admits he actually believes Doyon, who looks like he's on the verge of collapsing. The lead detective sighs, rubbing his head in frustration but seeing the logic in not creating a bigger problem. He officially ends the session, warning Doyon that he must answer any future summons. Outside, a relieved Doyon thanks Detective Han, admitting he was suffocating in there with no idea what to do. Detective Han remarks on Doyeon's state, noting he looks like he hasn't slept in days. The detective apologizes, saying he can't really talk about what's been going on. Han decides not to pry, but asks for Doyeon's contact information for later. Doyeon agrees, but then has to awkwardly admit he's completely broke and can't even afford a taxi. He swallows his pride and asks if Han could possibly give him a ride to the Donggu apartments. The detective quietly considers the boy's desperate situation. He agrees to give him a ride but advises him to take a break, seeing how much he's pushing himself. But Doyeon's expression hardens with resolve. He can't stop, not when he's made a promise. His mind races with all he has to do. Pick up Haeyeon, solve Seun's case, check on his brother he has to help. With a quiet, determined look, Doyeon explains that he can't possibly rest there waiting for him. Detective Han stares back, seeing the unshakable conviction in the young man's eyes. He sighs, realizing it's pointless to argue, and agrees to get them going. Doyeon manages a deep bow of gratitude, but his legs buckle as his body finally gives out. The detective's eyes widen in sudden alarm at the boy's collapse. He shouts Doyeon's name, rushing forward as our hero crumples to the cold ground. As his vision blurs and fades, a distant memory begins to play in his mind. He remembers someone understanding how difficult his path was. A friend who asked him to stream his games, just so she could watch over him, knowing how terrifying it is to wait. And as he falls, another presence makes its move with determined steps. Haeyeon's spirit clenches her fists, steeling herself. He shouldn't underestimate her, she can fight too. She'd endured a rough journey to get here, but this much was nothing. With her resolve set, she arrives outside the police station, just a little lost on where to go next. Suddenly, her focus sharpens as she senses him, calling out his name, asking if he's okay. She finds him just as he's collapsed, with Detective Han rushing to his side. The detective checks his temperature, his brow furrowed with genuine concern. He realizes the boy is burning up with a fever and tries to get him to a hospital. But Doyeon's hand plants firmly on the ground. He's not done yet. Pushing himself up, he reassures the stunned detective that he's fine, he just needs a moment to rest. He sways on his feet, but his voice is firm, demanding the detective take him to the Donggu apartments. Just then, a gentle hand presses against his chest, trying to hold him back. It's Haeyeon, her voice soft with concern, chiding him for being so stubborn. She tells him he has to take better care of himself. Seeing him like this doesn't make her happy. Doyeon, lost in his feverish haze, looks over at Detective Han, asking how he got here. The detective is completely bewildered, stammering that he couldn't just leave him passed out on the street. And so, with little other choice, he gets the boy into his car, and they hit the road. He glances in the rearview mirror, still a bit exasperated, asking if Doyeon is really riding along with them. In the back, our hero is finally resting, his head cradled gently in Haeyeon's lap. She silently takes his hand, intertwining her fingers with his, a ghostly guardian watching over him. Detective Han glances in the rearview mirror again, a cold sweat beading on his brow as he sees her. He finally sighs, admitting he thought he was more open-minded, but a ghost in his car is now undeniable. He then turns his attention to Doyeon, noting how much of a mess he looks after getting into yet another case. Haeyeon listens from the back, a hint of disappointment in her eyes at seeing him so reckless. The detective's tone turns serious as he reveals that forensics have officially identified the body as hers. He adds that her father even stopped by the station yesterday, still searching for answers. Though the investigation has been delayed, he makes a quiet promise to uncover the truth. The car continues through the city, a quiet apology hanging in the air as they drive on. Arriving at their destination, Detective Han helps the barely conscious Doyeon out of the car. He supports the boy, leading him towards the safety of a nearby apartment. Gently laying the feverish boy down, Detective Han makes sure he's comfortable. With a heavy sigh, he straightens up, deciding it's finally time for him to leave. He speaks to the sleeping Doyeon, but his real message is for the ghost he knows is listening. Glancing at the gaming setup, he hopes his plea to Haeyeon reached her. He asks the empty room, a bit nervously, if she heard what he said. Giving a final wave, he turns and announces he's really leaving this time. But a quiet voice from behind tells him to wait. He turns to see Doyeon standing, a small, unfamiliar spirit floating beside him. The detective's eyes widen in utter shock as he realizes what's happening. The little creature speaks, promising to finally tell him everything he wants to know. Speaking through the tiny creature, Haeyeon's voice finally reaches him, pleading for his help. The detective's composure completely shatters, and he lets out a strained, disbelieving laugh. He's clearly under immense stress, trying to process this impossible situation. The story unfolds. Haeyeon explains that Doyeon only got involved to help another ghost, Kang Seun. Detective Han listens, the gravity of the supernatural tale finally sinking in. She recounts a chillingly familiar police report about a suitcase with a head found by the reservoir. He immediately connects the dots that unidentified victim must have been Kang Seun. He asks if Seun is here with them, but the spirit sadly confirms she is not. Ha-yeon reveals that spirits like her cannot leave this world until their bodies are recovered. While Do-yeon saved her from that fate, Kang Seun must have returned to that hellish reservoir, all alone. Detective Han takes a moment to compose himself, admitting this is the craziest case he's ever seen. But now they have a plan. Review the CCTV of the hit, and run, and reinvestigate the fake Kang Seun. Ha-yeon's spirit form suddenly looks menacing, not liking his wish to grill the still unconscious Do-yeon. The detective quickly throws his hands up with a nervous laugh, insisting he was just thinking out loud. His expression sobers, his gaze fixed and determined. He seems to be weighing his words carefully, knowing this next part is delicate. He turns to the little spirit, asking what she plans to do now that Do-yeon has helped her. He gently explains the harsh reality that she can't stay by Do-yeon's side forever. In the end, he warns, this attachment will only bring pain to them both. Ha-yeon's expression softens into sadness. She knows he's right, she doesn't belong here. With her friend still unconscious, Ha-yeon gently places a cool towel on his forehead. The detective sits for a moment, processing everything he's learned, his gaze fixed on his phone. Finally, he rises to his feet, deciding it's time to go, thanking her for giving him so much to investigate. But as he puts on his coat, he pauses at the door with one last, strange request. He asks if it would be okay to just touch her once, his curiosity getting the better of him. But he quickly dismisses the idea, leaving the little spirit alone with her heavy thoughts. She floats solemnly through the apartment. She doesn't need to be told, she already knows. Her presence here means Do-yeon can never live a normal life. She is dead, and he is alive. A soft light begins to shimmer around her as her true form starts to re-emerge. She just wants him to be happy, to meet people, to live normally, and even to fall in love again. The thought of him with someone else, that part, she admits, she doesn't like. She knows it's what's best for him, but her selfish heart just wants to stay a little longer. As morning light finally streams into the quiet apartment, Do-yeon begins to stir from his feverish sleep, a cool patch on his forehead, and his mind drifts back to the very first time he ever saw Ha-yeon. She had quite literally fallen into his life, landing right on top of him. He remembers seeing her then, a beautiful woman despite the bloody gash on her head. She was so unpredictable, always full of surprises that kept him on his toes, so playful and vibrant, just brimming with an infectious, boundless energy. But he also remembers that little by little, that bright light of hers began to change. She became his shadow, her world slowly starting to revolve around his. He remembers how she would just watch him, gauging his every little reaction. Then she began to lean on him, finding comfort and safety by his side. Lying in bed, he thinks if she were alive, their paths would never have crossed. And yet, this impossible girl told him she wanted to stay right here with him. What kind of man wouldn't be moved by that? But as he thinks, he feels a sudden warmth, and a weight pressing against him under the covers. His eyes snap open in utter disbelief. There she is, curled up and sleeping peacefully right next to him. His mind short-circuits as she snuggles in closer, completely oblivious. He's completely flustered, his face burning up from the unexpected closeness. It feels so real. How could he possibly not be aware of her presence right beside him? His brother's warning echoes in his mind. Never get too kind, or they'll start to rely on you. But looking down at her, the memory feels distant, and his resolve wavers. Her hand rests on his chest, and he's at a total loss. What is he supposed to do now? He escapes to the bathroom to get his head straight, the quiet morning light doing little to calm him. He realizes that ever since Ha-yeon entered his life, he's barely logged into the game. Later, he calls his brother, asking what happened with the investigation that had stalled. The news is frustrating. Kim Yoon-kyung is refusing to admit anything, denying all evidence. His brother speculates it could be a psychological issue, like a dissociative identity disorder. His brother explains that due to overwhelming trauma, her mind has literally fractured. Because of this, the entire investigation is now officially on hold, and Do-yeon can't believe what he's hearing. She'll have to undergo a full psychiatric evaluation to determine if she's truly broken or just putting on an act. And that, his brother states grimly, is precisely why he's turning to Do-yeon for help. These kinds of cases can drag on for ages. Their only shortcut is to get help from the other victim, Kang Seun. The call ends, leaving Do-yeon with a heavy new task and a clear destination. He and Ha-yeon arrive at the meeting spot, a quiet pier under the vast night sky. His brother is already there waiting for them, along with another familiar face. Cutting straight through the silence, his brother asks him a question no one else could. What is it really like to see ghosts? Hes heard the stories, but he admits he just can't understand why Do-yeon is going to such lengths to help them. His brother's question hangs in the air. Doesn't Doyon have his own life to live? Doyon's gaze drifts to Ha-yeon. He couldn't just turn away when someone was desperately waiting. His eyes hold a deep, painful understanding. He knows exactly what it feels like to wait for someone with everything you have. But as he reminisces, Ha-yeon suddenly clutches her chest, a sharp, unfamiliar pain seizing her. The detective notices, asking what's wrong, but she quickly dismisses it as a personal matter. Turning the tables, his brother asks Doyon why he thinks a detective is going so far to help him. He admits it must seem strange, that he's going way beyond the call of duty. A cynical smirk spreads across his face as he lays it all out. He's a cop, and solving cases gets him promoted. He's a very ambitious man, and Ha-yeon looks on, stunned by the sheer, unapologetic greed. He looks at her ghost, thinking even when she's right here, he feels like he doesn't know her at all. Meanwhile, a different group is on the move, with one of them questioning why they're heading away from the search area. As they get closer, a sudden, violent streak of lightning cracks through the night sky right above them. The group reels back, startled by the unnatural flash of light, but Doyon's friend seems to recognize the presence, whispering the name Seun. The scene shifts, revealing Doyon has already found her a spirit, collapsed and broken on a wooden deck. He kneels down, gently apologizing for taking so long to arrive. But as he looks at her, a flicker of confusion crosses his face. Something is terribly wrong. He asks a question that chills the very air. Where is her head? Doyon flinches, a sharp sense of dread washing over him as he realizes the grim truth. His eyes widen in pure disbelief, a cold sweat breaking out on his skin. Because the spirit of Seun is indeed here, but her body is trembling and horrifically incomplete. As the rest of his group arrives, Doyon can only ask the impossible question, what happened to her head? A knot of dread tightens in his stomach. This is a situation he's never encountered before. He calls out her name, his voice echoing in the night, but only the headless form remains kneeling before him. His friends are just as baffled, wondering where the spirit they'd been following could have gone. But one of them starts putting the grim pieces together. Her body is here, but her head isn't. This shouldn't be possible. He knows a ghost can't just run away from its own remains. There are rules for spirits whose bodies haven't been recovered. They are tethered to their physical form. He remembers Seun following them all the way home, which means her true anchor, her head, must be somewhere else entirely. Doyon recalls that his brother's notes were his only lead, but his friend can see the gears turning in his head. A sudden, chilling thought hits him. What if the notes were wrong? The news said her head had washed ashore. His friend scratches his chin, already having figured out the grim reality of the situation. It's likely in the one place they can't easily reach, the morgue at the National Forensic Service. And in that cold, sterile place, a vision of Seun's severed head flashes through his mind, her voice calling his name. She's terrified, her spiritual form glitching as she fades into a sea of static, lost and alone. Back in the present, the weight of this new information settles over the group. His friend lays out the grim conclusion he's come to. Seun's body is here with them, but her head, her true anchor, is miles away at the morgue. And though he knows someone there, getting an outsider like Doyon inside is going to be next to impossible. His friend sighs, stating that for the moment, their hands are tied. He suggests they pack it in for the day, but Doyon's face is a mask of grim determination. Nearby, another spirit with long purple hair gently cradles Seun's headless body. Doyon's fist clenches tight. No, he made a promise that he would find her. He can't just leave her like this, fragmented and lost between two worlds. But as his gaze falls upon the body, a detail catches his gamer's eye. Dirt on her clothes. He turns back to his friend, asking if he could just help him a little bit more. The friend looks weary, clearly at his limit for the night's ghost hunting shenanigans. Doyon's mind races, connecting the dots, the dirt, the distance from her home. Her body was moved, but not far. Then, a sudden spark of insight flashes in his eyes. What if the killer dumped everything at once? Doyon lays out his theory. The head has to be buried somewhere near the road and the reservoir. He turns to Detective Han with absolute certainty, pleading with him to just trust him this one time. And so, under the cover of darkness, a shovel plunges into the damp earth. The detective, however, is already regretting this entire venture, questioning his judgment. He complains that the theory is thin and the mountain is huge, but Doyon just tells him to stop talking and start digging. Han argues they should just call the official search team, worried they'll get all the blame if this is a wild goose chase. He mutters to himself that even if they succeed, their superiors will just steal all the credit anyway. But despite his complaints, the shovel continues to strike the ground, moving earth. A new question forms in the detective's mind. How does this kid know exactly where to dig around the pine stumps? He has no logical answer, but he can't deny the sheer, unwavering intensity of Doyon's search. The detective can only guess that Doyon sees something ordinary people can't. Doyeon pushes through his exhaustion, his focus unwavering. He thinks back to using his precious magnifying glass item, which had been saving to hunt down Haeyeon's killer. But with Seyoon's case being so critical, he had no choice but to use it now. He'd hoped the search would be quick, but the darkness is making things incredibly difficult. Noticing the spirit's troubled expression, he stops to ask if she's all right. She quickly tries to brush off his concern, saying she's just clearing her head. But her eyes betray her guilt as she quietly apologizes. She realizes he must have gone through this exact same ordeal when searching for her body too. Doyeon just smiles, waving it off like it's nothing at all. He tells her that because of his efforts, Haeyeon was able to meet her family and stop wandering. Sure, it was hard at the time, but he flashes back to digging her grave, knowing it was all worth it. The purple-haired spirit is left speechless, her cheeks flushing at his genuine kindness. Flustered, she quickly changes the subject, urging him not to push himself too hard. But Doyeon's mind is already set, comparing a photo on his phone to the dark, imposing woods. He grabs a shovel, determined. Once the official search starts, things will be fine. But until then, he couldn't just let Seyoon's spirit wait all alone out here in the dark. With grim resolve, he decides this is the least he can do for her right now. He pants, exhausted, but his eyes are filled with an unwavering focus. So he begins to dig, tearing into the cold, wet earth with his bare hands and a single shovel. He pushes through the exhaustion, sweat beading on his face as he focuses on his grim task. The sound of his shovel biting into the earth is the only thing that breaks the night's silence. By the time the sun rises, the official investigation is finally underway. Police have cordoned off the area in the woods, with forensics teams now carefully examining the scene. Doyeon's friend finally arrives, and Doyeon can only offer a tired apology for making him wait. He asks what's happening, and his friend calmly explains they found the rest of the body nearby. With the site being processed, his friend suggests it's time for them to head back for now. He then gives a knowing smirk, reminding Doyeon about that helpful contact he has at the KCSI. Just as promised, he introduces Doyeon to a woman from the investigation team, Park Hyunjin. Her eyes narrow slightly, so this is the guy who found the body, the one who can see ghosts. She figures one must be standing beside him right now. Park Hyunjin cuts through the tension, suggesting it's time for them to have a little chat. But in an instant, we're pulled into a chilling memory, a young woman, unconscious on a cold tile floor. She groggily comes to, a splitting headache clouding her thoughts. With hazy eyes, she can only wonder where on earth she is. The room is sterile, metallic, and cold. This doesn't feel right at all. A memory surfaces, a playful voice teasing her about the guy she has a crush on. The voice points out her blush, saying that's the only reason she'd agree to such a strange request. Suddenly, the pleasant memory shatters, and she scrambles to her feet, shouting into the silence. Panic takes over as she runs, her calls for help echoing unanswered in the vast, empty room. But she's not alone. A hand suddenly grabs her from behind, stopping her dead in her tracks. Her desperate escape is cut short as a shadowy figure materializes right behind her. The figure lands softly, it's Choi Doyeon, and he's here. He tries to get her attention, but a cold realization hits him she can't hear a thing he's saying. It seems in this glitched reality, no one can perceive her, no one except him. She, on the other hand, is just now noticing that her body is whole again, the fatal wounds completely gone. A strange thought crosses her mind. Why was she even trying to get someone to open the door? Doyeon explains to his companion that ghosts can't open doors themselves, she just needed a way to contact him. His friend then confirms he left the note for her, just as Doyeon asked. Her eyes fall upon the bright yellow paper, a simple message left by her savior. A wave of overwhelming relief crashes over her. Doyeon actually came to get her out. Without a moment's hesitation, she bolts down the empty hallway. The one thought driving her forward. He really came for me. She spots his friend, the one who left the note, and it all makes sense now. Fueled by a desperate hope, she races up the stairs toward the exit. But in her frantic rush to escape, her foot slips on the step. She goes tumbling down, a clumsy fall born from pure desperation. Shaking it off, she pushes herself up a little. Pain is nothing right now. All she can think about is getting outside to finally see him. She has to thank him, to tell him everything. And just beyond the doors, Doyeon waits, with another familiar spirit standing by his side. And there he is, the one person she needed to see. Without a second thought, Kim Yoon-kyung throws herself into his arms, a desperate, flying leap of pure relief. Doyeon catches her, a bit surprised but steady, as she whispers how much she missed him. The tears finally break free as she confesses how scared she was, terrified he might have forgotten her entirely. He just looks down at her with a gentle, knowing smile, a silent understanding of her pain. Patting her head softly, he tells her it's all okay now, that she did so well through it all. And with that, her lingering regrets fade. seemingly bringing the case of Kang Seun to a close, but not everything is settled. While Doyeon comforts the grateful spirit, Ha-yeon watches them from the side, her expression hardening. A faint cracking sound is heard as fissures begin to spiderweb across her spiritual form. At that very same moment, in a hospital room somewhere, a heart monitor flatlines. Doyeon's mother sits beside her son's lifeless body, asking why he made such a reckless choice. She clutches his hand, her own knuckles bruised and raw from her desperate grief. Tears stream down her face as she wonders how she's supposed to live on now. But her son, Doyeon's brother, remains still, wrapped in bandages as she begs him to open his eyes. She reminds him of his promise that once he succeeded, he would finally take care of her. A doctor watches from a distance, his expression calm and somber, knowing there's nothing more to be done. The scene shifts, fading into a memory of a happier time, where Ha-yeon smiles, saying things went just as planned. In this past, she stood between a younger Doyeon and a distraught Seun, acting as their anchor. She gently advised them to stay calm, warning that losing control would only make things harder. But Seun couldn't hold back her tears, a glimpse into the tragedy that was yet to come. And so the painful memory fades, returning us to a quiet road under a bright sun. Doyeon isn't walking alone anymore. He's joined by the spirits of both Ha-yeon and Seun, a reunion that feels almost too good to be true. He smiles, simply glad that they were all able to meet again safely. But Seun's expression is grim. She warns him that the real problem is what comes next. Her home is now a crime scene, completely off limits until the police investigation wraps up. And even in the best-case scenario, that could take weeks. He offers to take her home anyway, but she knows that's impossible. With nowhere else to go, she nervously works up the courage to ask for a huge favor. She looks at him and asks if she could stay with him, leaving both Doyeon and Ha-yeon speechless. Her face flushes as she asks again, promising she'll make it up to him however she can. Doyeon, caught completely off guard, just scratches his head, trying to explain that his place is incredibly small. But seeing her desperation, he relents, telling her she's welcome if she can put up with it, and her eyes widen in disbelief. Overjoyed, she immediately checks with the other girl, wanting to make sure Ha-yeon is okay with the arrangement too. Ha-yeon simply offers a calm, placid smile in response. But behind that serene expression, her true feelings are a cold, blunt rejection. She bites back the words, reminding herself that she's also just a guest before forcing a smile and saying she doesn't mind. Seun is ecstatic, completely unaware of the inner turmoil, as Ha-yeon tells herself it's only temporary. And once they arrive, Seun is immediately impressed, looking around his tiny room with pure wonder. She then spots Ha-yeon in her tiny spirit form, gushing over how unbelievably cute she is. Seun asks if Ha-yeon is really going to clean like that, finding the sight completely endearing. Watching from the side, Doyeon figures she must be trying to help out in her own little way. He knows he could do it faster, but seeing Seun so happy, he decides to just let her be. It's a relief, he thinks, that they're getting along so well right from the start. So he announces he's going to wash up, telling the two of them to chat for a bit. Once he's gone, Seun's playful demeanor shifts to something more serious. She nervously clasps her hands, steeling herself to ask something important. Ha-yeon, oblivious, has armed herself with a toothbrush, ready for the next cleaning task. But then Seun's voice cuts through the silence, asking what Ha-yeon truly thinks of Doyeon. The sudden, direct question leaves the little spirit completely stunned and at a loss for words. Flustered, Ha-yeon stammers out that she thinks he's a good person, but Seun immediately cuts her off. That's not what she means, she asks. A knowing glint in her eye, does Ha-yeon see him as a man? The question sends Ha-yeon's little spirit mind into a complete tailspin. She admits that she's not sure. Her head tells her she shouldn't, but her heart is getting confused. Seun smiles gently, assuring the little spirit that she just wants to get along. To her, Ha-yeon is like a sister, another soul saved by Doyeon, a friend who understands her pain. So, she offers some quiet advice. If Doyeon isn't pushing her away, then maybe it's okay for Ha-yeon to follow her own heart for once. Seun confesses she spent her whole life holding back, telling herself love was a luxury she couldn't afford. But all that restraint led to nothing but an early grave, never getting to live the future she dreamed of. But while she's still here, Seun has one last thing on her mind. With a slight blush, she asks if it's okay for her to be honest about her own feelings now. Elsewhere, Doyeon tries to wash away the grime and stress of the recent chaos. For a fleeting moment, a sense of peace washes over him. He can finally breathe. He thinks to himself that Seun's case is nearly closed, and Ha-yeon's is being investigated. But as he steps out of the shower, he knows this game is threatening to destroy his normal life. His phone screen reveals a flood of worried messages from his father, demanding answers about the game. The desperate texts leave him with a heavy thought. He might have to go back to his brother's house. A flash of memory hits him the overwhelming pain he suffered. There is something he can't forget, but he can't just sit around and wait. He grabs his clothes, resolved to act. He pushes aside the thought of his family drama. Right now, the most urgent problem is money. He hasn't streamed or uploaded anything in ages, and the fear of his channel dying is very real. Hearing a voice from his room, he cautiously peeks around the doorframe, wondering who's there. A new face, a young woman, is kneeling on the floor, awkwardly trying to make conversation with Ha-yeon. She startles when she sees him, quickly insisting they were just chatting about nothing. But Do-yeon isn't suspicious at all. Instead, a faint, warm smile plays on his lips. He was so used to working completely alone, the constant cycle of streaming and editing. Looking at them, he realizes that maybe he'd actually been pretty lonely all this time. Then, a brilliant, almost mischievous idea begins to form in his mind. If people saw a ghost possessing a doll to play video games, his channel would absolutely explode. But he quickly dismisses the thought it's too risky and could easily backfire. First things first, he needs to check his revenue. Money is getting dangerously tight. It feels like it's been ages since he's even turned on his PC to work. But as the monitor lights up, something on the screen makes him pause. His jaw drops. His channel gained nearly 19,000 subscribers, a ridiculous increase. The views, he realizes, are just as insane. And there it is. A video of Ha-yeon has somehow reached over 1 million views. A cold sweat breaks out as he wonders if a short was auto-uploaded from the livestream. His shocked outburst startles the two spirits, who ask him what's going on. Do-yeon just stammers, completely at a loss for how to explain what just happened. His shock deepens as he realizes it's not just a viral video, he's all over the actual news. Numbly, he goes to the fridge for a drink, only to find it completely bare. He closes the door, the small annoyance compounding his much bigger problem. Scrolling through his phone, he admits to himself that he always knew this was a possibility. But he never imagined the attention would be this overwhelming, with old contacts suddenly reaching out. He can't just hide in his apartment forever. He has to face the world eventually. His spirit companions watch on, worried about reporters camping outside his house. But Do-yeon's expression shifts from anxiety to a quiet, almost smug resolve. He decides there's no point in worrying. For now, hell, just enjoy the extra income. Turning to the spirits, he calmly announces he's just popping out to the convenience store. But just as he's about to leave, his phone pings with a strange notification. Do-yeon's eyes widen, not in fear, but in sheer confusion. A system window has popped up, forcing him to make a choice. Who to take to the convenience store, Ha-yeon, or the newcomer, Seun? He turns to Hyo-jung, questioning why he even has to pick one. He figures since has gone out with Haeyeon before, it's only fair to show Seun around. Hyo-jung agrees, thinking it would be good for Seun to get used to the neighborhood. The new spirit seems hesitant, telling him he doesn't need to be so considerate. Do-yeon just smiles, thinking it's a simple, quick trip anyway. But then a sudden, chilling realization hits him. The game specifically told him to take only one. And of course, the game won't just let him make a simple choice. It has to follow up with a pop quiz. The options are just cruel, forcing him to frame his reason as either attraction or pity. He realizes with a grim certainty that this system is designed to create conflict, to make someone feel left out. Trying to manage the situation, he turns to Hyo-jung to explain his plan. He'll take Haeyeon out later, he promises, mentioning they needed to discuss scheduling anyway. Hyo-jung seems to understand, knowing he's just trying to do the best he can in a twisted game. With the awkwardness temporarily settled, he and Seun finally head out into the city. The new girl seems a bit quiet, but then her eyes light up with excitement. She spots a small black cat, charmed by its seemingly innocent presence. But as she approaches, the cute animal morphs into a monstrous beast, letting out a vicious roar. The beast, however, turns out to be just a regular cat, which Seun tries to coax over. But it's not interested, darting away down a dark alley before she can get close. Do-yeon smirks, calling her Butterfly and noting her fondness for cats. She snaps out of her daze, apologizing for getting distracted on their first outing. With a shy smile, she admits she just can't resist anything she finds cute. Do-yeon playfully suggests that's why she was so captivated by Haeyeon, and Seun agrees, calling the little spirit adorable. She then asks about the plushie Haeyeon carries, and he explains it was a gift from her father. A look of profound sadness crosses Seun's face as she thinks about the pain Haeyeon's family must have endured. She tells Do-yeon that thanks to him, Haeyeon always seems so bright and happy. He's a bit taken aback by the compliment, met with her genuine, appreciative gaze. Seun hesitantly asks if he's absolutely sure it's okay for her to stay with them. Do-yeon looks at her with a deadpan expression and admits that honestly, it's going to be tough. His place is small, he says, and her face immediately falls into a state of pure panic. She starts apologizing profusely, only for him to burst out laughing, revealing it was all a joke. He smirks, admitting he just wanted to see her reaction, and assures her they'll make it work. Overwhelmed with relief, she instinctively grabs his arm to steady herself. She pouts, calling him mean and confessing how incredibly nervous she was to even ask. He just offers a sheepish apology as they stop in front of a convenience store. Doyeon checks his phone, relieved to see he won't have to dip into his emergency funds just yet. A new resolve settles on his face. This unexpected living situation is just another challenge to overcome. While Doyeon waits, he notices Siyun seems completely captivated by a claw machine. He sneaks up right behind her, his sudden question making her jump in surprise. She quickly denies it, insisting she was just casually looking around at nothing in particular. But Doyeon sees right through it, a knowing look in his eyes. He remembers how she was looking at a plushie that reminded him of a certain little spirit. He offers to win one for her, but she's too flustered and quickly turns him down. Unfazed, he leans in with a confident smirk, telling her he's actually a pro at these things. Her expression shifts from embarrassment to intrigue. Maybe he's not just bragging. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly points to her prize, one of the white bunny dolls. Doyeon scoffs, promising to snag it within 3 tries. It's all about technique, after all. He leans in, explaining his master technique. It's all about getting the perfect spin. Yoon Kyung watches on with a soft smile, thinking his confidence is actually pretty cute. A strange warmth spreads through her chest, a feeling she's never experienced before. But his first attempt fails, and he sheepishly admits he missed. She's not disappointed though. This whole thing is surprisingly fun. It's a fresh, fluttering comfort, and she realizes being with someone can feel this happy. She's completely lost in the moment, soaking in the quiet joy. Just as she wishes time could stop, a sudden thud echoes from the prize chute. She whips around, eagerly asking if he got it, as Doyeon pulls something out. But it's not the bunny she wanted. It's some weird little blocker plushie he accidentally won instead. He offers to go again, but she quickly stops him, taking the odd prize with a smile. It's fine, she insists. This one is perfect. With a soft blush, she looks at him and admits that, actually, she likes this strange little plushie he won by mistake even better. She pulls it into a hug, hoping with all her might. Just as this prize came by chance, maybe their meeting is actually fate. Doyeon, on the other hand, is just thinking how weird it is that ghosts can even hold things. A moment later, a familiar ping sound echoes from his phone. A system alert confirms it. Siyun's affection level has just shot up significantly. As they walk, she apologizes for the cost, but he coolly brushes it off, saying it's nothing to him now. Then, his tone shifts, and he suddenly asks what she really thinks of Haeyeon. He presses, asking if, after all their time living together, she ever saw Haeyeon as more than a friend. Doyeon doesn't even try to deny it. He admits he'd be lying if he said no. The confession hangs in the air, and Siyun admits that his answer scares her. But he quickly downplays it, claiming he's no great guy, just a mediocre person helping out of circumstance. He even confesses he ran from his parents and only started streaming because of a girl. He's just a coward, he says, terrified of acting recklessly and hurting someone through a misunderstanding. But before his self-deprecating spiral can continue, her hand gently covers his. He looks up, surprised, as she tells him he's wrong, that he's a good person, and Haeyeon knew it too. She smiles, saying she's just glad she got to meet him, and that ghosts can see a person's true character. Her fingers interlace with his, a silent promise as she tells him it's precisely because it's him that she keeps wanting more, her own feelings now laid bare. She wants him to see them for who they truly are, beyond just people he's helping. The reason hits Doyeon hard. After all, she reminds him, they're already dead. So with what little time they might have left, isn't it better to live without regrets? The question hangs in the air, weighing on Kwon Hyojeong as well. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Hyojeong waits alone in her quiet room. She keeps her eyes on the door, expecting to see them any moment now. But the clock on the wall keeps ticking, and they're running later than she thought. She tries to reassure herself, thinking Doyeon must be carefully guiding Yoon Kyung. Still, as she stands and faces the empty entrance, an uneasy feeling takes root. A cold anxiety begins to creep in, a sense of dread she just can't shake off. Her feet pace restlessly, the waiting becoming almost unbearable. She reaches for the doorknob, a desperate wish forming in her mind. To her absolute shock, the lock actually clicks open under her ghostly hand. Hyojeong freezes in the doorway, trying to process what just happened. How is this possible? Since when could she interact with the world so easily? But there's no time to ponder it. The suffocating silence is pushing her out. The small Haeyeon plushie tumbles to the floor as she rushes to leave. She figures it's better to just meet them halfway than to wait any longer. Her steps are firm as she walks out onto the sunlit street. Now she can only hope that they don't somehow miss each other on the way. She reasons that if they were going to the convenience store, they should be just up ahead. But as she rounds the corner, she freezes, spotting Doyon with another girl. A cold dread washes over her. She knew something felt terribly wrong. Hez holding the blonde girl's face, a shockingly intimate gesture. What are they doing? Is this what it means to be honest with your feelings? Her heart clenches with a suffocating pain she's never experienced before. From her rival's perspective, the moment is perfect, bathed in a soft glow. But Doyon isn't looking at the girl in his hands. His focus is somewhere else entirely. His eyes lock onto Hyojong, and he seems to mouth a single, familiar name. He thought he was seeing things, stunned to find her standing right there in the open. Flustered, Hyojong stammers that the door opened, so she just came out to meet him. But her attention is immediately drawn to the little bear plushie he's carrying in a bag. She confronts him, asking why he has a doll when he was supposed to be buying supplies. He explains with a smile that he won it for Seun, who seemed to really like them. Seun then pipes up, innocently suggesting Hyojong should teach her how to possess dolls too. The comment lands like a lead weight. He had no money, but he still won a gift for someone else? Doyon is completely caught off guard, trying to awkwardly explain that it just happened. But he stops when he sees the tears welling in her eyes, and softly asks if she's crying. Embarrassed, she looks down, insisting she was just worried. That's all. He asks why she's acting so strange, but she can only wonder why this hurts her so much. She tries to hold back the tears, refusing to let them see her like this, especially not in front of Seun, who watches with a gentle smile. She tells herself to just act normal. Maybe she's just being overly sensitive. Her hand trembles as she questions why she's even feeling this way at all, and without another word, she abruptly turns and runs, leaving Doyon stunned. He calls out for Hyojong as she flees down the street, completely bewildered. But before he can even think, the world glitches out, presenting him with a critical choice. Doyon's eyes widen in disbelief. He's never had back-to-back prompts like this before. Without a moment's hesitation, he drops everything in his hands. He bolts after Hyojong, leaving a surprised Seun calling his name from behind. Seun can only watch, completely baffled by the sudden chaos. Everything happened so fast, leaving her standing alone with the dropped gifts. Meanwhile, Hyojong is consumed by regret, calling herself pathetic for running. She's terrified that this bizarre behavior will completely ruin things with Doyon, but he's right behind her, his hand outstretched as he closes the distance. He screams for her to wait, desperate not to let her disappear like this. She glances back, tears welling in her eyes, shocked that he actually followed her. He yells out an apology, admitting he was clueless and begging her to just talk to him. She tells him to stay back, but he calls her bluff. Why run if she wants to be alone? Then, in a moment of sheer desperation, he shouts the wrong name. Heian, please wait. The wrong name hangs in the air, and Doyon freezes, the realization dawning on his face. He looks up, but she's already gone, vanished as if she were never there. How was she so fast? Elsewhere, Hyojong collapses to her knees, clutching herself, unable to breathe. Her mind is thrown into a memory of a sunlit playground. A wave of pure fury washes over her, a rage so intense it brings tears to her eyes. This feeling is completely new, a raw emotion she's never experienced before. She stands alone in the dark, lost in this overwhelming sensation. No, this is wrong. She decides then and there that she has to leave for good. A memory flashes his shocked face, her presence in his room, and she thinks she's become strange from lingering too long. She has to disappear before she ends up causing him even more trouble. She had to leave before she became even more attached to him. Before this strange connection changed her any further. She'd already had so many joyful times, and she had to get a grip she was dead. After all. But just as she firms her resolve, a voice cuts through the air, shouting her name. Suddenly, Doyon is there, tackling her off her feet in a desperate rush. They both go down hard, crashing onto the pavement. He scrambles to check on her, panicking and apologizing for his sudden action. But then his expression hardens, and he tells her coldly not to be so nice to him. Heian covers her face, completely overwhelmed. Why did he have to show up now, making her waver? His eyes then catch the strange crimson streaks on her cheeks, and he freezes blood tears. This has never happened before. She wonders what on earth is going on with her body. He feels it too, a strange shift within himself whenever he's near her. Heian confesses that being with him makes her cling to this world, making her want to live again. Doyon's eyes widen, stunned by the raw pain in her voice as she laments her unfair death. His hand moves gently, wiping away the crimson tears as she explains her resolve has been crumbling. Since he appeared, everything changed. She started feeling happy again, remembering all she left unsaid. He pulls his hand back, realizing he can't just push her away. Instead, he reaches out, suggesting they stop suffering alone and be honest with each other. He begs her not to disappear, admitting that if she left, it would probably break him. He needs her. A small, determined smile plays on her lips as she gives him her answer. Yes. Meanwhile, Lee Si-yoon is lost in a quiet, somber moment of her own. Her mind drifts back to a painful memory of being a young girl, alone on the street, trying to convince herself that everything was okay. She remembers clutching a teddy bear, a small comfort in a world that had let her down. Back in the present, a flicker of determination crosses her face. For once, she's going to do exactly what she wants. But then, her gaze softens, caught by an unexpected sight. A little girl, her face full of pure, innocent joy. Si-yoon finds herself using her power to make a teddy bear float, and the little girl gasps in amazement that the doll is flying. But just as quickly, the magic gives out, and the toy tumbles to the asphalt with a soft thud. The little girl kneels down beside it, poking the stuffed animal, curiously asking if it's alive. Si-yoon watches, a nervous knot in her stomach, desperately hoping the child doesn't just run away from her. But instead of running, the little girl offers her the teddy bear, asking if she wants to come to her house. Si-yoon is completely taken aback, her mind reeling from the unexpected invitation. The girl turns to leave, excited to show her mom, but Si-yoon's hand suddenly clamps down on her arm. Her happy expression vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed confusion. In a sudden, desperate shift, Si-yoon starts dragging the child, telling her she can't just go. A frantic tug-of-war erupts over the stuffed animal, their hands locked in a struggle. The little girl tries to hold on, but Si-yoon is relentless, her face twisted with a strange possessiveness. Her mind flashes back to a memory. This was the very first gift she ever got from Doyeon. Snapping back to the present, she screams no and rips the teddy bear from the girl's grasp. The moment freezes, and her eyes widen in horror, as if just now realizing what she's done. The force of the pull sends the little girl stumbling backward onto the pavement. She immediately bursts into tears, her cries echoing through the empty street. Clutching the teddy bear, Si-yoon panics, desperately asking if she's okay, her mind a total blank. Just then, a woman sprints towards them, calling out her daughter's name, Ah-hyeon. Si-yoon is frozen on the spot, the mother's arrival making this 100 times worse. The mother kneels to comfort her crying child, who points and sobs that the doll trusted her. The mother looks up from her daughter, her face a mask of utter confusion. A doll? She follows the girl's gaze but sees nothing there, just a strange little charm left on the ground. Overwhelmed by guilt and fear, Si-yoon makes a split-second decision and runs for it. She doesn't stop until she's in a secluded alley, admitting to herself that she just ran away. Alone in the grimy alley, her mind is racing. What on earth is she supposed to do now? She can't just carry this teddy bear around, but if she leaves it, she feels like someone will just take it. Her spiraling thoughts are cut short by voices, a couple arguing just around the corner. The guy is trying to warn his girlfriend about someone's bad reputation, but she just scoffs, taking a drag from her cigarette. They dismiss a strange noise, joking about seeing ghosts, and Si-yoon holds her breath. The sudden sound had her heart leaping into her throat, thinking for a second that it had found her. Peeking through a gap, she figures she'll be safe enough if she just waits here for a while. She sits down, clutching the teddy bear tightly to her chest, a strange comfort in this mess. Okay, new plan. Hide it between the food trash bins and lay low. Holding the doll close, she can't help but wonder how her day became one disaster after another. The scene shifts to a memory of another girl, Ha-yeon, huddled alone in an alley, just hoping someone would return. And someone did. It was Doyeon, a flicker of concern on his face as he finds her. He gently asks her why she was crying, but she quickly denies it, saying she was just sulking by herself. But he presses on, telling her not to bottle things up. It hurts him more to find out later. Her resolve wavers, and she agrees to talk, but only if she can ask him a question in return. She looks him dead in the eye, asking if his strange ability to see ghosts is why he needs her. Doyeon is completely floored, the unexpected question leaving him speechless. He starts to stammer, trying to find an excuse, but his nervous sweat gives him away. His mind races. How did she figure it out? He must have left his phone open, and she saw the screen. He remembers the strange interface, realizing that no matter how careful he was, it must have looked bizarre to her. Cornered, Doyeon admits his strange ability is like a curse he always meant to tell her about. But instead of shock or fear, a soft, understanding smile spreads across Ha-yeon's face. She simply says that whatever the reason, it means he needs her, and that can be their little secret. He watches her, completely taken aback by her simple, unconditional acceptance. He thought she'd be far more curious about his entire situation, but she let it go so easily, almost as if she already understood. As they walk, he's crushed by the heavier truth. She died unfairly, only to become a character in his game. He hardens his resolve, promising to keep her from that heartbreaking reality for as long as he can. Suddenly, his internal struggle is interrupted as he notices something on the ground. It's the groceries he dropped, a jarring reminder of the panic he was in just a short while ago. Doyeon and Haeyeon arrive at the spot, but something is wrong. Both Seun and the doll are gone. A flicker of worry runs through him. He hopes nothing bad happened. Haeyeon watches him, her expression mirroring his concern. Suddenly, they hear a desperate shout for Seun from a nearby alley. But the voice is her own, as she finally spots Doyeon from her hiding spot. He turns, surprised and relieved to finally hear her call his name. Seun hurries over, clutching the bear and apologizing for disappearing. She explains she was just afraid someone would take the doll and was watching over it. She mentions a little kid showing interest in it, and Doyeon freezes in his tracks. Haeyeon smoothly steps forward, apologizing to Seun for Doyeon running off and leaving her alone. With a disarming smile, she tells Seun the doll is cute and that it really suits her. Seun, still a bit shaken, can only manage a flustered agreement. Later that night, the city lights paint the empty streets. Doyeon is already tying his shoes, his mind made up. Haeyeon watches him, suggesting that maybe he should rest and wait until tomorrow. But he's adamant, insisting he needs to go now, promising to be back quickly. He goes to hand her the doll, but it slips right through his fingers, tumbling to the floor. Inside, Haeyeon groans in frustration. Possessing this plushie is way harder than it looks. It seems moving so naturally is a skill she hasn't quite mastered yet. Doyeon just smiles, picking it up and telling her that no one is good from the start. He gently places the doll down, a silent trust passed between them. With a confident smile, he tells both Haeyeon and Seo Hyojung to take care of the house. The door clicks shut, leaving the two girls to watch him go. But the moment he's gone, Seo Hyojung's demeanor shifts, her expression turning serious. She quietly asks if they can have a little talk. The possessed doll breaks out in a cold sweat. Haeyeon was definitely not prepared for this. Meanwhile, Doyeon is already outside, heading for his car, his mind on the mission ahead. He settles into the driver's seat, the city lights reflecting off his phone. A small thought crosses his mind. It feels like forever since he's gone out on his own. Unaware of the tense atmosphere he left behind, he puts the car in gear and drives off into the night. As he drives, his brother's cryptic warning echoes in his mind. Why did he say not to be good to them? Hez heading towards the scene of the incident, recalling the ghost head glimpsed there that morning. He tries to convince himself that spirits are probably less active at night anyway. But a rising sense of affection, a danger signal in this game, forces him to take a deep breath and calm his nerves. Suddenly, the rules of a deadly game flash in his mind. Hurry, find a place to hide. A chilling, sing-song voice pierces the silence, taunting him to join its game. Shaking off the ominous feeling, Doyeon pulls into the building's underground parking lot. He checks his brother's last text, a simple address and a password for the door. Staring at the message, he sighs. He's come too far to back down now. He stands before the apartment, noting with suspicion how pristine the building looks despite the explosion he witnessed. He pieces it together. The explosion he saw was just a game event, tied to his presence. With the password from his brother's text, he steps up to the apartment door. The lock clicks open, and he enters the unsettling darkness of his brother's home. Treading softly, his mind immediately goes to the missing person flyer for Haeyeon. Unlike Seun's case where the culprit was caught, Haeyeon's has gone completely cold. He's here for answers about the game, about Haeyeon, and about the notebook his brother left. He admits to himself he's been avoiding this out of fear, but he can't ignore it any longer. Taking a deep breath, he steels his resolve, telling himself to just keep his mind sharp. Besides, if things get too crazy, he can always just turn around and run. But the moment he opens the door, his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. A sudden clap of thunder rings out, lightning flashing across the sky, because standing in the room with him isn't some monster, but the ghost of Haeyeon. She breaks the silence, her voice soft as she asks if they can talk. She's been carefully thinking over what he said to her before. He'd told her to do whatever she wanted, and now she needs to know exactly what he meant. Speaking through his little spirit avatar, he says there's no need for her to suppress her true feelings. He just wants her to feel free to smile, cry, and express herself like a normal person would. But she completely misreads the room, bluntly asking if this means he wants to date her. Doyeon's avatar panics, frantically explaining that's not it. He already feels like a burden to her. She clenches her hand, admitting she's terrified of crossing that line. She worries that Doyeon might feel uncomfortable, thinking maybe it's best to just be satisfied being near him. But despite her fears, she admits that she just can't stop thinking about him. She remembers seeing how easily Lee Si-yoon approached him, expressing herself so naturally. With a heavy heart, she asks him to consider the nature of her own actions. Are her feelings for him genuine? Or is she just drawn to him because he's the only one who can see her? Doyeon's avatar is completely caught off guard by the raw, introspective question. She explains that she's never been the protagonist in her own story. She was always the type to yield and follow rather than compete for what she wanted. Even when she first saw him and Siyun together, she felt it was already too late for her. All she wants is a chance, telling him she doesn't want to cause him any trouble. Doyeon's avatar replies that his time is limited too, and he just wants to be a little more honest with himself. A jolt of emotion runs through Ha-yeon as she clutches her shirt. She finally understands what's been bothering her, a feeling she refused to admit to herself. With a heavy heart, she apologizes for being overly sensitive, perhaps even unreasonable. She's terrified of losing what they have just as a hand with a rose tattoo presses the doorbell. The bell rings again, interrupting the fragile moment as she stands alone in the apartment. She wonders who it could be so late, suggesting to Doyeon's avatar that they should just ignore it. But the persistent ringing convinces the avatar they should at least see who it is for Doyeon's sake. A sudden sense of dread washes over Ha-yeon as she looks towards the door. Through the peephole, a sinister man grins, calling out for Choi Doyeon. The man leans against the door, his voice dripping with false friendliness, asking to talk for just a moment. Doyeon's eyes fly open, a sudden, horrifying connection being made in his mind. Hez standing in his brother's room, the air thick with unanswered questions. He looks around, a deep suspicion taking root. Something isn't right here. He remembers what Ha-yeon told him, that besides Doyeon, no one had ever come looking for her. But a missing persons alert on the screen proves his brother was searching for someone, and it was her. Could his brother have been playing the game specifically to help Ha-yeon? He turns to the wall, covered in research. Why was his brother so obsessed with this single case? The implications are staggering, a chilling realization dawning on him. And then he recalls the notebook he'd seen on the desk before. He opens the notebook, the first few lines confirming what he already knew about ghosts. But as he reads further, his brother's personal experiences begin to surface. The entries grow darker, speaking of an attachment that twisted into a suffocating obsession. It started as a game, but as more ghosts appeared, his brother's life became a living hell, and then the pages are torn out. Just as the weight of it all sinks in, a sudden phone call rips through the silence, making him jump. His eyes widen in disbelief. It's a detective. Why would the police be calling him? He answers, trying to keep his voice steady, claiming he's just visiting a friend. The detective brings up his brother, and a desperate hope flares in Doyeon's chest. Have they finally found him? But the reality of his brother's condition is a gruesome, blood-soaked image of bandaged feet. The detective's voice cuts through his shock. His brother isn't missing, he's in a coma at the hospital. The detective explains his brother jumped from the rooftop, but miraculously survived by landing on a tent. Doyeon's mind screams in denial. There's no way his brother would do that. Someone else had to be involved. Suddenly, a cold presence materializes right behind him, the terrifying bunny ghost from his brother's journal. He whips his head around, a jolt of pure adrenaline shooting through him. But the room is empty. He's alone, or is he? Trying to sound calm, he dismisses it to the detective, claiming he just thought he sensed someone. He closes the notebook, his expression hardening with a new resolve. Confirming the hospital's name, he promises to head there immediately, unaware the ghost still watches. From the shadows, its crimson eye locks onto its new target, a chilling whisper echoing in the darkness. Found you. And somewhere else, a mysterious girl with purple hair silently observes the unfolding events. But Doyeon is not the only one being hunted, as a man with a familiar rose tattoo peers into his apartment. He calls out Doyeon's name, knocking on the door and asking for just a moment of his time. Inside, Ha-yeon listens intently, her spirit plushy form by her side. She can't see, but the voice sounds like a man's. She presses her hands to the door, a flicker of uneasy recognition crossing her mind, that tone she's heard it somewhere before. A sudden jolt of realization hits her, her eyes widening in shock. Outside, the man with the tattoo sighs in frustration, wondering aloud what to do since no one is home. He reaches into his pocket, and his companion, Doyeon's own father, suggests they just leave a message. But the man smirks, dismissing the idea. No, he's just had a much better one. As they turn to leave, he mentions a certain Kim Yoon-kyung is undergoing a psychiatric evaluation. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he suggests they should pay her a little visit. The man with the tattoo smirks, thinking about his new toy and how it'd be a shame to break it too soon. Inside, Ha-yeon can barely register Doyeon's presence, lost in her own thoughts. Her eyes widen in dawning horror. No, it couldn't possibly be him. She tries to dismiss the chilling familiarity in that voice, telling herself it must be a mistake. As the night deepens, Doyeon drives, his mind haunted by the past. The official story just doesn't add up. His brother jumped on his own. He remembers that desperate phone call, his brother claiming it was the only path to survival. A vivid, fiery memory surfaces of his brother cornered by the rabbit-masked ghost. He had arrived just in time to watch him die on the spot. The sickening realization hits him. His brother sent him that game link to pass the curse on. He remembers his brother's notebook describing how the game was once fun. But then the ghosts began their rampage, and things went horribly wrong. It happened to Si-yoon before, and now Do-yeon worries Ha-yoon might suffer the same fate. If her resentment builds, will she transform into a monster from which there's no return? He stares at his own weary reflection, the weight of it all pressing down on him. His brother's last words about not treating the ghosts well still echo in his mind, a riddle he can't solve. Shaking off the confusion, he pulls up to the hospital, determined to find answers here. He waits in the quiet, sterile lobby, a lone figure in the dead of night. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, calling out for the detective. It's the man he came to see, who seems surprised he arrived so quickly. The detective brushes off the late hour, saying he found the case interesting anyway. He invites Do-yeon to talk on the way up, and Do-yeon agrees, eager for answers. He has so many questions, but he keeps his composure, a flicker of anxiety on his face. The elevator doors slide shut, sealing them in for a private conversation. As they ascend, the detective reveals the target. A man who jumped from a 10-story building. He's alive, but barely trapped in a vegetative state with no hope of waking up. The victim was a popular streamer, whose behavior grew erratic, like he was being hunted. The detective explains that since the case is outside their jurisdiction, it's about to be dropped. He then turns the tables, casually asking if Do-yeon has any leads he'd like to share. But Do-yeon deflects, making a simple request. He needs to see the man's condition first. But they aren't alone. A twisted spirit in a bloodied bunny mask phases into existence, also curious to see. Its single glowing eye promises nothing but malice, watching them from the corner. The elevator continues its ascent, finally reaching the 6th floor. As the doors slide open, the cold, sterile air of the hospital ward greets them. Do-yeon stares at the scene before him, finding it all so hard to believe. The streamer is just as the detective described, unconscious, bandaged, and hooked up to life support, a vegetative state. He falls to his knees at the bedside in disbelief. The detective standing silently behind him. Looking at the man's gaunt frame, a cold sweat forms on Do-yeon's brow. The sight triggers a powerful memory of his brother, Ki-young, encouraging him to succeed so others wouldn't regret their sacrifices. He remembers his brother's kindness, offering him a place to stay, sharing a meal, a warmth that feels worlds away from this cold hospital room. His brother had been so supportive, even offering to cover his deposit. He'd told Do-yeon not to worry, that he was smart and would surely succeed. But that kindness only twists the knife now, making him ask why did he jump. Ki-young was doing so well, earning good money, none of it made any sense. As Do-yeon relives that moment, the question still burns in his mind. Then, a chilling thought surfaces. It had to be, because of the ghost story. He remembers that last, urgent phone call, his brother's panicked voice. Do-yeon knows that in the game, death just means returning to a save point. But the system's warning flashes in his mind. His consciousness is at risk. He stares at his brother's still form, realizing with horror what that truly means. The official story just doesn't add up, and his brother's last words echo in his mind. Suddenly, a firm hand rests on his shoulder, pulling him from his dark thoughts. It's the detective, urging him to calm down and just take a deep breath. He explains the grim reality. If this is ruled a suicide, the investigation is over. His hands are tied. Standing over Ki-young's bed, he looks at Do-yeon, sensing there's far more to this story. He promises to help in any way he can, but he needs to know what is really happening. Do-yeon is caught off guard, the weight of the insane truth pressing down on him. He can't carry this alone. He has to trust someone, and the detective might be his only chance. Stealing his resolve, he finally begins to speak, the words spilling out. His mind flashes back to that moment, to his brother's hand grabbing him with desperate strength. Ki-young's voice echoes in his mind, a desperate, chilling warning not to speak the truth. The memory is so powerful it sends Do-yeon crashing to the floor with a scream. The detective rushes to his side, startled by the sudden breakdown. Do-yeon's vision blurs, and he sees his brother in the bed, reaching for him. But just as quickly, the vision fades, leaving only his brother's still, comatose body. He stares, utterly bewildered. It felt so real. How could he be lying there so peacefully? Was it just a hallucination? His hand trembles as he tries to process what just happened. No, he decides. It was far too vivid for that. Something is wrong. He slams the emergency bell. A piercing alarm suddenly rips through the quiet, desolate hospital hallway. The detective whirls around, his face etched with confusion at the sudden chaos. The detective tells Do-yeon to stay put, promising to check on the alarm and be right back. Doyon is left alone in the quiet room, staring at his brother's motionless body in the bed. Just then, his phone buzzes to life, a strange notification catching his eye as a dark aura emanates from the screen. He squints at the bizarre, game-like alert. Someone's affection level has suddenly dropped to hatred. In an instant, his world dissolves into a fiery, chaotic vision of people screaming and trying to evacuate. A terrifying figure in a bloody bunny mask flashes on a screen, its dead eyes promising only slaughter. A twisted, sing-song voice echoes through the memory, telling everyone to hurry and find a place to hide. The killer's blood-soaked, bandaged feet take a steady step forward through the smoky haze. Patients in their hospital gowns stumble through the corridor in a desperate, panicked stampede. And right in the middle of the inferno, he sees the detective, battling the blaze with a fire hose. The killer's voice echoes through the vision, a playful yet terrifying game of hide-and-seek. Another mask, a blood-splattered bear, flashes in his mind, humming a chilling tune. The detective peers through a door window, only to be met by the bunny killer's silent, waiting form. Through the mask's eye-hole, a cold, unblinking gaze promises a terrible fate. She'd found her target, the helpless man lying comatose in his hospital bed. The vision blurs, showing the chaos outside as emergency lights paint the scene red and yellow. Fire trucks and ambulances swarm the hospital, a testament to the disaster unfolding within. Inside, people trample over each other, a desperate stampede to escape the smoke and flames. And there, amidst the chaos, the detective grabs a fire extinguisher, ready to push back. With a makeshift mask over his face, he unleashes a blast, trying to carve a path through the inferno. But the detective knows this isn't just a fire. It feels intentional, almost like an arsonist is at play. Still, his thoughts drift to Choi Doyon, hoping the kid managed to get out safely. He remembers seeing him earlier, and the boy did not look like he was in any condition to escape. Suddenly, Doyon's eyes fly wide open in a different part of the building. System warnings flash across his vision, screaming of a vengeful spirit whose affection level is pure hatred. He stumbles back, wondering if he's hallucinating again from the stress. But the scene solidifies. A man stands before the bunny killer, who shouldn't even be here. The man speaks, his voice echoing with sorrow, saying he held on just by listening to her. He abandoned his pride. He endured it all for the sake of his family, only for the vision to show him comatose, with the bunny ghost looming over him, questioning if this was his reward. The vision culminates in a brutal scene. His brother, helpless as a dark tendril, ends his life. He had fawned over them, he'd done everything they asked, all for a family that was already doomed. Doyon recoils, the ghost's hopeless words hitting him like a physical blow. He tries to shake it off illusion or reality. He can't afford to be paralyzed by this. His first instinct is to run, to get his brother out of here, while the ghost is distracted. But then the spirit's words cut through the noise. Did he just say game? The vision intensifies, the bunny ghost now wreathed in spectral flames, a beacon of pure rage. A wave of spiritual pressure washes over Doyon, nearly knocking him off his feet. The ghost's voice pierces his mind, commanding him to listen, to understand her pain. The other spirit then appears, explaining their grim reality. They are the wretched dead, denied even the peace of the grave. Doyon's mind races, trying to piece together what the ghost is saying. But the bunny spirit cuts his thoughts short, demanding he stop his pointless resistance. It asks if he truly understands its story, before his entire world erupts in spectral flames. An unholy agony rips through his body, a scream tearing from his throat. He collapses to the ground, completely consumed by the phantom pain. The ghost forces him to feel it, all the horror of being burned alive. He can feel his skin melting, his lungs scorching with every stolen breath. Through the torment, a single, desperate plea escapes his lips. He's actually begging for death, anything to make the suffering stop. But the ghost looms over him, its vengeance meant for everyone involved. The bunny ghost declares that he must experience her pain, her agony, her end. As the spectral flames consume him, Doyon's mind races, questioning what this game even is. What could his brother have possibly done to make a ghost hate him this much? Suddenly, a vision of Seo Hyojong and Lee Seyoon flashes through his mind. It must be about them. His body goes limp, and for a moment, he thinks it's okay, they can just start over. As his consciousness fades, his only thought is a desperate hope for the pain to finally end. But just as he's about to slip away, a familiar voice cuts through the darkness, calling his name. He's suddenly a child again, standing before his mother as she looks over his report card. She points out that his scores have dropped, her voice quiet and heavy with expectation. She tells her son that he's smart, that he can do it, he just needs to try a little harder. She tells him to just follow his brother's example, asking if her son can do it. But all the young boy wants is a normal childhood, just relaxing on the couch with his phone. With a single word of agreement, his fate is sealed. From then on, he walks a different path, watching other kids play as he heads to his real destination. He forces a smile, trying to convince himself this is the right thing to do. A flicker of determination hardens his young eyes. He tells himself he needs to go to the academy, pushing all other thoughts aside. His life becomes a blur of after-school classes, heading to the English Academy late into the evening. This wasn't just for fun. It was intense entrance exam coaching. All of this, to live up to the impossible standards of gifted education. His father's voice cuts through the silence, asking if he's coming now. He stands before the imposing man, a small child next to a distant, preoccupied figure. With a quiet yes, Doyon clenches his fist, the tension betraying his calm exterior. His father reminds him to keep trying until the end, offering anything he needs to achieve his goal. Walking away, the heavy thought of his future dream feels more like a burden than an ambition. The elevator doors close on his face, a faint, unsettling smile plastered on as he's sealed inside. Later, his brother Ki-young approaches him with genuine concern, telling him not to force it. But Doyon, hunched over his desk, coldly insists he needs to be left alone to study. All that pent-up frustration finally boils over as he snaps, yelling at Ki-young for acting like his older brother. His brother freezes, the ball he was holding slipping from his grasp in shock. The sharp sting of a slap cracks across the room, leaving Doyon stunned and reeling. His mother stands over him, her expression ice-cold, questioning if this is how she raised him. She berates him for hitting his brother, who only wanted to help, twisting his dream of being a doctor into a threat. Ki-young tries to stop her, grabbing her arm and pleading for her to calm down. But it was her next words that cut deeper than any slap, asking if he knew how hard this was for her. Then, her tone shifts entirely, kneeling down to tell him that he can do it, that she believes in him. And in that moment, the devastating truth dawns on him. His mother wasn't thinking about him at all. His dream to become a doctor was never his own. It was a door slamming shut on his future. And so, he buried his own dreams, telling himself this was for his own good, that one day it would all be worth it. His life became a blur of equations and textbooks, a path he walked alone. Until one day, a cheerful girl named Kwon Hyojung broke the silence, trying to introduce herself. He didn't even flinch, and she took it as a deliberate snub, clearly annoyed. But he hadn't ignored her. He was just sealed off from the world, lost in his music. She tapped him on the shoulder, a bit put off, reminding him that a little courtesy goes a long way. He remembers that moment clearly. His daily life had been a monotonous hamster wheel. And then, she appeared, a single crack in the gray facade of his existence. The memory fades, and a pounding headache yanks him back to reality. He slowly drifts back to consciousness, the first sensation being a sterile hospital bed. A single, panicked thought pierces through the fog in his mind. Where is he? A nurse enters the room, her eyes widening in shock to see him awake. She quickly calls for another staff member, urging them to get the doctor immediately. He tries to move, but his own bandaged, bloodied hand is the first thing he sees. His vision is blurry, his body feels heavy and wrong, a strange sense of detachment washing over him. The nurse rushes back, pleading with him to stay still, warning him about the surgery. Surgery? The word hangs in the air, a chilling premonition of what he's about to see. He glances at a mirror, and his blood runs cold at the mummy-like figure staring back. But the reflection doesn't scare him, it fuels a cold, hard resolve. He tries to stand, only to see blood seeping through the bandages on his feet. A blinding flash of pain, a memory of impact, rips through his consciousness. He crashes to the floor with a thud, the nurse crying out in alarm. His entire body screams in protest, an agony like 1,000 stabbing knives. Looking down, he sees his hands are bleeding too, staining the fresh gauze. A sharp gasp cuts through the room, a familiar woman staring in utter shock. It's his mother, rushing towards him with terror in her eyes, calling out his name. She demands to know what happened as the nurse explains he suddenly tried to get up. Through the fog of pain, he looks up, his voice a weak whisper as he recognizes her. Mom? His mother kneels beside him, apologizing tearfully, assuring him that everything is okay now. Elsewhere, the news reports on the Donggu hospital fire, with victims being transferred. Time passes, the steady beep of a heart monitor echoing in the quiet hospital room. He's been moved back into bed, still completely immobilized by his bandages. But behind the gauze, his eyes snap open, burning with a cold, clear focus. He realizes he was in a coma for 3 full days. He should have died, but he didn't. He wonders if the save point changed while he was out, trapping him in this broken body. The terrifying thought sinks in, what in the world is going to happen to him now? Just then, the door slides open and a nurse walks in, asking about his condition. She offers a gentle, reassuring smile, completely unaware of the turmoil in his mind. She tells him it'll take time, but he'll be able to return to his daily life if he just pushes through it. Then, she tries to encourage him, suggesting he should stay strong for his father's sake. Doyeon's eye widens in confusion. His father? What is she talking about? The nurse, surprised he doesn't know, gestures to the TV, explaining it's been all over the news. A flashback cuts through his mind. His father, scorched and bleeding, carrying him from the inferno. A tremor of rage and disbelief runs through him, his bandaged hand clenching into a fist. He erupts, tearing himself from the bed and shoving the nurse aside in a desperate frenzy. The staff try to restrain him, but he screams for them to let him go, thrashing wildly. His broken body gives out, sending him crashing to the floor with the IV stand. Lying there, his thoughts spiral that can't be right. His dad never worked at a university hospital. His mind scrambles for an explanation. Any explanation, there must be some mistake. But all he can remember is his father's cold disappointment, deeming him a foolish failure. The memory of being pushed away, of his father not even wanting to look at him, floods back. That's right, a man like that could never have been the one to save him, because his dad is. Lying in the very next bed, bandaged from head to toe, a mirror of his own condition. The brutal reality hits him, and a raw scream of agony tears from his throat. He stares at the father who sacrificed everything for the son he seemingly cast aside. The name on the chart makes it undeniable, yet his heart screams, I'm supposed to hate him. A wave of unbearable grief and confusion crashes over him completely. After the storm of his breakdown, a heavy silence fills the hospital room. His mother sits at his bedside, her voice soft as she asks if he's okay. She's heard everything about the scene he caused, how he tried to throw himself from the window. With a heavy heart, she gently asks him to explain why he'd do such a thing. He can only mumble an apology, admitting that he must have lost his mind for a moment. But a more urgent question burns in his mind. Why was his dad there? What happened to his clinic? Her expression darkens as she begins to reveal the truth his father's hospital went under. It was his dad's co-director, tangled up in a massive insurance fraud scheme. The man was illegally prescribing drugs, and by the time his father found out, the police were already at the door. Though cleared of wrongdoing, the fallout was catastrophic, leaving the hospital closed and a mountain of debt. She finishes her story, explaining that his father is still paying off that crushing debt even now. The weight of it all hits him, and through gritted teeth, he asks why they kept this from him. Was he really just the cast-off child, left in the dark until the very end? His mother looks at him with a pained expression, trying to explain his father's reasoning. She says his dad didn't want to tell him, afraid it would get in the way of his gaming career. But that's the last thing Doyeon wants to hear, and in a fit of rage, he rips the IV from his arm. He lurches up, screaming that his father never even thought of him as a son. A bitter memory surfaces of him as a child, desperately trying to earn even a single glance of approval. He tried so hard to follow in his brother's footsteps, but his father only had eyes for his firstborn. In the end, he was just a useless failure who got thrown out of the house, wasn't he? He scoffs, asking how it makes any sense that the man who abandoned him would suddenly save him. But his mother begins to unravel the truth, explaining that his father had contacted her. He had come to the hospital, asking if Doyeon was sick, before going to visit another YouTuber. She admits she doesn't know the full story, only that his father saw him and rushed into the fire. But the words don't heal the old wounds. Doyeon wonders why he was saved now, after all this time. His mother insists his father was always worried, just clumsy and awkward with his feelings. Then comes the bombshell. He was secretly supporting him consistently, all along. The revelation hits him like a lightning bolt. His father watched his streams. A memory surfaces of a streamer he used to watch, a guy named Delete giving a shout-out to a big donor. A donor named Yuti, who had asked for advice on how to mend a broken relationship with his son, and so his father sat alone, phone in hand, desperately seeking advice on a relationship he didn't know how to fix. But in the present, that revelation brings no comfort. Lying in his hospital bed, Doyeon sees only numbers now, lottery numbers his father had sent. The warmth he felt moments ago is gone, replaced by a cold cocktail of regret, anger, and fear. He pulls up the lottery site, his mind reeling. Ever since this game started, everyone around him has suffered. But with knowledge of the future comes opportunity. As the rain pours outside, a new, colder resolve begins to form in his heart. It's been 3 days. The save point is likely useless now. Fine. He'll just have to aim for the next regression. He has to bend the rules, maybe even break them, to get what he needs. If this game is going to torment him, he'll use it, exploit it, and become a billionaire in the process. If this path won't work, then he'll just die and start over. But a voice, soft and trembling, suddenly breaks the silence. It's Ha-yeon, standing right there in his room, unable to believe what she just heard. He stares back, completely stunned. Ha-yeon? How is she even here? His mind reels, trying to comprehend this impossible reunion. Her eyes are filled with worry as she asks what happened to him, why he's like this. The question makes him look down, only to see he's handcuffed to the bed. He quickly explains there was a fire at the hospital. Trying to soothe her, he insists he's fine, that the surgery went well. But his reassurances mean nothing as she begins to cry, seeing him in such a state. Through her tears, she asks if he has any idea how long she's been searching for him. She searched every single day without rest, her heart twisting with anxiety. The fear that he had abandoned them was bad, but the fear of something worse was paralyzing. She just kept praying he was safe, even as a news report about a fire caught her eye. Her voice cracks as she admits what her greatest fear truly was, that something terrible had happened to him, to Doyon, and she collapses in relief and sorrow, but a bandaged hand reaches out, gently wiping away her tears. His gaze, though mostly hidden, is filled with a surprising softness. He rests his hand on her head, silently comforting her overwhelming grief. And as he pulls her close, a strange peace settles in his heart, and he finally apologizes. With a soft click, the handcuffs finally come off. A nurse smiles, relieved that he's finally calmed down after his ordeal. She instructs him to rest and not to move, then quietly leaves the room. But as one person leaves, another appears. It's Heian, materializing beside his bed. She gently sits down, her voice soft as she asks if his wounds still hurt. Doyon touches his bandaged face, brushing it off by saying he's endured far worse. The word worse catches her attention, but he quickly tries to play it off as nothing. She sees right through him, calling him out on being a terrible liar as she leans in closer. He flinches in surprise as she suddenly slips under the covers right next to him. With a playful smile, she reminds him the nurse said not to move, so this is just helping. She murmurs that she's tired too, asking if this makes him uncomfortable, and he quickly stammers that it's fine. But her tone suddenly shifts, cutting right to the heart of it. Did he really mean it when he said he wanted to die? Heian confesses that it sometimes feels like he knows the future, like a premonition. She recalls all the little moments finding her, finding Seun's body, his strange actions while staring at his phone. Her eyes lock onto his, her expression calm but certain. She's figured out there's something more going on. She can see it on what little of his face is visible. She knows she's right, and he can't deny it. Leaning closer, she brings up the one thing he let slip before, the curse he mentioned. With a soft, pleading look, she asks him to finally tell her the truth. She gives him an out, saying it's fine if he doesn't want to, but she knows if he doesn't confess now, he probably never will. Doyon's mind races, her question echoing in the silence. He thinks about the cold, rainy nights and the emptiness he'd leave behind. His hand clenches. What happens to the people who remain after he's gone? If he just disappears, won't they only suffer more because of him? He can't just die alone, without any responsibility. He has to tell her. So, in the quiet of the hospital room, Doyon confesses his impossible secret. When he dies, he returns to the past. He decides to be brutally honest, starting from the very beginning, the day he first met her, right before he was run over and killed. The memory flashes in his mind, still sharp and jarring. Heian just watches him, her expression calm and unwavering. He stammers, thrown off by her lack of surprise, but she simply tells him that, of course, she believes him. She admits that while his story is surprising, she never thought he was the type to tell a pointless lie. After all, she reminds him, she's been right by his side through everything. She's watched all his struggles, his desperate efforts to change fate, and her gentle expression shows nothing but complete and utter trust. She simply asks him to tell her more about the parts of him she doesn't know. Doyon sits in silence, stunned by her unwavering acceptance. He finally understands maybe all he ever wanted was someone to lean on. So he begins his tale from the very start, the day he first met her. For the first time in all his lives, he is truly confiding in another person. And as he speaks, Heian just looks into his eyes and listens. He tells her of his very first death, on that rainy night right after they met. He recounts the endless cycle of dying in the game, burned alive by vengeful spirits. He confesses about the doomed timeline where he died at his own brother's hand, and the horrifying memory of being hunted and killed by a ghostly Seun. He lays it all bare, every failure, every loss, even the truth about his father's incident. As he finishes, the unbelievable weight of his story hangs in the silent hospital room. Even to his own ears, the tale sounds like the ravings of a madman. But when his impossible story finally ends, Heian doesn't recoil in disbelief. Instead, she pulls him into a gentle embrace, a single tear tracing down her cheek. She holds him tight, whispering that he must have suffered so much, all on his own. In that moment, all his fears and confessions were met not with judgment, but with quiet acceptance. The rain pours down on Yuna General Hospital, a somber backdrop to the truth shared within. After a long silence, Heian finally speaks, her voice calm and her mind clear. She points out the obvious flaw in his plan. If his story is true, why is he still here? Leaning in with a playful but chilling smile, she asks if he shouldn't just die quickly then. Doyeon is completely stunned, her blunt logic catching him completely off guard. He has to ask, is she really okay with him just disappearing from her life like that? But her expression is one of sad resolve, a gentle smile that holds a world of pain. She confesses that the idea of parting with him hurts, but it's something that can't be avoided. Floating up, she tells him she won't be selfish. He can't suffer in that body, and she can't linger forever. She turns her back to him, casually mentioning they're on the 7th floor. The window is big, she notes, looking like a good place to jump. With a forced, cheerful smile unlike her usual self, she declares that she'll help him. She knows he's decided to start over, and she tells him he has to act now, or he never will. Trying to sound calm, she asks if he can even stand in his condition. But the facade cracks as her outstretched hand trembles, betraying her true fear. He makes it to the window, and together they stare out into the pouring rain. Once has gone, she says, shall find soon, wondering if she too can be released. She's seen her father, but not her brother, and worries about burdening her friend. Despite her fears, a quiet resolve settles over her face. Before they part, he has just one more thing he needs to ask her. Without a word, she steps forward, closing the last bit of distance between them. She pulls him into a final, heartbreaking embrace. It's a gentle farewell, a promise held in a moment of impossible closeness. She smiles, asking that when they meet again, he'll open his heart to her sooner. And as she fades, a cold notification pings on his phone. Ha-yeon's ending has been unlocked. But the real world snaps back into focus, the rain pouring down outside the window. Seeing his hesitation, she teases him, asking if he's getting scared now that it's time to jump. He tries to say hell go alone, but she insists, promising it'll be less scary together. She begins to count, their hands clasped tightly together as they prepare for the fall. Her countdown reaches 2, their feet teetering on the very edge of the world. As they tip forward into the rain-soaked abyss, she gives him her final, heartfelt confession. He can only thank her, his mind racing with a terrible thought. He might be able to return, but she can't. All his grand words, his promises, they meant nothing. He'd solve nothing for the people he left behind. But as they fall, a new fire ignites within him, a desperate scream that he will save her. No more looking away, no more making her cry. This time, he'll face it head on. A sudden, violent crack of lightning shatters the darkness. And just like that, Doyeon's eyes snap open, a cold sweat on his brow. Hez no longer on the rooftop. Hez standing inside his late brother's house. A system message confirms it. He has died and restarted from the last save point. He's back. He lets out a shaky breath, a small moment of relief to be standing here, solid and whole. But he quickly shakes it off. This isn't a victory, just a reset to a point where things are already going wrong. He has to focus, to piece together the events that led to his death. Grabbing a notebook, he starts to organize the chaos in his mind. The first, most critical question: how did the rabbit mask ghost track him to the hospital? Then a terrifying thought clicks into place. Could it have followed his voice over the phone? Wasting no time, he pulls out his phone and dials Detective Man Young-chil. He puts on an act, feigning ignorance as he gets through to the detective. On the other end, the detective confirms that Lee Ki-young is in the hospital, and an image of his own battered feet flashes in his mind. The detective notes how calm he sounds, forcing Doyeon to pretend he's shocked by the news. He remembers the moment his brain just froze, seeing the rabbit mask appear right behind him. The sudden terror of that memory still sends a cold sweat down his back. He had to keep his composure on the phone while that thing was looming over his shoulder. Playing it cool, he tells the detective he'll head to the hospital and hangs up. Immediately, he's in his car, racing through the night. His mind is already at work, deducing that the rabbit mask is a vengeful spirit, not an evil one. This means it's driven by a grudge, and unlike other ghosts, it might be possible to reason with it. As his GPS announces his imminent arrival, a crucial question pops into his head. Just how in the world did it manage to follow him? The chilling answer reveals itself. It's been clinging to the roof of his car the entire time. He grits his teeth through the pain, telling himself it's nothing he isn't used to by now. A fleeting vision of Haeon, smiling sadly in the rain, strengthens his resolve. He grips the wheel, remembering his promise not to run away anymore. It's time to stick to the plan. After all, what's the worst that could happen? He just dies again. The rabbit mask spirit peers down, completely unaware of the driver's sudden shift in strategy. With a surge of adrenaline, Doyeon's foot slams down hard on the brake pedal. The tires let out a piercing shriek as the car screeches to an immediate, violent halt. Unprepared for the sudden stop, the ghost is launched helplessly into the air. Through the mask's empty eye hole, a cold, spectral eye glares out in surprise. The spirit's body tumbles and crashes across the cold, hard asphalt. Doyon realizes he can't get details from his brother. But this ghost, it might know about the game. He steps out of the car, his mind made up. No more running. Since the incident's already happened, he figures if he can't get rid of it, he might as well try to talk to it, approaching the crumpled form on the road. The spirit is stunned by the audacity, but then a dark realization dawns on it. A single red eye glows with menace. It remembers him now. They've met before. It demands to know where Lee Ki-young is, and Doyon's blood runs cold. How? How could it know his brother's name? He realizes it must know he can respawn. He calmly explains his brother isn't here, that this was all a trap to force a conversation. Doyon makes his pitch. Tell him what's going on, and he'll do whatever he can to help. But the spirit scoffs, asking if he's here to give it false hope and toy with it too. It's been used and abandoned before, and it won't fall for the same trick twice. A bitter memory surfaces its father, dead on the pavement, all thanks to him. Trust is the last thing on its mind. Doyon stands his ground, refusing to be intimidated by the spirit's simmering rage. It tells him to keep his help. All it needs is his brother's location, nothing more. He can feel the tension, but notes that it isn't attacking recklessly just yet. It's holding back, he realizes, only because it needs him to find Lee Ki-young. He tries to reason with it, asking it to calm down and explain what happened so he can actually help. But all patience is gone. The spirit's hand suddenly erupts in a violent burst of flame. The time for talk is over. It gives him a simple choice. Guide it now, or burn alive. Doyon's eyes widen in shock. This wasn't an empty threat. With no time to think, he plants his foot and pushes off, sprinting away from the inferno. He desperately tries to outrun the spirit's rage, bolting down the empty road. But it's not him the spirit is aiming for. A nearby car engine erupts in a violent explosion. The shockwave catches him mid-stride, a look of grim determination on his face. He's sent tumbling through the air, crashing hard onto the cold asphalt. Lying on the ground, winded and dazed, he can only stare up at the smoke-filled sky. The spirit's voice fills his head, asking if he knows what it feels like to be helpless. A vision floods his mind. His brother, Lee Ki-young, trampling on the spirit's burning body. Doyon sits up, bruised but resolute, telling it he can't lead it to him in this state of blind fury. The spirit concedes, her bandaged hand twitching as she asks if his brother is in a hospital. She then threatens to burn them all to the ground, a promise that sends a jolt of pure panic through Doyon. He tries to play it off casually, questioning if that isn't a bit much, but his mind is reeling. What in the world did his brother do to provoke this level of hatred? He forces himself to stay calm, to keep her talking, searching for any clue or weakness. His eyes narrow in concentration. He knows he's missing a key piece of information, but the spirit cuts through his thoughts, flatly accusing him of lying. A confident smirk spreads across Doyon's face. He's found an inconsistency. He asks why she was waiting at his brother's house if her business was truly finished. The vengeful ghost falls silent, her glowing eye fixed on him as his question hangs in the air. He presses his advantage, suggesting her true motive isn't just revenge. He gambles that maybe, just maybe, she still has family she wants to save. The ghost scoffs, questioning if he really thinks she'd fall for that a second time. But Doyon is multitasking, his mind racing as he analyzes her fiery powers. He realizes that if he can just get her into water, her abilities might be neutralized. He changes tactics, acknowledging he's killed her twice in this bizarre game they're trapped in. Extending his hand, he makes a sincere offer, promising to help protect whoever she cares for. He just needs her to tell him what's really going on, what burden she's carrying. For the first time, she falters, her bandaged hand trembling at his words. Behind the blood-soaked mask, her eyes widen in shock, his empathy striking a nerve. And just like that, Doyon realizes he's stepped on a landmine, triggering a painful memory for her. The ghost tries to play it cool, scoffing that she won't fall for his tricks again. But he presses the advantage, questioning what good her revenge will be if nothing changes for her. Her composure shatters, and she screams, demanding he tell her where her real target is. All that pent-up fury and grief explodes outward in a massive, fiery blast. Through the inferno, her blood-soaked mask glares, eyes glowing with murderous intent. But her rage turns to shock. The explosion didn't have the effect she wanted. 2 system windows pop up, announcing a misfortune-blocking talisman and pain relief medicine have been used. It seems those items Doyon bought on a whim earlier had an auto-activate feature, saving his skin. Now completely shielded, he pushes through the flames, unfazed by her ultimate attack. He tells her to cut the waterworks and start talking sense, as tears stream from her glowing red eyes. With a powerful shove, he sends the vengeful spirit flying backwards, shattering her ghostly form. Her consciousness is thrown into the past, into the dark, moonlit night where it all began. A memory surfaces of a sickening splash in the water below. We see the world through her eyes, back when she was still human. She was utterly alone, wandering in a haze of despair, begging for anyone to help her. Her family was in danger, and a bloody tear traces a path down her cheek. She fell to her knees in a crowded station, but everyone walked past, ignoring her desperate cries. The world around her was cold, just like the pouring rain that washed over the city. She was helpless, but then, a single voice cut through the noise, asking if she was okay. A couple under an umbrella stopped, the man's voice cutting through the rain to ask if she needed help. But her memory shifts, focusing on the person who truly appeared for her. As she watches over her father in the hospital, she whispers to his unconscious form, apologizing for her absence, but explaining that someone finally promised to help her. Seun gently takes his bandaged hand, a silent vow passing between them. She begs him not to give up, revealing their shared mission to save someone named Do-hun. A quiet resolve settles over her as she stands against the backdrop of the city at night. The scene cuts to Do-hun, grumbling to his friend that he wasted points on a bunny head instead of a full costume. But in Seun's eyes, this is the person who will solve everything. Do-hun turns and offers her the large pink mask, telling her it arrived just in time and should suit her well. She takes it, reminding herself to be patient, and just wait, he did make a promise. After all, Seun can barely manage a word of thanks, her mind lost in a darker memory. A flashback cuts through her thoughts, a moment of sharp, infuriating betrayal. She watches her boyfriend shove another woman, Seo Hyojong, away with a smug look. He tries to paint himself as some kind of gentleman, claiming he never forces anyone. Back in the present, she clutches the bunny mask, a stark reminder that she can't do this alone. This ridiculous mask from a stranger is now her only real hope. Standing in a hospital room, she finally makes a difficult call, her voice wavering. She pleads with him, explaining that her dad's condition is getting worse and they need to hurry. But on the other end of the line, there's just a cold, indifferent Ha. Hess in bed with Hyojeong, casually mocking Seun for being at the hospital and blowing her off because Hess busy. He tries to placate her, claiming another case is far more urgent and needs his immediate attention. But her mind flashes back to her own grim idea. Maybe she should just stream this whole tragedy for clout. Desperate, she asks if he's actually planning to help her at all, reminding him of how critical this is. But he just scoffs, telling her to wait or find someone else if she doesn't like it. The elevator doors close, sealing her fate. She's on her own. She arrives at the hospital, her expression now cold and empty. Inside, a nurse wonders why it's so unusually noisy today. And then, Seun's eyes lock onto the scene, the chaos finally making sense. She watches them cover her father's body, a terrible thought echoing in her mind. If he had just died back then, would he have been spared all this pain? A raw, guttural scream tears from her throat, blood and tears mixing as the guilt consumes her. She collapses to the cold hospital floor, the whispers of nurses confirming the worst. It's all her fault. Her mind races, replaying the moment she made her fatal mistake. If only she hadn't believed those words. She imagines her stepmother, putting on a show of grief for the doctors. She remembers the woman's fake tears, and a cold, burning hatred begins to fester within her. That hatred ignites, a fire of pure vengeance starting to course through her veins. One single, violent thought cuts through the pain. She should have killed that woman herself. But then she remembers Do-hun, the boy whose entire future rested on her father's legacy. A slow, chilling smile spreads across her face as a dark resolve takes root. If she were to die, what would become of everything and what would happen to him? Her father's legacy, Do-hun's future, a chilling purpose takes hold. Suddenly, a desperate whisper cuts through the game, a voice pleading for help. It's the spirit, Lee Seun, her voice echoing from the past, promising to do anything. If someone, anyone, would just get her out of this living hell. She remembers the bunny mask, a symbol of the twisted game she was forced to play. Huddled in a dark corner, trapped in an endless loop of terror and isolation. Her voice cracks, one last desperate plea escaping the mask's dead eyes. She rips it off, revealing her true, broken face, begging him to save her, to finally look at her. And just like that, the vision shatters as Do-hun roars back that he's not his brother. Her hollow eyes pierce right through him, asking what he's been staring at while hiding from his own ghosts. He tells her to calm down and look ahead. He's not his brother, and she needs to stop living in regret. Her bloodied hand grips his jacket, a desperate, broken gesture. She can't believe it, questioning why he'd help her after she tried to kill him. It's laughable to her, this idea of asking for help after everything she's done. She scoffs, saying she's not cute or mature, and has no intention of playing along with his expectations. Her eyes flash with bitter accusation, convinced he'll just see her as baggage soon enough. Doyeon is stunned into silence by the raw pain in her words. She screams that she's not some background extra, not just a character in his game, but Doyeon stands firm, his expression unwavering in the dark water. He tells her he's never seen people that way. Helping someone in need is just the right thing to do. She looks up through the bandages, demanding to know who this person is who speaks with such conviction. He meets her gaze and introduces himself simply as Choi Doyeon, asking for her name in return. The two of them stand in the ethereal darkness, a chasm of pain and distrust separating them. He extends his hand, a clear offer of help, but a voice of pure self-preservation screams in her mind not to take it. She turns away, unable to comprehend his motive, insisting she has nothing to offer him for his kindness. But Doyeon just smiles gently, questioning if it's really so strange to help someone without an ulterior motive. His simple sincerity begins to break through her hardened shell, and her vengeful form starts to fade. A flicker of hope ignites within her. Maybe this person, maybe he's different from all the others. Deciding to take one final leap of faith, her hand slowly reaches out and takes his. The darkness recedes, revealing her true, uncorrupted self as she finally gives him her name. Lee Hana. With the darkness banished, the two of them stand together in a tranquil, ethereal space. But the real world quickly intrudes as the sound of sirens fills the night air. The bridge is now swarming with police cars and investigators, picking through the wreckage. Doyeon, unfortunately used to this routine, calmly gives his side of the story. For now, the official conclusion is a simple car fire, a neat cover for the supernatural truth. Lee Hana, now bound to him, peeks out from his shadow, shy and uncertain. He can't help but crack a small smile, finding her cautiousness endearing, like a feral cat learning to trust. With the questioning over, he tells her he's secured them a ride to the nearest station. She hesitates, her eyes filled with a lifetime of doubt, asking if she can really go with him. Doyeon's calm gaze is all the answer she needs. He confirms it without a second thought, his voice calm against the dramatic sunset. But a mischievous glint appears in his eyes as he remembers one tiny detail he forgot. Because waiting for him are Ha-yeon and a friend, wondering why he isn't at his brother's place like he said. And just like that, Doyeon's quiet return home turns into a very awkward reunion on the street. Lee Hana freezes, completely unprepared to meet his friends and feeling like an intruder. Doyeon tries to play it cool, giving a vague introduction about helping a girl with a painful past. Then he drops the bombshell that she'll be living with them, much to Ha-yeon's gentle concern. His other friend, however, is far less patient, clenching her fists in frustration. All Doyeon can do is scratch his head and offer a sheepish apology for making them worry. But for Lee Hana, this is a total shock, realizing she's just stumbled into the middle of his life. Lee Hana's heart sinks as she realizes Doyeon already has a life here with other people. His blonde friend suddenly grabs his arm, her patience completely worn out. She glares at Hana, her voice dripping with hostility, suggesting she leave if she's going to make things awkward. The aggressive welcome leaves Hana trembling, completely overwhelmed by the pressure. But seeing her genuine distress, the blonde friend's anger seems to falter for a moment. Her expression softens into one of concern, and she asks Hana if she's feeling okay. Caught off guard by the sudden kindness, Hana freezes up, unsure how to respond. She forces a shaky smile, insisting she's fine, just a little shy around strangers. Taking a deep breath, she steps forward to formally introduce herself and start explaining her situation. But as she tries to speak, her mind is dragged back to a hellish vision of a girl in a bunny mask, standing amidst roaring flames. Her friend's simple question sends Hana spiraling, her mind screaming. If they knew what she did, they'd never accept her. She tries to plaster on a smile for her new companions, but wonders what kind of twisted face they're actually seeing. The paranoia deepens, planting a single, crushing thought in her mind. They're going to hate me. She desperately wishes for her rabbit mask to hide her expressions, stammering out a frantic apology that she's not angry. But the damage is done. The others just stare back, their faces a wall of confusion and concern. The pressure becomes unbearable, and she squeezes her eyes shut, trying to block out the world. Suddenly, she shouts that she's going for some air and just bolts, leaving them stunned. The man in the hoodie calls out her name, reaching for her as she flees. But Hana doesn't stop, running as fast as she can from the suffocating kindness. Her mind floods with memories of the past, the cruel whispers, the sneers, and the voices calling her creepy. A cruel voice from her past echoes, asking if she wasn't satisfied with just him and Minseo. The woman then sneers, telling Hana to soften her intense gaze because she's scaring people. That memory fuels her desperate escape as she runs blindly through the sunlit streets. She finally stops at an empty playground, the silence amplifying her crushing loneliness. Needing to hide from everything, she curls into a ball inside a piece of playground equipment. The tears finally break free as she accepts this is the worst, that she can't be like them. Overwhelmed with self-hatred, she can only wonder why she is such a complete mess. But a voice suddenly cuts through her despair, and she looks up, startled. It's the man in the hoodie, and she stammers, asking how on earth he managed to find her here. He just casually says he followed her, noting she's slower than she looks, leaving her completely flustered. His expression is gentle, not judging in the slightest. He asks what happened, cutting through her weak excuse that she just needed some air. His directness completely disarms her, leaving her stunned and speechless. She pulls her knees to her chest, trying to make herself smaller. Hana just wants him to leave her alone, promising to stay out of sight. But he just sits down nearby, playfully pointing out how she's oddly timid for someone who seems so bold. She looks up, caught off guard by his observation. He admits he was going to wait for her to talk, but now he asks her plainly, calling her by name. What is it that's holding her back? The question hangs in the quiet air of the empty playground. Her silence is the only answer he needs as she finally considers telling him the truth. She mulls over his patience. He has every reason to pry, but he's just waiting. For the first time, she wonders if maybe he could be the one to understand her story. Even among the other ghosts, she admits, she was an outcast completely shunned. The word catches Doyon by surprise, but Hana quickly clarifies that it was partly her fault. A memory surfaces of her standing apart, a lone figure refusing to join their pathetic games. She just hovered nearby, a constant, silent presence that she now realizes only made her seem creepy. A bitter smile forms as she remembers the open discomfort she caused them. But there was nothing else she could do, holding on to that facade, desperately begging for help. She looks to Doyon, clarifying that his brother wasn't like the others, not at first. He was actually warm. And while the other victims were awkward, there wasn't any real hostility yet. At first, his brother genuinely tried to help the spirits, looking into cases like Ha-Yon's. He dug into every lead, but his efforts only drew more and more lost souls to him. As the number of ghosts grew, clinging to him, something inside him began to warp and twist. He started justifying his increasingly strange actions by blaming them on the game he was playing. He even claimed it was like a dating sim, that there was an ending where people could come back to life. Hana recalls with a pained expression that this was when everything started to feel deeply wrong. She missed the worst of it, spending her time at her father's hospital, only to return to an empty house. Her voice cracks as she confesses her deepest fear, being pushed to the fringes, abandoned once more. Looking at Doyon, she's terrified of losing the last person she considers family. Her ultimate dread is that he, too, will end up like his brother, seeing them all as nothing but characters in a game. Doyon listens quietly, his expression turning grim as he takes in her story. He admits to himself that he almost fell into that same delusion. Surrounded by Hana and Hyojong, he began to feel special, taking their kindness for granted. For a fleeting moment, he truly understands how his brother changed, realizing he could have ended up the same. Turning to Hana, he says he knows her fear, promising she can blame him if he ever becomes like his brother. He reassures her that her fears won't come true, because he knows Haeon and her other self aren't like that. Hana is visibly stunned, her resolve wavering at his sudden, heartfelt declaration. Doyon suggests they head back, casually mentioning the other two are curious about her story too. She's instantly flustered, realizing with a jolt that they were listening in the whole time. But Hyojong simply smiles, saying it's better to ask than to eavesdrop, as a flustered Hana can only agree. With the heavy atmosphere finally lifting, Doyon turns to the girls. He smiles, suggesting they all head out and get something to eat together. Hana, however, lingers for a moment inside a playground slide, still processing everything. Her hand trembles, a silent testament to the fear she just confessed. But after a deep breath, she gets up and walks towards her new friends. Meanwhile, in a quiet room somewhere else, a fist clenches with tense focus. A boy named Dohun is startled when his mother calls out that she's coming in. She enters with a proud smile, praising her son for studying so diligently. As a reward, she's brought him a beautiful plate of sliced fruit. But he dismisses her, eyes wide with obsessive focus, telling her he'll eat it later. His mother gently reminds him to consider her feelings. She just wants her only son to be healthy. He reassures her that he took his supplements, but on the desk, a single pill is missing from the packet. The scene shifts to Doyon, who smirks with the quiet satisfaction of a plan going just right. He steps into his room where the three girls are waiting, immediately noticing how crowded it is. Hana, feeling out of place in the tight quarters, looks for a way to ease the situation. She puts on a brave face, offering to wait outside and boasting that she's used to roughing it. But even as she says it, a flicker of doubt crosses her face, wondering if this is okay. Hyojong chimes in with a much simpler idea, turning to Ha-Yeon and asking her to just shrink. Hana looks on in complete confusion, not understanding what she means. Her eyes go wide as she sees not one, but two tiny spirit forms Ha-yen and even Do-yeon now sitting on the bed. Ha-yeon, in her tiny form, breaks the silence with an innocent smile. She looks between Do-yeon and Hana, asking the one question on her mind. How did they meet? Hana flushes, completely caught off guard and stammering for an answer. But Do-yeon's mind drifts back to Hana's tragic past and his brother's cryptic warning. He hesitates, knowing that any real explanation means revealing the entire game. Deciding to trust them, he gently pats both their heads and begins to explain his reality. It all started with a game link his late brother sent, which is how he began seeing spirits. He believes Hana will understand, just as Ha-yeon did, and prepares to reveal the truth of it all. But just as he's about to speak, a sharp ping fills the air, and his eyes snap open. A system message flashes before him, a stark warning that if he talks, all consequences are his alone. A cold dread washes over him. He's sure he never got this warning when he told Ha-yeon in the last loop. Penalties, difficulty adjustments, the game's rules are changing, and the stakes are suddenly terrifyingly real. Hana's voice cuts through his panic, asking if he's okay, as their two spirit forms float nearby. He quickly plasters on a smile, brushing it off as a simple alert, saying it's too difficult to explain. So, he pivots, starting a different story about the brother who sent him the game link and then went silent. He explains that he found his brother in a vegetative state, and that's how he first met Hana. Later that night, he stands outside his home, finishing up a phone call. He's talking to the detective, promising to stop by soon to discuss something important. A heavy sigh escapes him. He was hoping the detective could help with Hana's case, but he knows he can't push it. He'll have to find another way to navigate this treacherous game. Seeing the weight on his shoulders, Haeyeon gently suggests that he looks tired and should get some rest. But Do-yeon just smiles, admitting he feels like he's been neglecting her through all the recent chaos. He holds out his hand, acknowledging that they haven't really had a chance to talk. He wants to clear his head, and asks if she'll come with him for a walk. Haeyeon is immediately suspicious, wondering why he's suddenly being so nice and if he's hiding something. She playfully grabs his arm, not letting him off the hook so easily. Leaning in, she notes that he's different from usual. Something has definitely happened. Do-yeon's caught off guard for a moment, a bead of sweat betraying his surprise at her insight. He finds his composure, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he tells her he's just grateful. He's truly glad, he says, that she was the very first ghost he ever met in this game. As they walk, Hyojung playfully asks if something happened with Hana, noting he's acting like a guy who just cheated. Do-yeon stammers, trying to deny it, but she's not buying his act. She points out a funny pattern. Every time he goes out, he seems to bring back another cute girl. Leaning in, she wonders if he's specifically picking them out, which only makes him more flustered. But then, the mood shifts as she stops, ready to ask something she's been holding back. She gets serious, asking about the person who sent him into this game and why they're now in a vegetative state. Do-yeon's face hardens. He admits that he doesn't know the full story either. All he knows, he explains grimly, is that the person was so tormented by the game that he threw himself off a rooftop. The weight of his words hangs in the air, and a terrifying thought crosses Hyojung's mind. She looks up at him, her eyes wide with fear, asking if the same thing could happen to him. She presses him, saying that vague answers aren't good enough when his life is on the line. Hyojung reminds him that he needs her to break the game's curse. With a look of pure resolve, she tells him to just give the order. She'll do anything. Do-yeon is completely caught off guard by her sudden and intense commitment. But then, a soft, relieved smile crosses his face. Her words are oddly reassuring. He thanks her for the concern, trying to play it cool despite not knowing the answers himself. Pulling out his phone, he complains about how the game system is frustratingly unhelpful. He admits there are certain secrets he's forced to keep, but he says as long as she and Haeyeon are with him, he doesn't think winning is impossible. His declaration hangs in the air, leaving Hyojung a little flustered but undeniably moved. Taking a breath, Hyojung decides to ask him just one more thing. Do-yeon turns, a little confused by the sudden seriousness in her tone. She looks him in the eye and asks if he sees her as a woman. The question hangs in the air, a confession she finally lets slip. She worries aloud that maybe she's the only one with these hopes, putting pressure on him. But Do-yeon just smiles gently, telling her of course that's not the case. Her eyes widen, completely shocked by his warm and immediate denial. He says he's the one trying to be careful, and couldn't possibly dislike someone as charming as Haeyeon. A blush of embarrassment and disappointment colors her cheeks at the mention of the wrong name. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, his little otter avatar trembles from the sheer awkwardness of it all. And with that colossal slip-up, Do-yeon's avatar promptly faceplants on the floor. Lee Hana, the vengeful spirit in her original form, looks over with genuine concern, asking if he's all right. A dark cloud of pure shame hangs over his head as he mumbles that he's fine. But before she can press, he quickly changes the subject, asking if he can pose a question. She wonders what he's working so hard on, pointing out that his efforts to scrub the floor don't seem to be working. He's just falling over, and besides, the place is already sparkling clean. Doyeon looks up, explaining that he just wants to be helpful in some small way. He hopes that if he can master this tiny body, maybe he can even learn to transform. He admits Haeyeon is better than him at everything right now, and he knows he has to leave once this is all over. But he believes that someone with little giving their all means more than someone with a lot who barely tries. He'll just do his best, moment by moment, not getting greedy since he was the latecomer. Lee Hana is left speechless, taken by his earnest resolve. But Haeyeon's voice cuts in from nowhere, asking Seon if she truly likes him. Without a moment's hesitation, she replies that it's because he's simply amazing. She remembers his gentle demeanor hiding a core of steel, always standing up to injustice. With tears forming in her eyes, she confesses that to her, Doyeon is a hero. It's a feeling she's never had, and her only regret is not meeting him before she died. Doyeon, completely flustered, says it's embarrassing but tells her to just wait a little. A soft, knowing smile spreads across her face as she quietly agrees. Her words give him a new surge of determination, and he thanks her, ready to give it his all. Elsewhere, under a crosswalk signal, Hyojong quietly hopes that maybe he'll finally look her way, and in the very next moment, Doyeon pulls her into a sudden, gentle embrace. They stand together in the soft glow of the city lights, wrapped in an unexpected closeness. A blush creeping onto her cheeks, she asks if he disliked it, but he instantly denies it. She notes how strange he's being. The usual distance he keeps between them seems to have vanished. With a gentle smile, Doyeon explains that he just wants to be honest for a change. Her eyes widen just a little, processing this sudden shift in him. He tells her he's decided to follow his heart a little more from now on. His words linger in her mind as she leans into his hug, feeling its genuine warmth. She gently touches her lips, lost in the sweet, overwhelming feeling of the moment. Her heart feels like it's about to burst, but for now, she's satisfied with just this. They start to walk back, a quiet, sweet understanding now settling between them. But the moment they return, they're met with the sharp, knowing eyes of Lee Hana. She immediately asks if something happened, and Doyeon quickly denies it, claiming they just took a walk. Hana plays along, saying it's a relief, but she can clearly see they both look incredibly awkward. Her eyes narrow, her instincts telling her there's way more to this story, and she finds her proof in Seo Hyojong, who's standing there blushing like crazy. Hana points it out immediately, asking why her face is so incredibly red. Hyojong panics, sputtering a terrible excuse about the room being a little too hot. Oh, Hana knows. She sees right through the lie, a small smirk confirming that something definitely went down. Doyeon and Hyojong share an awkward, blissful moment, completely failing to hide their giddiness. But Hana's not buying it for a second. If they're going to lie, they could at least try to be convincing. She plays it off with a sly smile, saying it's fine if nothing happened, though her eyes say otherwise. Still, a part of her feels petty, wishing they would just include her instead of being so secretive. Her knowing smirk says it all. She's pieced together exactly what went down between them. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Doyeon's expression turns serious as he faces forward. He glances over at Hana, thinking she looks a little gloomy, or maybe he's just imagining things. A loser like him can't help much, he thinks, but he makes a mental note to talk to her later. Trying to shift the heavy mood, he calls out her name to get her attention. He announces that tomorrow they're meeting the detective for Haeyeon and Seun's cases, catching her by surprise. But he adds that before that, it would help to know her situation, asking if she could tell them what happened. Hana looks down, admitting it's not exactly a fun story, and suggests maybe they should sit and talk. Before she can blink, Doyeon and Haeyeon are already sitting, eagerly asking for the details, which flusters her completely. She stammers, finding it harder to talk about than she expected. Were they really that curious about her? Haeyeon explains that of course they are. Hana can walk around in broad daylight, while she and Seun couldn't until their bodies were found. Hana's expression turns somber as she processes their question. The reason, she reveals with a heavy heart, is because her funeral has already ended and there's no body left to find. Doyeon's brow furrows in confusion. A funeral? Then why did she become a ghost in the first place? She couldn't pass on, she says, her voice laced with bitterness, because she was far too resentful. And that resentment is focused on one single mission. She has to save her little brother from that woman. Hana begins her story, recalling a time when her family was happy, even after their mother passed away. But then one day, her father brought home a new woman, a new mom for them. She was young, pretty, and at first glance, seemed perfect. The woman worked hard to win them over, showering them with affection and gifts. And soon enough, the children's initial wariness completely melted away. She slotted herself into their lives so perfectly, filling the space left by their busy father. But just as their new family life seemed to settle, their father started getting sick. It started with a fall, then sudden blindness, and finally, a deep depression that led to self-harm. Looking back, Hana admits she was completely oblivious to the signs. All she could see was her strong father suddenly becoming weak, never once questioning why. The stepmother held Hana close, promising to fill her father's place and get them through this. And with her father so sick, Hana had no choice but to lean on her completely. The woman would even leave for work, reminding Hana to take her daily supplements. Slowly, the stepmother's influence grew, while her father's presence faded into the background. But then a strange, heavy drowsiness began to creep over Hana every single day. She'd wonder why she was so sleepy before just deciding to nap it off. She remembers her routine: take the supplements, nap, and then wake up. But this time, when she opened her eyes, everything was pitch black. A wave of pure terror hit her as she stumbled and crashed to the floor, her vision gone. All while a man watched from the shadows, a smug, cruel smile playing on his lips. Even the doctors were baffled, explaining her sudden blindness made no sense unless she'd been deeply pierced by something sharp. Back home, her body gave out, the cane she relied on clattering uselessly to the floor. It felt like her entire world was collapsing right from under her feet. Blinded and broken, she realized the truth. After they took her father, it was finally her turn. She couldn't understand why this endless tragedy kept striking her family, one after another. Crawling on the floor in a dark, silent world, she hated everything but was completely powerless to fight back. Her body grew weaker, racked with coughs she couldn't control, and as she sat there, trapped in that chair, the house itself began to burn around her. She thought this was it, a final, perhaps merciful end to her suffering. But fate wasn't done with her yet. Against all odds, she survived. She awoke in a hospital bed, wrapped head to toe in bandages, in a state even worse than death. The doctors told her she barely survived, all thanks to her stepmom who supposedly rushed in to save her and her father from the fire. But she couldn't see, couldn't move. Trapped in her own body, all she could do was listen. And as she lay there, she heard her stepmother quietly peeling an apple, wondering if doing more would make people suspicious. The woman muttered to herself, annoyed that her next target had decided to go out instead of staying home. It was in that moment, listening to her plot to drug someone else, that the horrifying truth finally clicked into place. The sound of the knife against the fruit continued, a calm, mundane noise hiding a monstrous intent. In her mind's eye, Hana could see the cold, calculating look on her face. A tidal wave of betrayal and pure, unadulterated hatred crashed over her as she began to thrash in her bed. Her stepmother simply paused, feigning a mild, almost mocking surprise at the sudden commotion. A twisted smile spread across the stepmother's face, realizing Hana had been listening this whole time. Trapped in her own body, a wave of absolute despair washed over Hana as tears streamed down her face. The woman's voice echoed in her mind, coldly telling her to stop crying. Knowing the truth changed nothing. Her true, monstrous nature was finally revealed, complaining about how much trouble cleaning up after them was. Back in the present, Hana finishes her story, explaining there was nothing she could do but listen to the taunts. She remembers clenching her fist as months slowly crawled by in that living nightmare. But then, one day, she finally came back to her senses. Snapping out of her trance, she apologizes for the gloomy story, while Seo Hyojeong sits there, utterly shocked. Doyeon, however, remains perfectly calm, processing the details with a thoughtful expression. He cuts through the emotion with a simple question. How could so many incidents happen without anyone getting suspicious? Hana admits that even she found it hard to believe someone could be so evil. The stepmother had crafted the perfect image of a loving parent, making her monstrous actions unthinkable to outsiders. Now, with her and her father gone, she's terrified her little brother will be the next victim. Doyeon listens, the full weight of her lonely struggle finally sinking in. She tries to end the heavy conversation, suggesting they get some rest for tomorrow. But instead of leaving, Doyeon turns back towards her. He gently places a hand on her head, acknowledging how hard it must have been for her. He promises her that he'll do everything he can to help make that woman regret her crimes. Hana is left speechless, completely caught off guard by his sincere support. With a new resolve, he tells her to get ready. They have a meeting with the detective first thing in the morning. Hyojeong hesitantly agrees. But then she brings up a rather practical problem. With him and the two spirits here, how exactly are they all going to sleep? Doyeon freezes, the sudden logistical nightmare dawning on him completely. Hana explains that since Yoon arrived, they've just been staying out every night. Realizing he's the one causing the trouble, he awkwardly offers to just sleep outside. But just as he says that, his phone buzzes with a familiar system alert. The game, Ever the Meddler, gives him a choice. share a room with Seun, or with Hana. The scene then abruptly shifts, cutting away to a cold, sterile room behind prison bars. In a vision of the past, his brother approaches an inmate, calling out the name Kim Young-kyung. The woman turns, her expression guarded, demanding to know who's asking for her. A calm, professional woman with a disarming smile tells the inmate there's no need to be so wary. She's here to help. Sitting across from her in the sterile prison room, she remarks on how much weight Young-kyung has lost. Then she lays a folder on the table and gets straight to the point. She's here to get her out. Young-kyung is completely stunned, barely able to process the impossible offer. The woman explains the deal. It's not complete freedom, but a transfer to a private hospital and a rehabilitation program. She promises to support her through the entire process, a lifeline in this hopeless place. Overwhelmed by the sudden glimmer of hope, Young-kyung hesitates for a moment. With a trembling voice, she makes a single, personal request. She wants to go to her house. The scene cuts away, showing Doyeon's brother standing outside that very apartment building at night. A chilling, confident smirk spreads across his face, revealing his help as anything but simple charity. His associate reports on the lawyer's meeting, noting her strange behavior talking to empty air as if a ghost were present. The brother presses for details, wanting to know if Doyeon or Seun are involved, but he's told they appeared out of nowhere, just like Haeyeon did. This strange new player on the board only deepens his curiosity as he pulls out a cigarette. His associate wonders aloud if Haeyeon is still by Doyeon's side, and what choice Kim Young-kyung will ultimately make. With a dark glint in his eyes, the brother admits that yes, he is also extremely curious. He then turns to his man, posing a very simple, very direct question. If Doyeon is such a problem, why are they going through all these complicated steps instead of just removing him? But as his subordinate freezes, the brother smirks, clarifying that he actually has a favorable impression of Doyeon. He pulls up a video of Doyeon and Haeyeon's little spirit, revealing his true goal. He wants to make Doyeon rely on him completely, because he wonders, with a chilling emptiness, how Haeyeon would feel when Doyeon puts his trust in the very man who killed her, and he's curious just how much it would take for Doyeon to sell his own conscience. With his mind made up, he orders his man to set up a meeting. It's time to see him in person. Meanwhile, Doyeon is in his room, innocently asking his little bear avatar if the single bed is too cramped. He's genuinely worried about making it uncomfortable, even if this is all just a game. But the little plushy companion simply replies that it doesn't really dislike it at all. In fact, it admits to being super tense, which leaves Doyeon completely baffled. He starts sweating, wondering what on earth his avatar could be so tense about. The little bear explains that if they'd slept together in its original form, had have been the one too flustered to sleep. Doyeon immediately panics, apologizing profusely and insisting he didn't mean anything weird by it. But it's too late. The avatar changes its mind, transforming into a woman who now wants to sleep just like this. Doyeon is completely thrown off by the sudden transformation happening right before his eyes. But Lee Hana simply smiles, casually mentioning she feels much more comfortable like this. She leans over him on the bed, asking if he has a problem with it, leaving him a stammering mess. Then her tone turns serious as she asks why he seemed so down when he returned with Haeyeon. Her gaze is sharp, seeing right through his nervous facade. She points out that Haeyeon was acting weird too, and asks if something happened between them. When he tries to brush it off, she calls him out instantly, knowing he's lying. Doyeon starts to sweat, realizing there's no way he can hide it from her. He awkwardly admits they might have shared a hug, blushing at how embarrassing it sounds. She cuts straight to the heart of it, asking if he likes Haeyeon, forcing out a flustered confession. He tries to qualify his feelings, wondering if it's just a simple crush for now. But beneath that excuse, he admits the honest truth. He's still deeply scared. He reminds her that he's still a man, and being around her and Haeyeon is bound to stir his heart, especially when he can feel every touch, every moment, so vividly, in this new reality. Hez terrified that if he follows his impulses, he'll cross a line he can't come back from. What if he becomes too attached, and the way he sees them changes forever? He's only just gotten used to this lively, crowded house he now calls home. If everyone were to suddenly leave him again, could he really handle being alone? Lee Hana lies beside him, listening intently to his raw and vulnerable confession. She realizes he's not just seeing ghosts. He's looking toward a future with them, and that's what truly terrifies him. But her expression hardens, a sense of unfairness creeping in as she vents her frustrations. Doyeon, meanwhile, has absolutely no idea what she's talking about, and before he can even process his confusion, she makes her move. Pinning him to the bed, she gets right in his face, demanding to know how it felt when he hugged Haeyeon. His mind completely shorts out, stammering about it being soft, warm, maybe even a nice scent. She takes his hand, urging him to be brave, because a chance like this might not come again. Looking him dead in the eye, she asks a question that cuts through all his excuses. Does he not see her as a woman? With a blush on her cheeks, she asks if it would be okay for her to be a little spoiled, just for today. Spoiled? He wonders, his heart pounding in his chest, completely lost. Then she leans in close, her voice a whisper, asking if he would be okay with hugging her, too. She presses close, her breath warm as she asks if he'd be okay with this, just for today. Doyeon's knuckles go white as he grips his own shirt, his body frozen stiff. But they aren't entirely alone. Haeyeon watches from the corner, a thoughtful, nervous expression on her face, while Lee Hana looks up at him with a gentle smile. The ghostly girl turns her back to them by the door. His arms move on their own, embracing her as his mind screams, what does she want? What does this even mean? Is he misreading things? Or is she actively trying to seduce him? All he can register is that she's warm and soft. The simple contact is enough to make his brain completely short-circuit. He's a guy. He told her he was a guy. And she pulls this now, of all times? Suddenly, in a surge of pure confusion, he flips their positions entirely, pinning her beneath him. She just looks up at him and says his name, while his only thought is that this whole situation is just too cruel. But she isn't afraid, just flustered, a single bead of sweat on her cheek. She stammers for him to wait, admitting she was just too embarrassed to make eye contact. Doyeon's mind grinds to a halt as her innocent request sinks in. He squeezes his eyes shut, absolutely mortified by his own assumptions. So it was all just a massive misunderstanding. He thought she was seducing him, and she looks at him like he's crazy. But then her expression shifts, and she admits that she's actually kind of happy. With a gentle smile, she says that for the first time, it feels like he's finally looking at her as a person. Her genuine words cut right through his defenses, and he reaches for her hand. Pulling her into a proper embrace, she whispers that she never wants to let him go. And in that moment, overwhelmed by an emotion he can't name, a single tear escapes his eye. But the tender moment shatters as Doyeon's hand suddenly pulls away. We see why. Hana is lounging in bed, smugly taunting a dejected Haeyeon by the door. She needles the ghost girl, asking why she doesn't just come inside if she's that bothered. Haeyeon looks away, admitting that while it hurts, she feels she has no right to interfere. Besides, she tries to convince herself they won't actually do anything anyway. Seeing her genuine sadness, Hana's expression softens as she apologizes for being harsh. But just as Haeyeon reassures her it's fine, the doorbell suddenly chimes through the apartment. A pale, spectral hand presses the button again, demanding entry. And it seems Haeyeon's fears were justified, because Doyeon and Hana are intimately entangled. The interruption goes completely unnoticed, as Doyeon is lost in a haze of passion. But the person at the door is none other than Doyeon's brother, Ki-young, looking far too smug. He playfully asks if he interrupted something, sending Doyeon into a flustered panic. Doyeon tries to deny everything, but the sweat beading on his forehead tells a different story. Unfazed, his brother glances down at the otter plushie on the floor and greets it by name. He notes its embarrassed posture before asking if Lee Hana is also around, showing he knows exactly what's up. On cue, Hana materializes right beside Ha-yeon's little spirit form. Ki-young stares, genuinely amazed that seeing ghosts in his brother's apartment is a real thing. He asks a simple question. With 3 ghosts here, isn't it inconvenient being the only living resident? But Doyeon just smiles, admitting that, while it was awkward at first, he's actually grown to enjoy it. In fact, he says, looking at his little spirit companions, they're a huge help to him. Ki-young smiles, genuinely relieved to hear his brother is doing well. But then he gets to the main point. Lee Hana's case. He explains he couldn't find much. The official report lists her death as an accidental fire, and reopening the case is almost impossible. The news hits Hana hard, her expression falling at the mention of a dead end. But Doyeon's hand clenches into a fist, his resolve hardening. He asks his brother if finding new evidence would be enough to change everything. Without waiting for an answer, he turns to Hana, declaring they'll handle it themselves. She can only stammer in surprise, not expecting him to take charge so decisively. Doyeon reflects inwardly. He thought his brother would tell him to give up, but he's truly trying to help. Ki-young then shifts topics, stating that Kang Seun's case is also closed since Kim Young-kyung confessed. Doyeon asks if that means Kim Young-kyung will truly be punished, and his brother confirms it won't take long. Haeyeon sweats nervously, but Doyeon remains focused on the details. But then Ki-young drops another bombshell. Despite the investigation ending, Kang Seun's house is being seized. Because she has no surviving family, all her property will be returned to the state. He offers a small window of opportunity, a chance for Doyeon to get inside for a short time if he asks. But he warns him that once the case is officially closed, his hands will be tied. The clock is ticking. Doyeon's expression softens, a mix of gratitude and a deep, underlying sadness. Why do the good moments always feel so fleeting? He grabs onto his brother's leg, Clinging tightly, he feels the weight of everything, not wanting this precious time to end. He asks if he could just think about it just for a little while longer. Ha-yoon watches on, her cheerful face, a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere. Ki-young's expression is pained, but firm. He's offered all he can, and now he needs an answer. Suddenly, his friend appears, asking Ki-young if they can have a moment alone. Ki-young agrees, his gaze lingering on his brother for just a second longer. And Do-yeon is left by himself, a small, dejected creature curled up in his own indecision. Outside, Ki-young lights a cigarette, needing a moment to steel his nerves in the quiet alley. His friend joins him, cutting right to the chase, asking if he's truly okay with shouldering all of this. He admits he's worried, questioning why Ki-young is sacrificing his own life for this case. He reminds him that he still has a life to live, bills to pay, and that these spirits will eventually move on. The friend looks at him, his concern genuine, waiting for Ki-young to see the reality of his situation. Ki-young simply agrees, a faint, knowing smile on his face. He admits that spending every day with the spirits has made him attached. He's put everything else on hold for this. He knows he might regret this later, but he's determined to see it through so he can send them off with a clear conscience. His friend listens, taking a long drag from his cigarette, absorbing Ki-young's unwavering conviction. Ki-young just tells him not to worry, reminding him that he's the one getting help from all this anyway. With a sigh, his friend stamps out his cigarette on the pavement, having come to a decision. He finally relents, promising to look into Lee Hana's case and contact Ki-young if anything comes up. Despite all his earlier warnings, he admits that he's truly rooting for him to succeed. Ki-young is caught off guard, genuinely touched by the sudden, heartfelt support. And with a final word of encouragement, his friend gets in his car and drives off into the night. As the car pulls away, Ki-young is left alone with his thoughts, admitting to himself that his friend isn't wrong. He can't even take care of himself right now. He's not working, and he just lost the car his mother gave him. Sure, insurance might cover the fire, but it throws a wrench in his plans to help the spirits. He pulls out his phone, staring at the meager funds left, everything head scraped together. He can't afford to hesitate. With a grimace of determination, he taps the screen, going all in on a desperate gamble. But even after making his move, a strange feeling of unease lingers in the cold night air. He starts to wonder if Kim Young-kyung gets punished, just like Seun wanted. Will the vengeful spirit really just leave peacefully? As if on cue, a figure appears in a nearby doorway. He's startled to see Seun, looking almost human, as she greets him not as Ki-young, but as Do-yeon. He asks what she's doing out here, confirming his friend just left, the strange new name hanging between them. She tells him she felt suffocated, that she just needed to come and talk to him. The weight of her past, her regrets, it's all tied to one person, Do-yeon. His mind flashes back to a memory, a dark and rainy night where their paths first crossed. He remembers finding her, hurt and alone, and offering his umbrella as a shield from the world. He took her in, a silent promise to protect her from the life she was running from. But he didn't just see a victim, he also saw her fierce, untamed anger. And then came the sweeter moments, the clumsy beginnings of a real connection. He remembers the simple days, trying to win her a silly prize from a claw machine. The pure, simple happiness on his face when he finally won her a teddy bear. And as the memories flood back, he recalls the quiet comfort they found in each other's arms. A small, bittersweet smile plays on her lips as the memories settle. She turns to Do-yeon, her voice soft as she asks if it would be okay, if he could take her home, right now. Hess completely thrown. Take her home? He can't quite process the sudden request. Do-yeon tries to reason with her, pointing out how late it is and that waiting might be better. But Hana feels if she doesn't go now, she'll break a promise she made to herself. She confesses that she can't keep clinging to him forever, that she knows she's a burden. But he instantly denies it, insisting with all his heart that she's never been a burden to him. He pleads with her to wait just a little longer, certain that a solution they haven't found is still out there. But her expression is unwavering, as she simply whispers, "Please." She explains with a sad smile that the longer she stays here, her original resentment is fading away. Instead, she's losing sight of her goal, filled with a dangerous, growing desire to live. She's becoming too comfortable, even starting to wish she could stay with him forever. Her hands tremble, betraying just how much she longs for a life she can never have. And then she asks him, her voice filled with a heartbreaking hope, would that really be okay? The question hits Do-yeon like a physical blow, leaving him completely stunned. He's frozen, speechless, as the cruel reality of their situation crashes down on him. That's why she has to go, she insists, before it's too late, for both their sakes. His fist clenches at his side, helpless. He can't say a word, because she's already dead. He knew this day would come. Their meeting was always destined to end, and all he can offer is empty comfort. After all, In the quiet of a lonely apartment, a difficult truth is about to be shared. The only movement is a single moth, fluttering through the dusty air. Hana sits on the floor, watching Hyojong linger pensively in the doorway. She thinks to herself how Hyojong is the easiest to talk to, but the hardest to read. Hyojong turns, her expression as calm and unreadable as ever. She breaks the silence, asking Hana what she knows about this strange game. But that's not her real question. She wants to know about the other ghosts Hana has met. She asks if any of them, after resolving their grudges, ever actually moved on. Hana's expression hardens, the answer already weighing on her. Her reply is simple and chilling. No. Not a single one, ever. Hana explains that helping ghosts only breeds obsession. They always find a reason to stay. But with a slight smirk, she adds that she can't really relate to that. She never received help from anyone, and is sick of false hope. All she wants is for her brother to be safe so she can finally fade away. In a way, she's even a little jealous of them, wondering if meeting someone special would have changed her. Hyojong finally breaks her silence, her expression unreadable as she asks why Hana is bringing this up. She plays it off coolly, claiming she was just curious what Seun was feeling inside. Her eyes then fall upon Doyeon's plushy form on the floor, and she wonders if she could ever leave with a smile in that situation. Gently, she reaches down and picks up the little otter avatar. Turning back to Hana, she points out they've been together for a while, and surely Hana would be sad if he left. Then, clutching the doll, Hyojong admits it herself. She's sad, and she feels sorry for Hana. She decides that no matter what Hana chooses, she's in no position to judge her. Hana listens, her own cynical facade cracking just a little at this unexpected empathy. Hyojong then turns the question around, asking what Hana would do in her shoes. Once the case is solved, would she really just leave? With a playful yet thoughtful look, Hana admits she isn't so sure anymore. If someone actually needed her, she confesses she'd want to stay by their side. She then adds that ghosts don't have many options, and she doubts she could ever leave with a smile. Hyojong is caught completely off guard, fumbling for a response. Her mind races awkward, blaming her years of isolation for her rusty social skills. So she pushes past her own embarrassment and asks Hana if she's ever liked someone before. Hana looks a bit lost, admitting that since she was always stuck in bed, she never really thought about romance. Hyojong listens with a gentle and understanding smile, but Hana's expression shifts, cheekily warning Hyojong that she hopes Doyeon isn't her first love, because that's a tough path to walk. The sudden forwardness of her own comment seems to leave even Hana a little flustered. Then, the scene shatters, and Hyojong finds herself lost in a sudden, vivid memory of a taxi on a dark street. The vision solidifies into the face of Doyeon's brother, Lee Ki-young, reaching his hand out to her. She remembers her younger self, looking up at him as he offered to take her home. The memory continues, their footsteps echoing as they walked together through the quiet night. He'd apologized for making a selfish request, but she insisted it was fine. But his face was somber as he asked if she was truly leaving without saying goodbye to the others. Her expression was conflicted as she looked at him, her decision already made. She confirmed his guess with a quiet, sad smile. In her mind, she was leaving for their sake, feeling she'd only be a bad influence if she lingered. The memory focuses on his face, the quiet determination in his eyes. He'd then asked her a question that caught her completely off guard. Did she have any dreams for the future? Ki-young admitted he hadn't thought much about it, since he was too busy just trying to survive. But if he had one goal right now, it was to see everyone leave with a genuine smile. Hearing that, Hyojong felt a wave of admiration wash over her. He was, as always, ridiculously kind, and that was the problem. As their hands intertwined, she knew this memory was the source of so much pain. Ki-young then turned the question back, asking Hyojong what her own dreams were. She paused, caught off guard by the simple inquiry. A small, bittersweet smile graced her lips as she gathered her thoughts. At first, the feeling was unfamiliar, but she realized she'd always wanted a family to lean on. After her grandmother passed, she'd been so alone, losing herself in dramas and novels. She knew princes didn't exist in the real world, but she hoped if she just kept enduring. Looking at him, she felt that half of that dream came true because she had met Doyeon. With all her heart, she thanked him for showing her what it meant to rely on someone. His expression tightens slightly, and he simply says it was nothing. The memory dissolves, leaving only the silent view of an apartment building at night. The scene shifts to an apartment building, now cordoned off with police tape. Seo Hyojong remarks how strange it is, seeing a crime scene from the movies right at her own home. Suddenly, she has an urgent request, asking him to open a nearby sump box. He's confused, but her anxious tone makes him agree to hurry. She guides him, telling him to check higher up, near the ceiling area. His fingers close around something, a bank book. What is this for? She explains it's her emergency savings, hidden from a friend named Yoon Kyung, who took everything else. He realizes why she was so frantic. She offers it to him, hoping he can put it to use. He's taken aback, a bead of sweat running down his face from the sheer unexpectedness of her offer. He lowers his head, explaining that while he appreciates it, he wasn't hoping for any reward, he just wants to help spirits let go. But she looks at him, explaining that at this point, none of that even matters anymore. Her old resentment and regrets, they've faded, replaced by the time she spent with him. A sad smile touches her lips as she thinks of her grandma, hoping she's doing well. She knows she'll probably get an earful for showing up so early to the afterlife. Still, she has so much she wants to tell her, and for the first time, the thought brings her peace. Turning back to Doyeon, she asks him a final question about regret and making a choice. A faint smile plays on his lips as he asks if she's really planning to leave just like this. He gently cups her face, revealing he knew what her true wish was all along. And without another word, he pulls her into a final, tender kiss. Doyeon's eyes fly open, completely stunned by this sudden, gentle gesture. For her, this moment is everything. Tears of pure relief tracing down her blushing cheeks. This one kiss is enough, a perfect, final memory to carry with her into the beyond. Her hand lingers on his chest for a heartbeat before she pulls away, her spirit already starting to glow. With a serene smile, she finally confesses that she truly liked him, more than anyone she'd ever known. All he can do is watch as she thanks him, a storm of unspoken feelings brewing in his heart. The pain of another goodbye reminds him of his brother's last words, and he desperately wants to stop her. But just then, his phone chimes with a system notification. Kang Seun's affection is maxed out, her ending unlocked. He looks up from the screen, and his expression twists into one of pure, unadulterated horror. But another notification pops up, a hint for a new ending, salvation by regression. His hand shoots out, grabbing her wrist before she can fade away completely. She turns back, utterly confused by his sudden, desperate action. He grits his teeth, a wild hope igniting in his eyes there might be a way. This just isn't right. He holds her hands, explaining he couldn't answer her before because he couldn't make a promise he couldn't keep. Has been so lost, so confused, questioning why he's so helpless and if this is truly all he can do. The system lays out the cost. He can return to the past and save her, but she won't remember him. He looks at her, his voice filled with newfound conviction, telling her he thinks he can save her. He can go back in time, stop the accident, and change her fate, even if he can't explain how. He extends his hand, asking for her trust, admitting he still doesn't understand this game or why it brought them together. He asks her to trust him a little longer, even as he weighs the risk of regret against the chance to save them. Tears form in her eyes as she asks if it's truly okay for her to stay by his side. The words tumble out she wants to be with him forever, and she desperately asks if that's allowed. But unlike before, Doyeon now has a sliver of hope, and he answers her with a confident of course. He tells her they still have too much to do, and parting like this would leave them both with regrets. So, with a steady gaze, he asks her one last time to just wait for him. Overwhelmed by his sincerity, she can barely hold back her emotions. Her hand gently settles into his, accepting his promise. With tears of relief, she clings to him, asking again if it's really okay for her to stay. His resolve is set. He'll save them all, even if they completely forget he ever existed. He wants them to live on in this world, to have the future that was stolen from them. His thoughts drift to one of the first spirits he must save, Ha-yeon. The memory takes shape, showing the day she confronted his brother and a much younger-looking Seo Hyojong. Hyojong looked so nervous back then, stammering Ha-yeon's name, unable to meet her gaze. But Ha-yeon's voice was cold, cutting straight to the point, asking why they were so late. The simple question landed like a blow, leaving Hyojong stunned and speechless. In her hands, Ha-yeon clutched a small plushy bear, admitting she feared they'd abandoned her and their promise. She confessed that if Hyojong had left, the bear would have become a constant, painful reminder, a symbol of a broken bond held tight in her arms. With a bittersweet smile, Hyojong took the plushie, accepting the weight of their shared past. And just like that, Seun's story came to a peaceful close. Snapping back to reality, Doyeon waits, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. He stares at the door, wondering what's taking Ha-yeon and her father so long. Shaking his head, he decides to focus on what he can control. He pulls up the game, and sure enough, both girls' affection levels are maxed out. But something's wrong. While Seun's route is complete, Ha-yeon's ending is still locked. Frustrated, he racks his brain trying to figure out the missing condition. He remembers Seun's choice to pass on before her regrets could deepen, sealing it with a kiss. Was it the confession? The physical affection? What was the final key? A small smirk plays on his lips. It doesn't matter what it was. He knows what he has to do. Rereading the rules, he notices a crucial detail he missed before. The time travel is only temporary. His initial plan was to go back and save Siyun, who was the first to die, and then somehow prevent Ha Yan's accident as well. But a brief regression makes that impossible. He mulls it over, toothbrush in his mouth, trying to understand the system's limits. So if he jumps to the past, stops an accident, and then returns, does the person he saved just vanish? His gaze falls on the 2 toothbrushes in the cup, a quiet reminder of what's at stake, when his phone pings. Just like that, the ending is unlocked, and a new in-game shop appears with some very bizarre items. But one thing immediately stands out. A Q&A feature that promises to answer any question he has. He's got a mountain of questions, but at 1,000 points a pop, he has to choose wisely. He lets out a frustrated sigh. What kind of insane game makes you pay just to ask a question? But unlike before, he thinks, there's finally a glimmer of hope. A real ending where he might prevent the tragedies entirely. For so long, he was tormented by the fact that no matter what he did, he couldn't truly save them, they were already gone. That uncomfortable truth had haunted him, but now, a flicker of determination lights up his eyes. Things are different. He turns to see Lee Hana, sleeping soundly on the floor, clutching a small plushie of Ha-yeon. Doyeon can't help but smile faintly. She's adapted better than he expected. She just looks like a normal girl. A quiet sense of responsibility washes over him as he watches her. He gently drapes a blanket over her, his thoughts drifting to her past, recalling how she'd been relentlessly bullied. The memory of her tormentors only strengthens his resolve. Hell, make sure she's never hurt like that again. He steps back, looking at the small space he's prepared in his room. A plan forms in his mind. Once the other 2 spirits get back, he can finally let them all rest together. And just like that, a new mission objective appears. The answer to the confession. He has to resolve Lee Hana's incident and then confess his true feelings to her. Doyeon puts his phone down, a wry smile on his face. So it's a dating sim ending, huh? But the question of his true feelings hangs heavy in the air. He clenches his fist, a quiet resolve hardening within him. His thoughts drift to a memory, seeing through Seo Hyojong's eyes as she stands nervously. She's completely torn, having just said she was leaving but now desperately wanting to stay. What is she supposed to say? Should she just be completely honest? Taking a breath, she turns to her friend with a question that's been bothering her. She asks Siyun why she tried to leave so suddenly, when her regrets are clearly not resolved. With a gentle, bittersweet smile, Siyun begins to explain her reasoning. She confesses she felt that if she didn't leave right at that moment, she never would. This time with them has been so happy, so fun, it's been enough to melt away all her resentment. And for a ghost born of pure anger and injustice, that happiness is terrifying. When she heard the detective talking earlier, it hit her like a ton of bricks. No matter how she tries to spin it, she feels like she's just a nuisance leeching off Doyeon's goodwill. Hyojong listens, the weight of her friend's words sinking in. She tries to imagine it. What would she have done in that position? The sheer amount of agonizing resolve it must have taken for Siyun to try and leave. She looks back at her friend, a profound sense of understanding dawning on her face. Hyojong finally brings it up, a small smile on her face as she talks about that promise. She reminds Siyun of her own words from long ago, about not wanting to have regrets after death. After all, she points out, it was Doyeon himself who insisted that Siyun stay. She tells her not to worry about what she thinks, because she's just a ghost too, in the same boat. But then comes the real confession. She admits that she gets jealous seeing them get closer, even if she knows she has no right to feel that way. Hearing this, Siyun's expression softens, realizing her friend is on her side, and suggests they do their best together. Hyojong's face breaks into a genuine, relieved smile. With the air cleared, they decide it's time to head back. But as the scene shifts, Hyojong's inner voice declares she has no intention of giving up so easily. The clock ticks forward, marking the quiet passage of time into a new day. The blonde-haired spirit of Hana groggily wakes, wondering how long she's been asleep. But her sleepy haze quickly sharpens into a look of renewed determination. A memory, or perhaps a dream, flashes in her mind. Doyeon with her darker, vengeful self. The vision leaves a bitter taste, her expression hardening with unspoken resentment. Her hand clenches into a tight fist at her side, a silent vow of her own. Meanwhile, morning breaks over the city as a new day begins. Doyeon is out on the street, but he seems tense, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Suddenly, he's stopped by an older woman from the neighborhood, who turns to face him. Her sharp gaze looks right through him, fixated on the 3 spirits trailing in his wake. She asks him why on earth he's dragging 3 of those things around with him. Her chilling words linger in the air. He would definitely die before long. The memory shifts to Seo Hyojong, who shyly approached him in his room. Shed really wanted him to use the money she offered, even if it wasn't much. But Doyeon had to turn her down, explaining the legal red tape involved. He gives her a gentle smile, trying to ease her disappointment. He insists it's okay and she shouldn't feel bad, but she's clearly still worried. Addressing all the spirits, Doyon tells them he can manage on his own, but as he speaks, Lee Hana's vengeful half watches him with a thoughtful gaze. Her eyes flicker towards the card sitting on his desk. A small, knowing smile forms on her lips. She might just have a plan. A moment later, Doyon's phone lights up with a new message. With a smirk, he gets up and asks his ghostly entourage if they're ready to go. Seo Hyojung takes charge, announcing they have to stop somewhere before handling Hana's case. The sun casts a warm glow over the city as they head out. Doyon leads the way, his 3 spirit companions walking silently beside him. Lee Hanas, vengeful, half-curiously, asks where they're going. Doyon cryptically explains he's just picking up a second-hand item, much to their confusion. He meets up with the seller and boots up the tablet, the system loading as he inspects it. The woman assures him it's an older model, but well-maintained, and he confirms it's good to go. The transaction complete, she wishes him a good day and walks away, leaving Doyon with his prize. Seo Hyojung is the first to ask the obvious question, why a tablet? Doyon explains it's been frustrating having no way to contact them when he goes out alone. Besides, without a car, he can't exactly ferry a whole group of ghosts on public transport. The thought sends a shiver down Hana's spine, a flash of the vengeful spirits they deal with. He admits it also bothered him seeing them so bored. This way, they can watch movies while he's busy. The 3 spirits are left speechless, clearly touched by his unexpected thoughtfulness. But their gratitude is mixed with worry. Is he pushing himself too hard for their sake? Doyon just waves it off, assuring them this is the last time and he needs to be careful too. He glances at his phone, a nervous sweat trickling down his face despite his calm words. Because the truth is, the stocks he gambled on just skyrocketed, and he sold them instantly. But as he walks, a chilling realization hits him. The numbers are off, not even half of what he remembers from his previous life. The future is changing. He wonders if it's a natural shift or some kind of restriction on his power, a slight disappointment flickering across his face. Yet, a part of him is relieved. If money came too easily, he knows he'd lose himself to greed. His gaze hardens as he thinks of the spirits he's sworn to help. This current windfall should be enough to get them by. And for now, that's all that matters. He continues his walk through a sun-drenched neighborhood, up a long flight of stairs winding through the city. But a sudden feeling makes him stop in his tracks, a nervous sweat breaking out. An old woman from the neighborhood has paused, her eyes fixed on him with a strange intensity. From her perspective, he's just a young man standing alone in an alley. But she calls out, asking him what he just said. Her voice is laced with an unnerving calm as she asks him about the 3 things he's carrying around with him. She warns him that if he keeps this up, he's going to die before long. Doyon's mind races, a cold sweat dripping down his face. He has to ask. He cautiously questions if she can see these people with him, but she scoffs at the very word. Her eyes narrow with contempt, asking if he's completely lost his senses. She tells him to listen well. Those errant people, they're the resentful dead, evil spirits who refuse to leave this world. The living belong with the living, she preaches, and the dead belong in the afterlife. That's the simple truth. Doyon is utterly stunned. This random neighborhood lady can see them all. He stammers, desperate for confirmation. So she can actually see them, right? A torrent of questions follows. How long? Are there others? And does she know about a certain game? The woman's stern expression melts into confusion. A game? What on earth is he talking about? She lets out a weary sigh, her mind made up. Her advice is chillingly simple. He needs to hold a memorial service. She points up a long flight of stairs towards a fortune-telling shop, telling him to come alone if he wants answers. He'd better not take too long, she adds, turning her back on him. Her final warning hangs in the air. Once a ghost harms a human, it becomes uncontrollable. Doyon desperately tries to call her back, but she just keeps walking, ignoring his pleas as she ascends the steps. Hes left completely stunned, so Hes not the only one who can see ghosts. Yet, she seemed to have no clue about the game. It almost felt like she was running from his questions. And what did she mean that he would die before long? He turns to face the very spirits she was talking about, their eyes all fixed on him. Trying to play it cool, Doyon asks the spirits why they're all looking so gloomy. The woman glances back one last time, a look of grim pity on her face. From her perspective, he's just a young man completely possessed by dark spirits. Back at his apartment, Heian taps away at a tablet, a new plan in motion. And it works even better than he thought, much to both of their relief. Doyon tells her he's logged into a messenger app so she can contact him anytime. With that problem solved, he takes a moment to appreciate his own cleverness. He simply cut out a touchpad and pasted it onto the doll's hand for her to use. His mind then shifts to another case. He has no immediate solution for Hana's spirit. His best bet is to find her younger sibling and hope they haven't moved away. Haeyeon breaks the silence with a hint of concern. She asks if he's sure about not visiting the shaman, since he seemed to have questions. Doyeon simply tells her not to worry. He doesn't want to be a nuisance to them, but his own avatar voices the real fear. Hana's case is tragic, but Doyeon's own life is on the line. He realizes that's why their expressions have been so grim this whole time. Kneeling down, he reassures them with a small laugh, promising he's not going to die. He gently pats both of their heads, explaining he has a clear goal to focus on first. With that settled, he stands up to leave, another ghost already materializing behind him. He asks them to look after the house, promising to contact them if anything comes up, and with a soft click of the door, he's gone, leaving the two spirits alone in the apartment. Alone now, Hyojong clutches the small doll, her expression heavy with unspoken burdens. She stares at the door Doyeon left through, admitting it's painful to keep receiving his help. His kindness makes her question if they're even allowed to stay, a sentiment Doyeon's avatar silently absorbs. Turning with a fragile smile, she asks if she could borrow the phone to speak with her father. In a flash, the yellow spirit, Ha-yeon, takes possession of the doll and dashes towards the phone. She nervously holds the device, her little spirit hands dialing a familiar number. The call connects, and she timidly asks if her dad can hear her voice. She tries to explain her bizarre situation, telling him she's possessed a doll but is doing okay. Knowing he must be struggling, she prepares to make her real request. It's time to stop just taking. She asks him if he could help them out, just a little. And her father comes through, leaving behind a bank book dedicated to their present and future. The kind gesture sends Seo Hyojong into a memory, a moment of quiet reflection while holding a familiar bear. But the scene shifts to a different past, a cold night when Lee Kyung walked alongside Hana. He smiles, apologizing for being a little late but confident he can still catch the last train. Hana simply watches him, her expression turning serious as she studies his selfless nature. She finally asks if he ever thinks he's being too much of a pushover. After all, he's so busy being considerate of others that he neglects himself, even lying about his car breaking down. But Kyung just smiles gently, a silent admission that there's no need to point out the obvious. He knew that what happened wasn't something Hana wanted, and hounding her for answers would solve nothing. It was all in the past, he resolved, and after clinging to it for so long, it was time to finally look ahead. He insists she shouldn't feel pressured by any of this. Hana just looks back at him, quietly stating that she's doing this because she wants to. She starts to bring up his destroyed car, a hint of guilt still lingering in her voice. But the memory sours, flashing to a menacing figure stepping out of the dark, mocking her, asking if she can see ghosts. Kyung's calm demeanor shatters, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated fear. Snapping back to the present, Doyeon is startled by a stranger who suddenly appears, apologizing for his abruptness. The man explains he'd been trying to contact Doyeon about an online ad but couldn't get through. Doyeon cautiously confirms his identity, wondering what this is all about. The well-dressed man then reveals a single red rose held between his fingers. With a disarming smile, he introduces himself as Wang Jaedeok. Doyeon's eyes widen in sudden, chilling realization. A memory flashes through his mind, Seo Hyojong's voice, describing a man with a rose tattoo on his hand. He snaps back to the present, quickly apologizing to Wang Jaedeok for being lost in thought. But beneath the surface, his hand clenches into a tight, furious fist. He tries to rationalize it, wondering aloud if rose tattoos are just some kind of popular trend. Deciding to press his luck, he calls out to the man, ready to test the waters. He casually brings up a rumor he heard about the culprit who abandoned a body on the mountain, and how that culprit supposedly had a rose tattoo, watching the man's face for any reaction. A slow, unsettling smile spreads across Wang Jaedeok's lips. He plays dumb, remarking that he had no idea, but his predatory gaze says it all. He leans in, speaking of the need to avoid misunderstandings, his tattooed hand a silent threat. The sheer pressure radiating from him sends a shiver down Lee Hana's spine, but Doyeon saw it. That fleeting expression confirmed everything. This guy is dangerous. Suddenly, Wang Jaedeok's entire demeanor shifts, asking what brings Doyeon out here. He introduces himself as a fan, praising Doyeon's unique content as a ghost-seeing streamer. Since his email went unanswered, he decided to show up in person, offering a business card. Doyeon stares at it, completely thrown as the man offers to commission an advertisement. Wang Jaedeok explains he's starting his own agency and wants Doyeon for a trial run. It's a tempting offer, an investment now in exchange for a slice of future profits. He promises it's risk-free, but Doyeon can only stare, his mind racing with suspicion. And standing right beside him is the blonde girl, the very same vengeful spirit Doyeon has been hunting. Doyeon lies about having an appointment, desperate for any excuse to get out of there. Wang Jaedeok presses, offering a ride, his concern feeling more like a threat. But Doyon holds his ground, politely declining and promising to call before quickly walking away. The second Doyon is out of earshot. The friendly facade melts away completely. He pulls out his phone and makes a call, his eyes locked on Doyon's retreating figure. Speaking to his CEO, he asks for an update. Any evidence or witnesses in Haeyeon's case? The camera lingers on his hand, revealing the unmistakable rose tattoo on his skin. He admits Doyon mentioned the tattoo, and it felt like the kid was testing him. But his contact is confident, assuring him there's nothing to worry about. Their tracks are covered. Wang Jideok crushes his cigarette, wondering how Doyon could possibly know his face unless Haeyeon told him. He admits to his boss that this was unexpected. He truly thought the kid would jump at his offer, but his superior is already moving, having pulled up intel on Doyon's mother and father. The order is given. Create a scandal that will get Doyon's father kicked out of his hospital. A wicked smile plays on Wang Jideok's lips as he eagerly agrees. The man on the phone dryly notes that he sounds like he's enjoying this a little too much. Wang Jideok's grin only widens, a silent confession to his own cruelty. The scene then flashes back to a dark alley, where another man stands over a lifeless body. This accomplice, masked and high, pleads into his phone, worried about the trouble they're all in. His voice trembles as he asks the one crucial question. Were there any witnesses to what they did? On the other end of the line, the driver with the rose tattoo nervously insists there were no witnesses. But his boss, Wang Jideok, isn't interested in excuses, coldly ordering him to a new location where someone will meet him. He commands the man to stop talking, load the girl's body into the car, and remember that he has nothing to do with this. A wicked, unrestrained grin spreads across Wang Jideok's face, savoring the power of the moment. Hez a monster cloaked in shadow, a predator with glowing red eyes enjoying the chaos he's created. Even now, he recalls that night with fondness, a pivotal incident that taught him so much. He can't help himself. The thrill of such absolute control is something he truly enjoys. The scene shifts, a new chapter beginning as a blonde girl confidently ties up her hair. A bus hisses to a stop in the quiet evening, its lights cutting through the darkness. And inside sits Doyon, lost in his own world, completely oblivious to the villains whose lives are so deeply entangled with his own. But as they ride, Lee Hana turns to him with a worried look. She asks if he's really going through with it, and he meets her gaze with quiet confidence. She admits something feels suspicious, a nagging intuition about the killer's hand tattoo. Doyon considers this, thinking that if the man truly is the culprit, then Haeyeon would surely know something. But since Haeyeon isn't around, he'll have to schedule a meeting himself, pushing aside a tempting business proposal. He knows the offer is good, but his experience tells him that nothing in this world is ever truly free. The thought makes Lee Hana visibly anxious, her expression clouded with concern for his safety. She bites her lip, her mind racing for a way to stop him from walking into danger. Desperate, she offers a solution if they can just meet her sister. Her wealthy family can resolve everything, but Doyon simply pats her head, gently reassuring her that while he appreciates her worry, he's going to be just fine. He brushes off her concerns, playfully suggesting that if she truly feels bad, she owes him a wish later. Riding the bus, Lee Hana considers his offer, intrigued by the idea of what she could gain from it. Still, she's cautious, telling him she'd need to hear the wish before making any promises. He just laughs it off, saying he'll think of something later as the bus departs. Sometime later, she waits for him on a street corner as a sudden downpour begins. She looks up, wondering if he's forgotten about their meeting. But then Doyon appears, holding an umbrella and apologizing for the delay. He offers her the umbrella, insisting it's for his own peace of mind when she says she doesn't mind the rain. With that, they fall into step, walking together under the shared cover. Doyon glances at her, a calm and steady presence as they move through the rainy night. As they walk, Lee Hana is lost in thought, her profile etched with a quiet anxiety. Doyon notices, gently reassuring her that things will work out and she shouldn't worry so much. She tries to brush it off, but he calls her out, noting her expression grew darker the closer they got. He explains that he's learned from experience that worrying beforehand only feeds the fear. He then adds with a slight laugh that his attempt at philosophy probably isn't much comfort. But she looks at him, a small smile forming as she quietly disagrees. Her hands, however, betray her lingering tension as she clasps them in front of her. The moment of vulnerability leads her to ask if he's ever regretted starting this game, and he admits he has. Her gaze hardens with a shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement of their grim reality. She confesses she never wanted to play either, recalling her own beginning lost in terror, fire, and death. He realized that more than anything, he wanted to be a source of strength for her. But another, more pressing thought cuts through the moment. He asks Hana point blank if she knew about his ability to come back from the dead. He needs every detail she has, especially anything her brother might have told her. His expression hardens with resolve. His goal is to save every single one of them. This determination was forged in the past, like with the promise he made to another grieving father. He remembers the moment he had to tell the little spirit Hyeon about her own funeral. The poor girl was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend that her life was already over. He'd seen the grim reality for himself, peeking into the room where it all ended. So when she asked if he was okay, he was already too deep in this world to understand the question. Haeon's father continued to plead, wondering if she could just come home, even in a doll's body. He told Doyeon how much everyone missed her, and how bad he felt for the boy carrying this burden. But Doyeon's little avatar could only ask for more time to think about it all. Overwhelmed, he tried to clear his head, scrubbing the bathroom floors with a frantic energy. Suddenly, the sound of the front door unlocking cut through the silence. Haeon, who had been on a call, perked up in surprise, wondering if Doyeon was back. She quickly told her dad she'd call him back, rushing to end the conversation. And back in the present, Doyeon pressed Hana, needing to know everything her brother said about returning to life. His gaze was intense, his resolve unbreakable as he declared his mission to save everyone. He then looked directly at Hana, telling her that his promise included her too. But Hana could only apologize, admitting she'd only overheard a small part of the plan. Standing under the umbrella with Doyeon, she confessed she was always an outsider to that group. He just smiled, brushing it off and saying he was simply curious. But his eyes sharpened as he asked a pointed question. How did she know he came back to the past? She explained it was just a guess, stemming from her previous life as a total otaku. All those dating sims and anime she consumed made her recognize the returner trope instantly. Just then, a sickening vision slammed into Doyeon's mind, a man retching violently in a bathroom. The desperate voice of a dying woman echoed through his head. He heard her final, betrayed words, asking if this was how he'd repay her for everything. Back in the present, a confused Hana asks what's wrong, reminding him they're here to save that exact woman. Doyeon lays out his reasoning, explaining how her sudden collapse in pain just didn't make any sense. He then asks her a very specific, gamer-centric question about how save points work. And with that, everything clicks into place for Hana. He returns to the past by dying. But as she puts the pieces together, a shadow of a painful memory crosses her face. She remembers being lost in hatred after her father's death, consumed by a need for vengeance. The memory is so potent that even now, she trembles just thinking about it. She pivots back to their first meeting, confirming he knew she was luring him to the river. Her own memory of that night is foggy, she admits, a blur of overwhelming emotions. Then she looks him dead in the eye, asking the chilling question she's been building towards. Did she kill him? But Doyeon's expression doesn't even flicker, his gaze calm and steady. Instead of a direct answer, he simply offers a vague, thoughtful, "I wonder." She presses for the truth, needing to apologize, but he just smiles, saying the past doesn't matter. He understands she must have been suffering so much that she broke down, desperate for help. He could never blame her, he says, for trying to save her own sister. His complete lack of resentment leaves her stunned, thinking he's almost foolishly kind. A nearby cat seems to judge her thoughts, and she quickly whispers for it to mind its business. With the heavy moment past, Doyeon suggests they get a move on, but as they walk, he asks a question that's been on his mind. Why she speaks to him so informally. She explains it's a habit from her past life, then flustered, tells him he can do the same. The very thought of him speaking casually to her sends Hana into a blushing, sputtering panic. Doyeon grins, deciding to push her buttons just a little more. He feigns disappointment when she flatly refuses, making her feel even more awkward. Completely flustered, Hana demands to know if he's actually serious about this. He just smirks, finally admitting that he was, of course, just kidding. The revelation hits her like a ton of bricks, leaving her beet red and speechless. As they walk, she accuses him of making fun of her, and he just laughs, admitting she caught him. But despite the teasing, a small, genuine smile plays on her lips. She finds herself surprised. It's strange to feel this comfortable with someone. But another spirit, Seo Hyojung, watches on with a knowing look, hoping Hana isn't falling for him. Because for someone like her, love is a far more complicated and painful game. As they walk through the rain, Hana's thoughts turn inward. She scoffs at his naive desire to save everyone, telling him she already knows her place. It took a while to get home, and she resolves to stop thinking about such useless things. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Ha-Yun waits with a goofy grin. But as she and Doyeon wait, a shadow falls over them. Who could it be? The door opens to reveal Doyeon's mother, who stops dead in her tracks. The two spirits freeze, caught completely off guard. Their owner's mother just stares, her mind struggling to process what she's seeing. In a brilliant flash of panic, Ha-yeon immediately flops over, pretending to be an ordinary doll. Do-yeon, on the other hand, can only stare in utter confusion at this masterful deception. Seeing Ha-yeon's masterful play, Do-yeon reluctantly follows, flopping over and declaring himself a doll too. His mother's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, her brain struggling to process the scene before her. Do-yeon can't believe this is their plan, but Ha-yeon knows they have no other choice right now. Ha-yeon even wobbles to her feet, trying her absolute best to sell the "I'm just a toy" act. But instead of screaming, the woman just slumps to the floor, leaning against the door with a heavy sigh. The two spirits exchange a look of pure confusion. This was not the reaction they were expecting. They then notice the bag she brought with her, filled with containers of food. Do-yeon reasons she isn't a thief, but he's certain this isn't the landlord he remembers. Deciding they need answers, Ha-yeon takes the initiative, rummaging through the woman's purse. And inside, she finds an old photograph of his mother with a much younger Do-yeon and his brother. Do-yeon is stunned into silence, the gears turning in his head. His mother, this is his mother. A flashback hits him, a memory of holding her hand as a child, a time before everything went wrong. Before he can process it, Ha-yeon points out the resemblance, and his mother suddenly smacks his plushy form away. He goes tumbling across the floor as Ha-yeon, in a panic, accidentally screams his other name. Hearing that name, his mother's face drains of color. She demands to know what they did to her son. Grabbing a broom like a weapon, she stands ready to fight, calling them monsters who have invaded her boy's home. The realization finally dawns on Ha-yeon. Her son, mother? This isn't a stranger, this is family. The emotional shockwave is too much, and Do-yeon's mind violently snaps back to a different memory. We see his human face, rain-soaked and frozen in horror. Hess standing in the dark, watching helplessly as his family's home is consumed by flames. The memory shifts from the inferno to a cold, rainy night, where Lee Hana waits anxiously. Do-yeon is on his knees, sifting through garbage bags, searching for any sign of her family. She silently questions the grim necessity of their task, digging through trash in the dead of night. But his search isn't in vain. His fingers close around a rain-soaked piece of mail. His eyes widen as he finds exactly what he was hoping for, a name and an address. He holds it up for her to see, confirming it's addressed to her brother, Lee Do-hun. A wave of relief washes over Hana, thinking they must have simply repaired the house and stayed. With a newfound sense of purpose, Do-yeon is ready to keep searching, telling her to get out of the rain. But before he can turn back to the trash, she gently grabs his sleeve, stopping him. With the lights clearly on inside, she wonders if all this trouble is really necessary when they could just ring the bell. Do-yeon explains his caution, reminding her that the stepmother is a very thorough person. If they just show up now, she'll get suspicious, so it's better to gather information first. He admits it's a hassle, but since they're already here, it's smarter to be absolutely certain. Hana listens intently, her expression shifting as she understands his logic. With renewed determination, she steps forward, deciding she'll help him search through the trash. He tries to protest, telling her it's fine and she'll get soaked, pulling her under his umbrella. And in that same pile of refuse, his search yields yet another clue. A small bottle of pills. A quick search on his phone reveals the drug is Pentazil, a potent sleep inducer. Now, sitting at a nearby cafe table, he asks if her brother had trouble sleeping, or if it was the stepmother. But Hana can only look down, admitting she doesn't know, and apologizing for being a burden. Do-yeon simply shakes his head, deciding to change the subject entirely. He clasps his hands, admitting that sometimes, talking to her and the other ghosts is frustrating. Hana is completely caught off guard by his sudden bluntness. He clarifies that it's because they're always so careful, acting like sinners who are a burden to him. In his mind, all three of them have started to blend together, always apologetic and losing who they are. So he looks her in the eye and asks her to just be herself, to act normally. He's not here to help some wronged ghost who needs saving. He wants to see Lee Hana, the person, not the tragedy. His words strike a chord, a cheesy but powerful sentiment that makes her heart flutter, and though she feels flustered, a gentle smile shows it's not a bad feeling at all. His words trigger a memory for Hana, a fiery explosion in the night. She recalls him warning her back then not to come crying to him with regrets. It was a moment of chaos, a glimpse into the dangerous path they walked together. The scene then shifts to Do-yeon's mother, who is finally piecing together the unbelievable truth. She confirms what she's seeing. Her son is working with Do-yeon's spirit, and this doll is possessed. She admits it's hard to believe, but seeing it herself leaves no room for denial. The idea that her son can suddenly see ghosts is a reality she's forced to accept. Ha-yeon, in her plushy form, immediately begins to apologize for startling her and being a burden. Do-yeon quickly adds that they'll only be staying for a little while, trying to soften the blow. But as his mother looks up, her expression isn't one of anger or fear, it's something else entirely. The two spirits sit there, bracing for judgment, unsure of what comes next. But Doyeon's mother quietly tells them they have no reason to apologize. She's the one who barged in. She's decided to trust her son. He's an adult, and this strange new path is his to walk. In fact, seeing him take on such responsibility actually makes her feel proud. She then explains what brought her here. A call from the insurance company about a car fire. Knowing he'd just tell her to stay away, she decided to come check on him herself. With a sad smile, she admits her relationship with her son is strained. She feels like the real outsider here. And so, she asks them directly, "Tell me about my son. What kind of person is he to you?" Ha-yeon's plushy form looks up, her expression filled with a deep, unwavering admiration. To them, Doyeon is a hero, and her story begins on a dark, rainy night amidst a roaring fire. The story starts with a young woman, trapped and desperately trying to break down a door in the rain. Suddenly, a voice cries out for her to move, and her eyes widen in terrified surprise. It was Doyeon, who had grabbed the first heavy object he could find to break her out. With a deafening crash, he smashes through a window from above, tumbling into the dark alley. She rushes to his side, asking if he's all right, but his eyes are fixed on something else. He simply gets up and sprints away, leaving her calling his name in the downpour. Before she met Doyeon, her existence was filled with nothing but resentment and agony. Ha-yeon's voice takes over, explaining that as time dragged on, the spirits had slowly given up. They all felt completely alone, wondering why they were the only ones left to suffer. But that's when Doyeon appeared, reaching out his hand when no one else would. Ha-yeon continues, explaining how Doyeon listened to their voices and even threw himself into danger to resolve their grudges. He was a person who always smiled, never showing a hint of annoyance. And before they knew it, all the spirits had come to rely on him. For them, he wasn't just some guy. He was the most amazing and reliable son in the entire world. Hearing this, Doyeon's mother is taken aback, a light blush dusting her cheeks. A gentle, relieved smile spreads across her face. She's just glad to know her son is doing well. The scene then snaps back to Doyeon, standing in the rain as a house burns before him. His phone screen lights up, identifying the target, Lee Hana, the girl trapped in the flames. He recalls how lightning always signaled an updated save point. This had to be a critical branching path. Realizing he can't afford to hesitate, he quickly buys pain medicine and a misfortune-blocking talisman, preparing to rush in. He clutches the talisman, his resolve hardening. He made a promise to save everyone, and he intends to keep it. Suddenly, the world seems to shatter, and out of the rain, Lee Hana herself materializes before him. She can only watch in disbelief, screaming his name as Doyeon charges headfirst into the blazing house. What is that idiot doing? She's completely baffled by his reckless heroism. There's no time to think. She realizes she has to go in there and stop him. But as she turns, a sight in the distance freezes her, triggering a horrifying memory as she screams another name entirely. Her eyes widen in absolute terror, the past and present crashing together in one horrifying realization. It's just a couple walking away from a jazz club, a seemingly innocent scene that clearly holds a dark meaning for her. And the vision clarifies this isn't just a fire. This is the origin of her rage, the very moment she was reborn as a vengeful spirit.